Chat, what's up? How you all doing? Yo, yo, yo. Yo, morning, afternoon, evening. Leggings, thank you so much. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate the tier 1. What's up? Twitch chat, YouTube chat. Hello, hello. Chat, I was looking at my pick'ems today, man. What am I doing, bro? My pick'ems today, I have E1 and I have Bleed, and I am not confident either of these. Don't know what I was thinking last week, but this week has not made me feel confident. Because RRQ look really good.
And T1, you can see their team capsules up on the stage there. The bass is turned up high for the new song, Undefeated by
ZK.
XG. It's our
TLZK, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 7 months. Thank you for the prime.
And we have our 2 teams lined up, looking all right.
Yeah, well, we've got one team that is in fact
IGL,
undefeated,
they just said.
and the other team
Oh
defeated.
no, they're changing IGLs.
Yeah. So obviously T1 trying to change their fates here,
Oh,
but just
why are
to
we
go off
lagging?
of what
Let
we
me
were
refresh
talking about
them.
right before the player walk.
Times 2.
Looking all right.
Yeah, well, we've got one team that is in fact undefeated, and the other team defeated. Yeah. So obviously T1 trying to change their fates here, but just to go off of what we were talking about right before the player walkouts, the IGL
gut
first here,
feeling.
one thing I think
Where are
this
we?
really benefit from is we're seeing a trend across the entire world in VCT where IGLs were able to get their own information by digging deep into the map, by going into lurks, by either being very big part of that entry. They're making huge calls. So
Changing IGLs.
On that op, on that sentry, on those lurks, he could be the one that brings us all together for T1.
Same could be said for RRQ here. I mean, more going on an initiator role is, again, as I mentioned,
Falling
able
apart.
to get more information as well, and just kind of relay it to the rest of the team, allowing them to just work off of it so well from what we saw in those previous matches.
Now, of course, on the side of RRQ, I mean, again, that similar trend is Elmimore giving that information and then flips, oftentimes playing
RRQ, yeah, they're
agents
looking
that
really
allows
good,
him
man.
to be in the front lines, like the Euro or sometimes the Gecko, where he's always in the thick of
This is
things.
a must-win for
Now, it's going to
T1.
be very contrasting styles at that point, and then, like you mentioned, Asteroid, the teammates, how much information are they relaying? That's going to be a huge one. For RRQ, my eyes continue to be on Xpharaoh, even more so than Elmimore, on how much information does he get on those lurks. And then on the side of T1, now if Carpe's not the one making the decisions, how often is he feeding that information as the initiator over to Xcurit?
The teams are getting ready to go, and I do know, Will, you got to talk to the coaches, asking them what they talk about during these huddle sessions.
Yeah, I'm good, bro. How you doing?
What they gave me in that answer, because they were all
Really
like,
decent,
well, the
man.
huddle's like the most, nonsensical thing. We don't really do anything.
A long
At this
sleep
stage,
session,
we're seeing
which
them
is great.
spend a lot of time in these huddles. So
It looks serious.
I think it's very serious, but one thing a lot of the coaches agreed on is you can actually do some damage during the huddle. So you really want to pick and choose carefully what you say and what you're doing.
All right, let's get into the first series of today. Let's go over to casters Valdez and Achilleos.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, it is now time to dive into the action once again. I'm Achilleos, that's Valdez, and we are getting ready to jump into a very exciting match. T1 struggle streak so far here in Stage 1, despite all of the expectations for the squad. RRQ slowly building up to the expectations, but a major change for T1.
OG Flash Gold, thank you so much as well for the 10 months. Appreciate the tier 1.
Definitely could help them out.
Thank
I think,
you so much,
making a
man.
big
Good to
change
see
if
ya.
things aren't working out, I am always a big fan of. I think kind of just swallowing and waiting and seeing if it's going to help itself is not necessarily the right approach. So hoping that they do kind of change things up as we take a look at these agents here.
And really, it's not
another
too many
day of
changes instead of
Ascent.
RQ. It's more just about who's going to be playing what. So will be Xpharaoh sticking with the Killjoy. Loved hearing from Ewok there
Kim on
the
Jet,
desk and the
Saya
breakdown
on
from
Jet.
William and Asra as well, talking about how it's really nice to see that this is a system and a change that's put in place basically by the players, led by them going to
T1
the
is
coaching
finished
staff
if they're
and saying,
switching
hey, we think that this
IGLs.
is
It's
going to
not a
work
good
better
sign,
for
yeah,
us.
I
Can we
agree.
try this out? And then implementing it and getting it
That's,
to a very workable position. We were scratching our
really
heads when
not
we
a good
first saw
sign.
it, but I think especially after some of the more recent series, you know, even with Flips not picking up a single kill on that icebox, being able to get the wins, everybody's looking damn comfortable. There's a monstrous performance from the likes
Similar,
of
it's a similar thing that happened last year, right?
We can do that again. Let's also see if T1
T1
can find
just changing
themselves a
IGLs
match
midway through.
victory as we jump into game 1. We are heading to Ascent.
Ascent, a pretty fun one to start us off on. Definitely one of the older maps in the pool. A classic, and
Okay, T1 on defense, RRQ on attack.
for quite a long time.
We got a
and
frenzy,
of course, I'm just
triple
curious
ghost.
to see mainly if T1 is going
Sorry,
to show
triple,
us what we kind of
well,
expected
double
from
ghost,
them,
triple
and if RRQ can
classic.
keep up this great form.
And we are
me and
going
Willie were the
fast.
only two
Flash for
to actually
close.
vote in the
What do we
predictions
got?
for T1.
Let's
I
check out
just
this
felt like,
fast
you know,
strat. Flash for
eventually
close,
they're gonna
flash
make a
for
big
sight.
change, and
Where does the knife go?
maybe it would
Omen
be this
flash.
opportunity. I think that RRQ has had
Then,
some
so I guess
stumbles
it's
here
flash
and there, especially in
close,
their first match, but
and then it's
know,
going to be
I don't
updraft
know,
into
after
sight,
the
and then
beginning of
flash
this
for
week,
sight.
maybe regretting the pred a little
Okay.
bit, but we'll have to wait and see how it
Flash
does
for
all
close.
pan out.
Looking on the
And if
floor
some of
for
the
his
changes for
lineup.
both squads can work out as a pretty
And
quick
knife goes in, smoke up, dash into sight with
gonna get on
another
top of the
flash.
site already. Rossi fully
Really
flashed,
cool,
can't
man.
do anything.
Very,
Yeah,
very
it's gonna
nice.
take it down, nice, clean
He
entry
ate
there
that
from
flash on
Jimkin.
sight as well.
First blood found, plant coming through.
Also, the frenzy melted him.
20 seconds into the round. See what the setup looks like here. For now, it's just going to be Flipshider sat back. Does have that fragment, but waiting for his moment to strike is Carpe as well assessing.
In terms of the afterplant positions, one in B main.
A little bit on close angle. Recon up over the top to see what he can spot, but Elmi more quick to clear it. Not going to get pinged out.
Flipshider here on
Dash
the left.
into
Could be
nothing.
really key to see when the timing
There's the
is.
paranoia.
Can't dash
Swing
anymore.
in.
Holy.
That is going to be
Look
huge.
at
He does
this,
get
it's
the
so
one,
well
and he
timed.
distracts, and he picks up a kill
Yeah,
for himself.
RRQ,
Very
man.
important based on recent timing, but it is going to
Looks
definitely
so
be
good.
a RRQ round. I think the fact
Very
that
nice
they get
pistol
onto the
from them.
site basically for free, and Rossi couldn't stop them while Flash. I mean, the entry was just too clean, right?
At this
So,
moment in
a very
time,
good start
and I
here
want to
for
say it
RRQ.
before this game ends,
Yeah, very
just so
solid
that
setup.
I
mean,
got it
Flips
in
just
before.
dumping both of those
I do
flashes
think this is
within
the third
first
team that goes to
15
Shanghai.
seconds of the round.
After what I've
Comes up
seen
with the
so
immense amount of
far,
value is I love
and I
that,
know
just
DRX are close as
backward
well,
dash up over the top so that
but
he
I
can
do
avoid
think it's
getting
Gen
flashes
G,
well.
Paper X,
Lance finds the
RRQ.
kill and then just running guns with the frenzy. We've been seeing players
that's
kinda
where I'm at
leaning
at the
into these
moment,
super
just
wide
before
swings
this.
when you have a frenzy or a stinger in
Even
hand.
though my
It
pick'ems
also
are here,
allows you to potentially just get
after
the
that
kill
other game that I
itself.
saw,
Jimkin
the
off to a
Bleed
roaring
game, and I
start
know
with 3
Bleed
limbs in that first round.
again didn't look good, but it's just like
Let's see what
RRQ.
happens as we go into the
do look pretty
anti-eco here
drilled.
for RRQ.
See a relatively big stack for T1 over towards the B side of the map. Not too surprising. As you can
Why
go for that
RRQ over
retake on
DRX?
A,
I
but
just
for
think they
now,
look
RRQ
better,
taking
but
their time
it's
as well.
I
They
still
start
don't know
off
where
the
to
map with a
put
very quick,
DRX. That's the
entry,
issue.
and
I have no
now
idea
they're
where
just taking
I
their time
put
with it,
DRX
seeing
at the
if
moment.
T1's going to do anything.
DRX needs to
You know, a bit
play.
risky. Maybe they get caught out
Needs to give me another game.
trying to do something here.
Did the DRX play next
in
week?
Their spot, as it's only Saya player out here in mid, checking for what he can see, but no contact just yet.
They played
Very
Gen G? Okay,
quiet here.
then we'll get a good idea.
Down to 50 seconds. RQ now going to start inching their way a little bit closer to this A site, but T1, given the weaponry, given that they're not spotting or hearing anything at all, basically just have to stay statuesque in their positions. They realize it's going to be a pretty swift strike once it does start, but there you go. Entry coming through, up on top of Jen for Jemkin.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of util burned here. Still plenty remaining for
Whole of
post-plant.
kickoff Group
As they now
C
get
going
situated
Shanghai.
inside
Oh yeah,
player
that's
around
true.
the back. Gonna have to try to clear out this turret.
Dude, I think there's a high
Looks like they're
high
not gonna set it up.
possibility of
Instead,
it.
Sparrow just gonna swing back in, takes outside play first, then
Yeah, I
sets
like
up
their
the turret.
afterplant stuff at the moment as well.
He's like,
Everyone knows their
something's
roles and their
fishy. Maybe
afterplants
if
at the
I
moment.
jump out at exactly this time, I'll find a member of T1, and that he did. And this is pretty much not going to happen for T1, just trying to get in position to die to the spike.
Yep.
We'll see if Elmimore wants to maybe deny some of that, but
he does only have a ghost, so he can hang around a little bit longer if he wants to try to get some picks, but no, then he's not spotting anything. Looks like he will just opt to go ahead, keep his life intact, and overall, a flawless anti-eco here for the side of
So
RQ
fine
as
with
they
this.
start things off 2-0.
When you got these guns,
Very nicely done.
and you're saving,
High
you're not
pace
having
in
to
the
buy
pistol
any
round
armor or
gets
anything like
A
this.
clean entry over onto the B
So
side.
fine.
Very much just
Get an
grind
extra
things
rifle
to a
into it,
halt.
or
not wanting to
Judge.
get picked off, not wanting to have any kind of surprise
An
shots.
attack
coming through
Judge
from
on a
T1.
Sova.
Take their time, manages to get them the round win.
So they're going to pist around, and they're so confident in their exec.
Strategy, you know,
We've got a gun for the afterplant.
Things up, really trying to get into the heads of their opponents, and already seeing.
Well, let's find out.
Taste of that. It is still very early, but
Same pistol.
so far so
Flash
good for them.
close.
Let's see if they can pick up a bonus here as they
Into
are
knife.
looking to
Give
go
knife.
in. And,
Oh
yeah,
boy.
Carpe's
Well,
pretty
there
good.
goes the
Then
whole
Lotus
strat.
is going to take
This was
one
the
down
guy that was
already.
meant to go into
Yeah,
sight
a
and
little
get
bit of a
flashed in.
different setup there on
So,
the angle, not just
now what?
playing straight in front of Lobster in quotations. As the drone to
Damn,
search.
he got absolutely
Quite spot
melted, by the way.
anything
Yep. Meanwhile, just rotating out of that one is RQ. Kind of hamstrung now at this point. Nice little push out here from Saya player and his buddy Izu, just trying to get some information. Gonna see
Good reaction.
Straya potentially.
It's just around the corner, but as he swings
Yeah.
in, there's a
A little
bulldog, but
heads
also
up
not a
that the
fast
gun's
enough
there.
reaction. Taken down by the headshot is thrown there from Elmi Moore.
Uh-oh.
Cross in towards
They
short.
are just
Double stack
taking
in front
timings
house, one
everywhere.
alley as well. T1 very much have this site stacked up. Turret there for contact.
Someone's watching this though, right? Or at least the turret is. Okay, nice hit on.
Rossi this time not getting
That's
caught.
pretty good.
Gets the catch. Elmi Moore slinking around the back.
30 seconds
Has a
left.
judge in hand, but also the sheriff. But is he ready?
They're
for this
aware of
now?
this
Rossi
every time in
find
there.
that,
Nicely done.
Pivots back over to switch.
Okay,
take out
and then in
flips,
terms of T1
just like
here,
that, it is a
one armor
flawless
rebuy.
deny on the conversion here as T1 get themselves on
It
board.
was a little
round
bit
three.
bold to push here, but I think they had a
Well, it
good
all starts
read.
with
As
the
soon as they
pick
killed this guy, I think they knew that it was a
and then
five-person
after that,
push,
it's
so
kinda
that's why we just
one
had the
by
reaction
one.
over
You saw
towards A.
RQ trying to be very sneaky on the map. Just multiple members trying to sneak into spots, and T1 handled it excellently. Saya player started it off here. A little push himself. Rossi handles this very nicely, sensing the pressure, and then picks up his third right there.
You guys are trash, bro.
Well, it's round three.
Uh-oh.
Maybe a little bit early, but
That's very
Rossi
early.
feeling it, so you gotta respect the confidence. He has been performing well, you know, despite the misfortunes.
Lombot
losses for
just in
T1.
front of the shock.
Still has been putting up decent figures, so it looks like he's off to a very solid start.
Yeah, I do feel like, honestly,
that's one of
in
those ones
Valorant, your confidence level
people
can
clip.
certainly affect how you play. So
Oh,
even
yeah.
if you're just saying it for yourself or also for your teammates, just to get people hyped and say, no, we're better than these guys. You know, he might not absolutely feel like they're trash, but it's good to say it.
Oh yeah, you
And,
gotta, dude, you
get
gotta
your
say
team
that
in the
stuff
right
anyway.
mindset. As
Get everyone
a
super
double peek here,
confident.
Saya player's gonna take him out.
Especially if you're
Straya all alone
swinging
once again,
stuff like this
not
on
gonna
your
win that one.
defense
Just a hair
dry,
off, I mean,
you gotta
even with the double swing, he likely
gotta
would've been
get the
traded,
confidence
but
in the team.
there's potential for him to be able to find
Okay.
that, but Flip's now going to be taken down.
I mean, is this just
Way
not
off the
too dry
Falling
jaws?
spray
But they,
across
I mean,
from
it
Sparrow
was
once
double
again,
double
just
swing
taking
each
quite a bit
time.
of damage. Saw him knocked down to, I think, about 60 in the last round, now down to 50. Scarpe will just, again, double stack in here to boats alongside Excurate. Spraying through. Is Helmy Moore going to be able to displace both of them? And that just goes ahead and equalizes the
Oh
player
man,
count.
the
Really
confidence
freed out as
that
that play
A
comes
was
in.
showing,
Hey,
B
you
was
see
not
they-
showing the
they
same
were just
confidence. That's what
way
I'm
in the
saying.
back, or they did not
They
see
were
that one.
so
Saya's
passive with some of these
so clean
angles.
in this round. I mean, every time it's just one tapping people down. They're going to need him, though, for this retake, as Jemkin and Elmi Moore in a pretty good spot here.
Zuti being across. Rossi now going to be noted. Jemkin having a good idea about where two of them are. Saya noted over in B main as well. It's just about whether or not they can actually stave this off. The rush in. Jemkin going to be able to shut that one down. but
That
now the
was
trade comes in.
nice,
Elmi
though.
Moore
That was so
cleaned up.
impressive. Sick run
3
from
players
Saya.
lost, but still T1
This
getting to the defuse and
3v2
tying up
retake
the
was
scoreline
good.
at 2-2.
Dude, these guys backside needed to
Give that
get
one
some kind of
over to
info.
Yuzu. And very nicely done.
Even just
from
like a
the
jump
side of
spot or
T1.
something at
Really
one
just
point.
starts out with Saya pressuring double peek out of a main. They get that first kill. That's it here. Wasn't even, I mean, it kind of was just Saya by himself. Then he gets this one and picks up a third
Yeah, I mean,
as
that's
well. And eventually he's the first one to go onto the site here, so he does go down, but his
a nice
teammates
round from them.
easily do clean
Just a
that up.
lot of
I love it,
confidence.
because Saya plays the platform in
Okay.
front of him, so it kind of looks like
Attack
like
Odin,
a kid at
defense
the adults
Odin,
table.
and
Yeah.
we are going for
actually
the
is just a
EG
raised
Odin
platform that
spam
he
on
plays
short. As we can see, no one
Whatever
over here,
works.
so they shouldn't get anything.
And looks like the operator's going to work for him this time.
Let's just pass and
See how many kills he can pick up in
Expect
this
an
round
upper
with
middle.
this. As T1 certainly getting back in control of this map with the last couple of round wins.
Yeah, so his teammate covers top
Very much out
mid.
wide.
And we go for the
come
swing
in
on this
from
one, and the
Jimkin.
drone
Wants to
comes
get
in
through,
early.
thrown up over the top. He's
Oh
trying to
man,
overstay and see if he can find anything at all, but
yeah,
this ends up costing
that's so
Jimkin.
funny
Clearly
because
the
they
Rossi as
broke
well.
this
Ted
wall,
Jimkin
which means that
swings
it's
out, catches him
spammable,
trying to escape back
and
into
then he
market.
can just straight up spam
This
it
is a
back.
big blunder here for
They
T1
literally
off the
broke
rip
the
of
wall
rally.
for him.
Yeah, you know,
spam
if
this
you guys
guy.
were watching the desk, the
That's so
pre-show, there was a bit of talk, at least some mention about some overheating from the side of Zeta player. I think extremely aggressive to go ahead and do that, and it almost looked like RRQ were
Oh my
expecting
god,
it,
I'm
right?
back
They
here.
had a nice setup, drone over the top, and immediately the second he's spotted, he's just dead.
Good luck.
Screw it.
One.
Deep. Needs to be able to get out of this
Kill
position.
3.
He does take 2 down
Did
with
2,
him, so
still did
solid
great.
effort
But
from the new IGL is that is
Oh.
not where you wanted the team to be.
no,
Carpe able to get the punish there onto his
absolute blunder, bro.
Down. Now things very well can slip out of their hands. Carpe at 71 sends out the dart.
30 seconds left.
Moore gets himself across the opposite side, the drone to try to chase. Pulls back into the site itself. Oh, but does Carpe read this? Well, now he hears the tap on the spike, so he knows. Shock dart thrown down. Moore taking a little bit of
That
damage,
was
but
really close. The
challenges
shock
around
was
the
on his
corner,
head as
finds
well.
the headshot,
I mean,
and
they were
manages to
gonna.
bail
It looked like they were
RRQ
gonna win the
So
round
the
anyway
entry
until the
started,
missed
pretty
TP.
rough,
which
you know, with
honestly
Zero
would have
picking up
been
two, but then
devastating.
was able to
Australia's
push their
gotta
way on
thank
in. This
them.
is the start, by the way. They just get the spot onto Saya. They get the pick on Arasi. And you're thinking it's all over. It eventually was. Got pretty interesting down in the 1v1, and Elmior handles this very well.
So I'd have to watch that back again, you know, from the original POV. But I think one of the biggest things that you need, if Saya's going to go on that kind of push, that 0 point from Rossi needs to come out as soon as you hear the initial setup from that drone to go ahead and cancel it. If you're able to do that, Saya can get away with positioning that aggressively. But without that, he just gets tagged and absolutely taken down. Hunter's Fury now out from Elmi Moore, just fishing to see if he finds
This is a
any
free
kind of straight
site.
connection here.
And money is very, very
Widely
low.
just keeps them pushing
And
into the sites,
not
which
the
now
best guns to
going to be
retake in
hit,
terms of an
spray,
op,
crude.
but they have
One shot there on the
knives.
flips in the
You would
leg.
imagine they pop knives for this one, but you can't pop knives when this is going on, so
T1
pretty
gonna be
hard
looking
retake. And we gotta
to-
take a
yeah,
look
that's,
at
you know, that
the
drone.
Killjoy, who pushes
looking at
through
getting
mid
on in
as
here
the
in the
KO
retake.
ult hits the
The
Killjoy, takes down the
Aussie
alarm
trying to look
bot,
behind him at
and no
tree.
one
This
is
lurk from
even
Xpero, but they already
considering the
managed to
lurk
find
at the
one.
moment.
Carpet just getting taken out by
So all
that
they gotta do
ball
on
bank
site is
through.
delay, because
Off
this
comes
guy
Saya,
is
not gonna be able to
behind
get the
2.
connection. Now Xpero strikes, looking for 3.
What a
He's able to
lovely
find
round
it.
from them.
Rotate around the back to jump onto the corner.
What
and
a
Saya player
lovely,
cannot
lovely
line up the
round
shot
from them.
fast enough.
Straight up A site hit.
Xpero,
You got the
as
delay,
RRQ
they're all
get 4
focusing
rounds.
on
Yeah,
retake, and
keep
then
in
the
mind,
person just
T1
walks past as the
heavily
util goes down.
contesting in that round as well. Another
Big round.
operator for Saya, and they get flawless on just a clean entry. And look at that. I mean, that's pretty rough for Carpe. And then not checking this angle, Xpero, perfect timing to just get them down. And Saya's like, well, I'm trapped. I might as well just go for it. Yeah, he's got a lot to say about that one, and I would be hyped after that.
Yeah,
play myself as
and
well.
to do this on a big buy round as well was really, really good.
Significantly weaker
They know
bot,
they
but
can't
got the
afford the
Blade Storm
Odin,
behind
so
this.
they go
We know
for their
Saya,
B
what
hit.
kind of magic he can work with that.
Is it the same B hit as earlier? No, it's
Damage
not.
across Xpero and Elmi Moore getting tagged up.
I was wondering if just any
Lockdown is
opportunity
available,
they
so
know
they
they
wanna go
don't
ahead
have an
and
Odin,
invest
they
this.
just go for this B hit, because they know it's so good, but this is a different one.
This looks like that is going to be the call.
Killjoy ult goes in, there is a area back site,
see
but
how
a lot of time
aggressive
there's
he
util for
decides
this,
to get.
and we are going
Certainly,
forward.
He's going to try to give his life for the cause here. Up over the top, does manage to find one. Carpe, at the same time, finishing off Elmi Moore.
Carpe got a kill? Yeah, these guys have to double flood.
Flips, recovering fire,
Yeah.
able to find Excurate. Carpe now dead, and Scion player will.
I mean, they had to try to protect the guy back site. Still a 2-on-2. This guy's here very early, and this is Spank.
All things considered, not too bad for the side of T1.
Very early.
Might be able to get this pick. Zizou gonna get the jump on Australia.
I thought he was
The
gonna miss
spike is
him.
down. Still a lot of time.
Oh,
but
Yeah, he
not
nicely
gonna
done
be
in the
able
end
to
from
win that one.
T1.
Zizou pretty crisp.
Yeah, bold play
Couple
over,
to
over
give
towards
T1 the
B to
win
go
and
for this.
Blind.
Carpe
That was
hit,
an eco
like
for them. I
Carpe's
think they
shot
had
is the only reason in my mind
an
this one's
effective
doable.
thrifty for the side
There's
of
a lovely
T1.
fast,
That is a
flank
round
as
that
well.
You are going to be frustrated by if you're RRQ.
So they get some gun upgrades as well on top of this.
Had the
Dude, this
Tane,
is
yes, some early damage.
back and forth, Philly.
I mean, Zaya saying, you know what, I will sacrifice myself to at least try to get a trade. Flips, opens things up really nicely, but it's this misunderstanding about where Izu could be.
Oh.
Not respecting that potential flank through B main, and then just stranding the spike.
Very
Yeah.
nice adjustment there at the end as well.
T1's money's still
Zizou.
pretty low.
It's
This is
a pretty
low
important
also,
kill to
but
get to make sure it doesn't
there's
go to
other people with
a
high money, and we have
1v1
knives, so
scenario.
next round is a
Spike
buy
kill
for
on a lot
RRQ
of
if they
time.
lose this.
Here's Saya once
T1
again, this
eco,
time
but they
trying to
got
get
it. I mean,
aggressive.
you want to see all
with
three
the
of these
operator.
ults. Maybe
I
not
guess
as much this
not
one,
just
but
this time,
at least these
just
two
in
ults.
general side of things. And he's going to take out the turret.
Clear on the alarm bot. It's just the poking and prodding phase. Both squads trying to take away some of this more stagnant utility from the other side. Make sure they can't be notified. Saya once again going on a bit of a walkabout, playing a fairly
Timing
narrow
does
angle.
not fill me
Checks
with confidence
over towards
on
the
this.
left, nothing spotted. Dash to the ready. Oh, spots one, but Elmimore just
Yeah,
continues
you
to
gotta
swing
commit
in.
with that.
Catches him in the head, right there through the corner. Now flash denied as Rossi does get nullified, and Jemkin will be able to go ahead and take him down.
This looks like if you wait long enough over towards A, Sai is gonna
RQ now
peek
with
you.
4 members will be able to get the plant, and I think overall T1, Carpe and Extra left alive. are gonna have
Like
to
how many
score for
Yeah, they're just
how many rounds has
running
he
the opposite
peaked?
way. Just
Pretty much
you know,
every round so
we
far,
did
apart from a
have,
few.
maybe a little bit of fight here actually, as Xfero thinking about maybe trying to take them out, but
All of the big Byrons,
yeah,
actually.
certainly the fact that Sai is just going to be caught out essentially for free, and then the entry is so quick from the side of RRQ, didn't really leave T1 with many options. As we did, I think it was Rossi not able to throw a flash out either, just gets daggered and does get the 1 kill, but then it was kind of just an easy cleanup for RRQ, leading to a pretty free round here.
Yeah, I mean, Xfero's still hunting.
It was just a peek.
He will get taken
It
down.
didn't make
And
sense
this
to
is about the
do
worst
this
case
little peek.
scenario. I was going to say, I honestly wouldn't
Like,
mind them
walk
just sitting back
out.
and allowing these two
Like,
players
if you want to
stay alive,
walk out,
usually
and
because
especially when you
Xfero
popped your
was just
dash,
1 charge away from
just,
having the lockdown. Now he has that
like, be ready
online
to
going
shoot.
into the next round. Would've
And do,
gotten
like,
it,
a little
you know,
info
if he had been
jiggle.
killed, that would have cost him his weapon, but he would still gain that
Caesar,
very
thank you so
crucial
much for the
ultimate.
13 months.
Now he
Thank
has
you,
the
thank
Vandal
you.
and the lockdown going into this one as a timeout. I believe
You know
is
what,
being called.
Caesar? I think there's a chance that happens. Do you know how mad that is?
See how this one goes down. Oh, they just kind of line up for it, and slight adjustment.
Things
for
they need to look
Jemkin
about 20
finish off
times
that
better
third
than they did
member.
last time, but
And it is a timeout from the side of T1. All things considered, I mean, still kind of close in terms of 5v3.
dude, is this literally a timeout to
in
just
round
tell
score,
Saya
but
to chill out a little
For
bit?
me, outside of that one,
Like you're
kinda
forcing it
mix-up
too
with
hard.
the Near thrifty from T1, I think RRQ is mostly in
I think
control of
Bleed
this
beats
map so far.
Zeta. I think there's like a
It's been
more of a chance than people
overall,
think.
you know, at times a
I
little
think
bit
it's like
scrappy.
a
There is certainly some
35,
bite behind the bark here from
65
T1 today.
to Bleed.
But
As in
starting
to
off on the defender's
35
side,
to
you want to
bleed.
be able to rack
Let
up
me, let me
several
correct
more
that.
rounds
35% to Bleed.
See how they
65 to
fare.
Zeta.
to get ready to go back into this one. But for now, quick interjection from Coach Autumn. Pump the brakes.
But I think I'm still on the
What would you
Bleed
say,
copium for a lot of it.
Ilios, if you were the coach in that moment?
I mean, given
Because-
his success rate after timeout,
Because
the
last,
overall
because
performances
last
of the
couple of,
team, I
well,
would
their
probably
last
take
game
a
was an absolute
peek out
shocker.
of Alex's book and just say, turn your brains off and shoot a little bit better.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes
I
that's all
don't want you to
need.
think. I just want you to play.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
do think that
RRQ
the
change it
shots
up
have
to their
been fine.
fast
I
A,
think that
and
they've
are they
kind
not
of
just
been
going to
calling
get hit by the
their hands down a
knife?
couple too many
Flash goes
times.
in, they go close, recon at the top,
Although
knife goes
sometimes
in,
secret
hits
plays
2.
from guys like Saya,
Okay, so all they wanted
have
to do is
kinda
just
given them the
aggro A
advantage as
control.
well. Especially out of that A main, we have seen a couple of times. But outside of that,
1, 2,
it's been
3,
mostly
4.
just him getting punished.
Another big buy round for them, so I would like to
He's
see
gonna
these
pick up a
ults.
Vandal this time
Does it go
around.
the same
Might
way
still
as
look to get aggressive,
other
but
round we had?
RQ all here, going down the catwalk.
Don't.
Saya again, wanting to go for this
Don't.
peek, but they're inside
Okay.
the smoke now here on Cat. Double sacking
Well,
opposite side player able to find
At least
one.
his
Now
confidence
smoke
is
in the
still
base.
there.
They both
At
strike
least
at
they're
2-2
on short
overall.
to
Elmimore down
potentially
to
trade
60.
him.
Dash forth, trying to get themselves into the site, and
Bro.
Carpe just not ready for it. Jemkin just dashes in and
I've never
instantly
seen
naps
a
him.
team that
Yeah,
wants
you can
to
tell that
be so
Carpe was like,
proactive
"Wait,
on their
what?
defense.
What? Like, it just seemed like the communication failing, or they didn't quite spot them getting in onto the site, and now it's going to be up to Saya next year to try to retake this one.
I'm not sure you need to do that on this map.
Spots him. Jemkin
Like,
just
it's good to
stepping
throw
back,
in
not
every
allowing him to get
time,
the
like every
peek
so
line up.
often.
Swing in.
Oh,
They're both lined
oh,
up
whoa,
now,
whoa,
though.
whoa.
Saya takes him down. Doesn't even take any damage.
Damn,
for his troubles,
okay,
and
well.
Extra will find Estrella. What a
Respect, man.
turnaround here.
He's popped everyone.
From a
You know,
surefire
Double
win
short
for
again,
T1
bro.
to,
50
for
now.
RRQ
You're up to
into a
50.
T1 victory
5
here with
gifted
this diffused
right now.
Saya
Thank you
player
so much, chat.
breaks
You know
it
what to do?
down.
Get some slug
mean,
Oilers in.
Coach Achilles, you were kind of right. They turned their brains
Crazy
off,
guy,
but they
bro.
hit their shots at the end of the day.
50 in like 3 days.
Very nice angle from Saya, and then
Thank you so much for the support, man.
picks up
Appreciate you.
3. Excurrent does finish it off at the end.
Yeah, and that's a relieving sight there for Autumn.
Yeah, they're happy, but They don't look too satisfied just yet. Still a close map.
Thank you
Still
so
a
much,
lot
man.
of
Appreciate
pressure.
you. Thank you, thank you.
Estrella was IGLing today. 0-5 and 3.
Damn, bro. What?
Well, sometimes that's
Walk
the way
contact
it goes.
over towards A as well. Money at
Balled in
least
there.
after
That's
this
a
is
side
pretty
note.
good, and they still have a lot of ults. So
Now,
maybe after this
really heavy
timeout,
stack
they feel a
outside
bit
of the A site
revitalized.
here
It
for
still didn't feel
RQ,
with
still
like a
money
confident
system
rounds.
purchase, but
It was more just a
not able to
solo
get that
play
dash
again.
off in time.
In fact, a lot of
Jemkin's entry
T1's rounds have been
getting
solo
disrupted. Very nice
plays,
0
just
point
like
there from
Hero.
Rossi
Oh
as
boy,
Hunter's Fury now coming through from Carpe.
what's the
But he
key with
comes
this?
Back over towards Wine, and Eggs not quite going to be found.
I mean,
but
honestly,
Rossi just reading a time.
worked out pretty sick.
Fury probably pushed them back. They're
Tags
gonna
him in
try
the
to get
corner and
themselves
just gets to
back
spam
over
after.
in towards A main and away from this archway. It just reads
Zaya,
it to absolute
I'm looking at the
perfection.
mini map.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
the
surprised he
timing of
was
that
middle
almost
or
as if
middle
he
here.
had vision. I
5
mean, it was
HP though,
incredible.
like he's a little bit
How He
unlucky.
does line that one up. Saya does get punished in mid though, and now RQ maybe looking to regroup this direction. Carpe's got to set up here towards Tree, but it does look like they could be heading towards B at this point in time, as it is
Oh,
only
this is kind of nice though.
Xscared, of course, on
Knife
the
goes
kill
in
table
and they
over
hit
on this
one in
side.
terms of the omen.
Maybe gonna look in a peek
They
to see what
decide
they
to
can
go B
see.
here right now.
And
would
they're not gonna
heavily
see
work.
Anything as
The
T1 at
knife-
the moment are just playing the
I mean,
sights.
If this omen had omen ult, then maybe.
And we do
Ah, man, they
have
do the
a
leak
setup
smoke
here.
as well.
Carpe's just lining them up, picks up 2 for the one.
Yeah, and this
Elmore
omen
finally
should
does
be
take him
getting
down.
kills in a sec. When does the
Trying
smoke
to get in
go?
here quickly, but as they make the attempt, Izu and
Yeah,
Rossi,
I
one
thought it was
more
going to work
apiece
out
to go
well.
ahead and
Like,
close
obviously,
things
this was a
down.
very
That
good
is
knife,
now
and I
T1
thought once
tying it
this
up at
omen got
5
hit,
to
they were
5.
just going to try and go
Timeout
over
working
towards B.
wonders here for the squad. Still a bit
yeah,
of
pretty
cash,
heavy
though, to work
committed.
through, but winning this round, that'll break things down even further.
Man,
for
I
the
need
side
to
of
just watch the
RQ.
minimap to see where Saya goes.
I mean, this is what really
He's
just
just on a solo
in the
mission
works.
every single
all
time.
3 players getting caught by
He did
that
nearly
0
get the
point.
kill, though.
Jemkin can't go for the entry. He can't try to create space, and then they just end up losing flips to that very nicely timed spray from Rossi.
Wonder what Rossi had to say after that one. I mean, he's feeling pretty good. I'm sure he's got the most kills on the team. Is now
Different type of B hit this time.
trying to look for someone here as the quick
Similar
lead getting
Yuto
on
in
the
terms
site,
of
but this
flash
entry
and
not quite
sight.
as clean as the first
Rossi's
one,
ready
and
this
now
time.
the rest of the team
Rossi's
is
got to
gonna follow
somehow
up
get
for Rossi.
another.
Here with a nice flash, kind of flashes himself at the side there, and Elmore will take him down.
Yeah, this one, it's far too chaotic here. For Saya player to try to line up any of those shots.
Yeah,
with the
there's too much
operator.
damage
Joe
down
now
here.
up over
It
the
is
top,
another
spots
2v3
one
though, we've
market,
seen this one.
Xscared now noted, and now
Okay,
taken
well.
down. Elmore making the best of that Guardian. Carpe with a reveal of his own is able to find one, swings on the corner, and can't quite line up
So
the other. So
stupid, man.
RQ,
This gun.
they lose a couple rounds in a row. They
6
say,
on
right, let's
attacks,
up the
looking
pressure,
very nice at the
storm their
moment.
way into the A site. Is it clean? Absolutely not. Is it entertaining? You're damn right. They get themselves a round win and now up to 6.5.
Yes, yeah,
As clean as long as
I
you
agree
get
with
the
you.
round win. That's what I always
Like
say.
on paper, it shouldn't
Oh, yeah, I
be
mean,
looking
We heard it from
as
Ewok
bad as
himself,
it
you know,
is.
in regards to
The bleed.
Flips having 0 kills on that last Icebox. He's like, I don't care as long as we're winning. It's like his calling is
Yeah.
going well. I don't care about individual performance. Scoreboard doesn't matter.
Just win the rounds.
What the heck?
Jemkin goes and dies, you know, kind of messing up some of the utility.
Surely
from
it's
the other
nerfed by
members. Doesn't
champs?
matter.
Man, I don't
Just
think
get
so.
in, win the rounds, get aggressive.
I don't think they're even gonna touch the gun.
Kind of surprised they didn't send it again, but maybe trying to peek, maybe trying to find Saya if he were to.
Yeah, this
peek out of
this
A
one
main
might
once
work
again.
a bit better. A
This
main
time,
controlled, they
just,
hit the omen, but look at
peeking out
this.
of B main.
Rossi on
He
top
might
of the
be
fact
first
that
person
they
to
have
contact if
omen
RQ
ult,
do commit to this push
so
towards B.
They open
really
things
just
up with
maybe
that
too
null
obvious on
command.
this one.
Here's to see if Saya actually tries to stand his ground. He won't have the egg.
Because omen gets hit by the knife and then they go back and then
Oh boy.
Just around the corner.
someone at least called they had
read this.
omen ult.
Oh, the
And
flash, they swing in a little bit too late. Now Rossi here in main, able to
One
put
more?
2 down on the ground.
Massive.
Rossi with an effective third.
yeah, and just get out of there and wait
Is
for
that
your
a res?
teammate.
Quick tap on it around the corner, but they need to try to fight their way
Cool.
out of this one. Estrella will be able to find the headshot. Shutting down Rossi here for the moment. Paranoia across, swings out.
Nice shot
Ends up
still.
falling.
Okay, 6-6. I
That
feel
is
like
6
T1
here on the
considering
half.
where it was at one point, like the full
As-
2, should be
yeah,
pretty
well,
happy with
he finally
this.
used the lockdown
Yeah.
after the half was over, but
Again, I've still
wasn't
never
fully
seen
necessary.
defense
as well, I
half
guess.
that was like
yeah, very
this
close
aggro.
map so far,
Not
6
like
to
set
6,
strats
three back
aggro,
forward.
just
Feels
like I wanna
T1
peek
kinda getting
everyone
back on the
aggro.
horse, calling the timeout at 5-3 deficit and picking up 3 out of
Clove?
the
Nah, I
last
don't think we'll
4.
see any
to get
Clove
it to
until
certainly kind of
do.
calming things down, not getting as crazy with the peaks, and just holding some angles.
We'll
and it
see though.
worked
A
out.
week is a
RQ
good.
did get that one aggressive round,
The only
but
way you're gonna see it is if
outside
a
of
team
that,
has a
feels
really
like we
bad
have a
map
pretty close,
and they're trying to just work out how to
got a
make
pretty
it
cute
better.
friend with this stuffed animal there on the desk. But yeah, pretty close map in this one.
Like they're just trying to
And I suppose
have a new
our
look on
T1
it, basically.
prediction's not too off the wall.
go
after all.
Friday.
To be fair, I would consider you as the lone T1 predictor. Williams is not fully because he believes in T1. It's more because every time he predicts for RQ, he curses them and he loves them more than just about
Still
anything.
counts as a pred. Whatever the reason, he did put it on T1.
We'll see if you guys are rewarded for that. As Rossi, a hell
Okay,
of a performance
RQ
so
1-0
far,
in terms of the
leading in
pistols.
kills here in the lobby at this moment. Now we switch sides, RQ over to the defense. T1 though, heavy stack, full 5 members over in B lobby.
Wait, are they doing their B rush back to them? That's so funny.
Might try to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, they're
You
doing
remember
their B
round
rush
one,
back to them.
We saw RQ coming in, just pressing W, just going right over the top.
Scarlet could
They look like they're just gonna
could stop
paranoia
this,
off the
though.
rip, probably a dash.
So he's lined up with
over
a
the top,
one-way,
maybe off the back
and then
of
does
this
he
one.
instant Omen Flash once he hears them going
Stray's gonna be able
close?
to try to get away from this one. His paranoia
Yes,
does
he
connect.
does.
He's gonna be held by that 0
Recon
point,
to
but
stop
Shock
this.
Dart locked in,
Shock
looking
Dart
for some
is
damage.
good,
Rossi
but
already
Rossi's
able to find
hit
the
an
opening kill. It's gonna be
absolute
balls.
shot.
Messiah getting
This guy back
more as
aside needs
well.
to kill 2.
Straight spotted, noted here in boats, flash straight into his face, still comes away with 1.
As
While being
and
full
the
blast,
BXX
but
on
ultimately
pistol right
it's
now
just
looking
Flipshot
great.
by himself.
Yeah, at the end of the day.
I mean, I think Rossi hit an absolute. What the?
He can't quite land those shots. He had so many
Yeah, but did his?
opportunities,
I
and
felt
will
like
pick
his
up a
crosshair was
third,
on.
So
Can you
T1
tap slower?
right on the board here from the attacker side, and that is going to be fantastic. Trying to get some momentum for yourself in the second half on ROQ's map pick. And once again, just we did have, you know, the one man here on the site surviving for a decent amount of time, but wasn't quite enough as the entry came swiftly in onto B.
7-6, T1 tying up the pistol round count.
They won Sheriff, and
Decent investment here.
everyone buys into this one, and they got a farming gun.
Another pistol in their hands.
Dude, knife hit 4, so they insta push over towards B. Gotta speed up if they wanna. I mean, they know the knife hit them. They gotta speed up.
Elmore really investing much of anything as
Knife
he
goes
for that
in,
Sheriff, something
drone
that
goes out.
made him known. Performance with those Sheriffs
Okay,
in hand.
there's a nice speed up from them. I
Forward
was a little
does
bit worried.
manage to tag him up though. Saya wanting to take a peek in towards heaven, spots the shoulder, and Straya not swinging wide enough to identify Saya player, does end up falling down.
Yeah, gonna be a pretty tough ask here for the side of RQ. Let's see how they want to do this. Maybe just straight up through the door. As Excurant is here, just spraying him down. Even
He
Flash
just
did not
eats
matter.
the flash
Yuzu
that
up
gets
top as
everyone
well.
anyway.
And that's
Okay,
gonna be the end of
1
Elmore
kill into this
on
one,
top lane.
and
So
no
8-6.
extra armor rebuys, so
T1
very
in
nice.
control at the moment, and yeah, I mean, just pretty straight up stuff. Kind of reminds me of the way that RQ played it from the attacker side at the beginning of the map. Go B one time really quick, go A little bit slower, and then eventually just execute onto the site.
It's never quite far enough out to be able to spot him. I mean, you know, you have a weapon advantage. You know that you're pretty screwed in that position. You might as well just hold your ground, hold down M1. Excurant rewarded for that. As
M1.
else one.
You don't call it left click?
Left click, whatever.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say M1.
Well, you have now.
Yeah.
Excurant not opting to spend too much, wants to have his
Okay,
economy.
punish over
really
towards A
sync with
main,
the rest of the squad.
what they want to do.
Harpe or Izu fly up the Sheriff for him.
And that is
but
not how you
Straya
do
trying
it.
to
How's
make
he
something
done that
happen
with a
here
Spectre?
Outside of A, and they just end up getting
Surely
cut
use some
down.
util there.
Izu coming up huge.
Yeah, that's pretty rough, and it's going to be a couple of upgrades as well for T1. So they just get onto the site for free, and RQ are just running
say.
away.
Oh no, it's one of these rounds.
That is not
Oh,
the round you
boy.
want to see if you're RQ. I wouldn't even be
T1
surprised
get
if
the
we see
upgrades,
timeout called
full site,
either now or on the next round.
all the
because
money.
That one was, they got kind of mowed down in A main, and now the round is
Oh
just over.
boy.
I've already written down on my sheet that they called a timeout because I feel very confident that that is exactly what's
I'm
going
really
to
surprised
happen.
it went down
I
like
mean, they have
this.
2 left, so.
Commit-
the bonus conversion here for
commit
T1 on
here,
this attacker
then
side,
commit
that
here.
is a dangerous spot to be in for RQ.
I'm fine with the
They're
first
fanning out.
commit, because
They
then
want
it, well,
to
it
be
should
able to
be
get rid of
like
these weapons.
info
They haven't
jiggle
suffered too many
to
losses
almond
in these
flash
opening
into.
rounds, so no one is particularly
anything
close to
but
building up
this.
their ultimates, so if they can get rid of some of these
And then
weapons,
should the jet not
that would
be the
a
one
major boon.
first?
Oh
No.
boy,
Oh,
Zaya
that-
spotting Elmimore. The gun barrel giving things away. Xpharaoh will be able to take him out. Keeps his own weapon in his hands, but that is a
Yeah, and what we're gonna
brutal
do
way
is
to
start
lose
looking
out
over
on an
towards
additional
here.
rifle right at the end of
5,
the round, and as we see
5.
the
This
clock
is
stops,
7.
Timeout confirmed.
Wow,
my
what is
goodness.
that?
Yeah, it almost was like T1 got in there before RRQ realized. Even though there was the one guy in wine, they just didn't see them walking in. And then, obviously, they were a bit caught off guard. And then Izu's just able to spray them down. I think he's the one that confirmed the kills, but he had a couple of his teammates shooting as well. And it was almost like they just got caught off guard. And it was a free entry into A with that overcommittal.
Yeah, that
from
sounds like
RRQ,
Prius.
And then it was just over, as we saw. So, easy time to call a timeout. And I'm not a coach. I'm not sure what I would say in this one.
Hey,
to be able to clear the
you
heads
gotta
of the
make sure they
players.
win this round.
Focus back in on
This
this.
is a rough start here.
Identify where things are going wrong, what the misreads are, what the tendencies are of T1, at least the ones that they've been showing thus far on this attack side.
Yeah, it has to be better than that
Shore
over
up those
towards A main.
weaknesses,
That is not the one
those
by any
whatever
means.
gaps you might be having here in the
Especially
first three.
when it's like a bonus
T1's
round, so they can
intervention is
just
going to be good
do
enough for RQ
they can
to
do
stop
something
this
bold like a
now
contact.
effective 4-round win streak across both halves for T1. Still, I mean, they have a
Okay, the
Spectre
money
in
diff
hand.
is
Well,
up.
I
It's
haven't had
crazy.
to
We
really
got
get rid of this,
2
so
people that
just
close to
use it.
6K. We got
Saving up that money
3 people
for
that
the
have to
latter
eco
half
next
of
round.
this
Unless they get
second
up.
half.
I mean, no, they're wrecked.
Let's see what this is going to look like for the side of RRQ. They have 3 guys in mid and around pizza at the moment. So
Oh, no.
that's not the way you
Oh
want it to go.
my.
Zale
Rossi
gets
also-
sprayed
What is
down.
going on? How does this
Just through the
recon?
smoke.
How is the
And
recon allowed to do
whatever
this?
okay, whatever
Whoa.
was discussed might not matter too much anymore. As Flip
No,
swings in, the
man.
paranoia hits him. What an effort for him, though. Be able to find those 2 kills, but
Yeah, he looked angry.
3
And,
people middle, no dart
you know,
breakers.
not gonna get the
Did
ace.
these 2 just have a
That
comm
is-
issue?
That's almost worse than the round we saw last time. I mean,
Yeah, the 2
3
rounds
people
we've seen
mid,
in a
and you
row
get
are an
scouted,
absolute
nobody gets
disaster,
to
man.
start, And everybody just gets sprayed down.
How's
There
no
was
one shooting the
escape
start?
for those 3 members, and it was an easy cleanup for T1. Kind of reading the situation very well as well. As you'll see, the dart comes in. And it
Bro,
double
that's a
bounces, and
normal
they just
dart.
They can't clear it in time.
it seems like they just were not prepared for where that one was going to end
Yeah.
up. I mean, you know, again, solid effort from Flips to be able to look like maybe that was going to be turnable, but
What do you reckon? They both
put on his best fishy chair
They
impersonation
both
with that Guardian.
hit
in
the
hand.
Yeah.
it was
Shout out
knife
to Carpe, very nice angle, I
knife
guess,
into
on the dart,
flash.
but you got to be ready for those.
Then they both
So
ate
now
the
here comes
flash and no one's
T1.
playing
Once
anti-flash.
again, slow push onto A.
Being coming down, expecting that recon at any moment, but they're just holding this, and this means that because they're just creeping
So
forward,
they're
they have
walking
no
on
idea that
sight.
they're in the sun. I mean, look at
Oh
Estrella.
my
He has
goodness,
no
man.
idea whatsoever. Chemkin now
It is
overwhelmed,
falling
swarmed,
apart.
ends up falling at
They-
T1. What a
Dude, the
call.
call
What
is
a read.
nice
They say,
though.
okay, you know
To
what?
just
We'll just
contact,
enter
walk
with
all the
no
way in. The
detail.
calling's been nice on this.
And now the
Holy
cleanup continues,
hell.
and T1 are running away
So
with
they
this
know they're
half.
scared
This
over
is
towards A
domination.
main because of
And
what happened earlier.
whoever it was,
They just
I
take the
assume
free space
that,
and just
you know,
walk all the way
it was
in.
probably
Oh
accurate.
my goodness,
We'll give
this
him the
is
credit, given that it's his first day IGL.
these 3 rounds are an
to just
absolute
not send the
disaster for
recon.
RRQ.
Let's just walk into sight. There's nothing
Yeah.
set up here to play contact for
No
them.
one plays anti-flash
There's
in
no
the round
alarm bot,
before.
There's no turret.
Well, I mean, we
Let's
go all
just
the way
get
back,
into the
right? No one
site,
did any
don't
Uto
send
and A
anything,
main.
and
No one
peek
played
some
any
corners
flash
that
for
are
the
likely hiding
flash.
behind.
Might as
Then
well
got hit
throw
by the
another timeout at
recon.
this point, but,
And then
you
next
know, the
round,
last
no
one
one's
didn't
even
work,
facing
and the
or
last
jump
2 rounds
spotting
look
over
like that.
towards
I
B.
don't know if this is going to help.
I mean,
You gotta
A,
try.
sorry.
I mean, it's kind of funny, too, because you would imagine the mind games, right? They kind of got screwed by a recon dart in the round right before. So they're like, okay, let's be really ready. Let's be ultra focused to see if a dart comes in.
Oh, they're melting,
And
yeah.
then you just don't send it, right? You just walk at them.
Don't take my Shanghai
total
thing
mind
back.
game domination from the side of T1, and I don't know what's gotten into them, but they look pretty incredible
Yeah, they
in the
look.
second half. And RRQ,
I mean, I
have
think
had
this is
zero
RRQ messing
answers.
up. I will say that this last round
Insane.
doesn't worry me too much for RRQ because this is, I mean, obviously
make the
someone
call, let's
should be
just
jump
dunk walk
spotting,
into
especially when it's
A
just so fun to jump
Everything will
spot
go
here
well.
easy.
It was
RQ
very
now.
unexpected, to say the
But
least.
Yeah,
most,
and I mean,
yeah,
now this is
I've
so many
rarely
things that RQ
see
need
team
to
call
be
this. This is like such a
cognizant of,
CS
and
goal,
they need to
man.
try
It's
to, you know,
pretty good.
expect and predict which
Just a
thing
contact
T1 is
walk
going
all
to
the
try
way
to
in.
do. Are they going to play default? Are they going to play contact? Are they going to send out this
Triple
util and try to
Guardian.
find picks through wall bangs? Are they going to just walk in? There's a multitude of options.
Yeah. Are they just going to
Marcus
walk
goes
with
into,
us?
yeah, it's insta effect.
Something
It's
you generally
insane.
have to be careful for. As
Things
Same
they've been
Dart
looking
comes through,
good,
but
but
nobody on the side of RQ is there. As they're just going to
That
play it
was
a bit
a-
more passively
That
this
was a
time
nightmare.
around.
Yep, very quietly done here from T1.
Right here.
They've go
Your
short
point,
and they
not
both
noting
dodged the
anything there.
knife.
They're making a little bit of noise. A couple pings will come down into mid.
IGLing, X-Curators.
Yeah, really, it's just Jemkin who is watching this angle. If anyone is going to go through market, we've seen Saya just try to lurk forward, bit by bit, trying to creep forward before. But for now, just keeping it very quiet.
See though, this type of that's a nice knife. This type of IGLing, when you're just doing stuff like that, like an IGL that's happy to throw something so
Barrel
risky
still-
in,
Okay, standing his ground for the moment.
good man.
Continues to want to try to fight this one.
Will work well
Will
in
just be
Valorant, I
backing
think.
away
But most people do have
Lumber,
some kind of
but
contact
looks like they're
though.
decently aware of that.
Most people are at least jump
Was
spotting.
considering sending the nano over to that position for the brief little moment.
Does the
Watch
flash
now,
hit?
full
Yes, it does.
blind as Xpero swing out.
Holy
Just
hell.
full whiffs
They
across
win
the board as
all
4
four.
players disappear. T1 just Thanos snapping them out of existence, and suddenly it is only Estrella left.
They
Zaya
have 4 there, they all got
spotting,
deleted. Okay,
taking
the
them
map
down
is
to
so
teammates
done.
as
6
T1 get
chances.
themselves up to map point.
T1 kind of just dunking on him now. They play it quietly, and then they go for a very clean push. And RQ was ready. They had 4 people there. They were ready for the push, and it didn't matter.
What do you think about rotating
came
IGLs
forward
could be the new meta?
from
No, I don't
Rossi,
suggest it,
and
man.
they were just not
Honestly.
able to stop it.
It
One
normally
flash
shows a
through,
bad sign, but
and
it
this
looks
is
like
where
they
it
needed
all went
something.
wrong. Just, you know, spotting one by one the members. Really nice flash to come through on the entry from T1.
Oh my.
It's kind of saying the same thing that I was. There's not really much else to say
Yeah,
about it. It's just domination
6 on
at
this
point.
one.
Yeah, they are absolutely feeling it here.
Bro, I mean, they haven't got a defense
Not
round
dropping
yet.
a single round here in this half. T1
Shock goes in. I don't like this strat
just
though.
get
Late
this streak
shock goes in
all
so
the
you
way
can
across,
insta
up
take
to
timing
13
if it
and
does
move on
break
to
the
their own map pick
alarm
of
bot.
Lotus, which has been
Ripple swing
very
offshore.
consistent for them.
Do they just try and go back and jaw this?
Well, just some
Must be
shots
so
of change
tempting
there.
for these mid
Jimkin
people.
taking one on the shoulder. Sparrow trying to maintain control of mid, but it doesn't have the alarm bot here to play off of. Turret still on cooldown.
Whoa.
Command invested.
KO. Oh,
Going
pops. They
across
pick the
is
site with
the
2
push now.
people, no one on
B
site.
side
Where's my
more
smoke
here.
at?
Guardian in hands, able to find one.
Did he
Can't
get
quite
hit by the
second.
KO
Sparrow
wall?
trying to get the
Yeah,
drag
he
across,
did.
But Rossi again! Another 3K. What is it? The third, the fourth one. Jemkin will be able to find Carpe. They now bring it into a 2v3. Rossi down low on HP. A fragment.
How's he
flash.
got the
All
first
Clips
2
has to
though?
work with.
Oh, if he just clicks. Just kind of staring each other down through the smoke.
Smoke about to dissipate.
They know they're coming from that direction as well. Xcurid playing this angle very, very nicely.
Yeah, I mean this one's
They
done.
are
One Omen
locked in.
flash. Okay, that was
Izu
a.
sets
First
it
of
up
all,
for him.
this was an
Swing onto the
impressive
corner,
attack
kills
half.
come through, and
Araki messed
T1
up in a lot of
have an
big rounds,
absolute
but the calling was like
perfect
good
run
to
in
make
the
sure they
second
actually
half of
capitalized
the
on
map.
it.
13-6. They take down RRQ.
Dude, like
and
just
RRQ's
stop
map
believing in
pick of
RRQ
Ascent.
when this happens.
Yeah, T1
At least,
looking like a different team today.
it's looking
This is
okay
kind
for
of
my
what we
pick'ems,
expected
I
from
guess,
the
but-
beginning of the split. And it looks like finally in the second half of this map, they were able to show up in a big way. RRQ can't quite say the same. They're going to have to come
Flat chat
back
today? Yes.
on
I don't know
Lotus
what
and
segments
try
I'm
to
doing that. I
take
need to
T1's
check
map
it out.
pick, but it's not going to be easy.
I don't know what regions I'm on for.
As we are
I'll
done here
check
on the
today.
caster desk, let's go over to the analysts to break that one down.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. If there were any T1 doubters for a second, T1 is here to prove you wrong. They take RQ's map pick Ascent away from them after a string of losses previously.
I mean, you say, were there any, but I'm like surrounded by T1 doubters out here, right on here on the desk, over on the gassing desk.
Like, okay.
It's crazy. How could you lose faith? No, are you serious? Did you just see what happened? Why are you laughing at me? I don't understand.
Okay.
But here's the thing: is that
Watch out
whether
today,
you had faith
yes.
or not,
It's
you
Tuesday,
did not
right?
expect
Yeah.
them to get all the rounds in the second half, right? Like 7 in a row in the second half, 8 if you count the last round of the first half. I mean, Valdez said it. They look like an absolutely different team today.
Yeah, and maybe we could akin it to, oh, it's going to be Excurate now that's holding all the calls. It feels like there's a lot more proactiveness as an entire team. I mentioned how Saya player was one that would love to go for those aggressive peaks, but now he's
at least
he's
the
getting
fast kills
refragged
correlate
quite quickly here by the rest of T1, which is a different step from what we saw in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, the only times that Saya
Man, that defense half RQ is such a
we should
disaster.
say, is when there was a very deliberate trap set up by RRQ. A lot of the other times, T1 knew exactly what they were going for. There was always someone paired with them when he was pushing out on the defense. And then on the attack, T1, they moved as a unit around that map. No one was really separated from the pack unless there was a very clear intention to do so. So you have to credit Excurate a little bit, right? Obviously, we can't ever read into the IGL, but you
What
give a little
teams do you
credit.
think make Shanghai from the Americas region? Dude, I don't want to even say some teams' names.
Comms, man,
They're just going to lose if I talk about them.
Today.
I just wanted to add that it did feel that in response, RQ
Sure,
felt like, I don't know, it just seems like they couldn't really figure out where the push was going to be coming from, right? It's always, we'll stack on this angle right here. We peek out. There's like 3 players of T1 prepared for us. We're going to stack on mid, see how that goes. And there's like a recon dart, a KO blade that clears us up. And
more consistency in their roles? Yeah, it depends on what like agents are meta though.
RQ was
helps a lot having that stuff.
What's the word here? Just felt like they were drowning in pressure.
Sure, yeah, and I think part of it was that it started off really well on the pistol for RRQ, and then once perhaps what RQ prepared started to get red a little bit,
okay,
they couldn't adapt
let me spam
fast
some
enough
ads and we'll be
within
back
the
in a
game,
bit.
and
We've
that's
got
what we're seeing here in Pacific.
what even
is
is the
that
next map?
the real
Sunset?
divider between
see
the
that
top
right?
teams that are most likely making it to playoffs and maybe even Master
I should
Shanghai.
say
and then
NRG.
the
The thing is, I
rest
do think NRG
you
are making
can all
it.
come with
That's the
great
issue.
plans,
It's Lotus.
but when
Okay.
that gets broken down, how do you adapt to it? RQ seemed to still be so focused on what they
Yeah,
prepped
I do
their
actually
own
think
game plan
NRG are gonna
that
make
they
it,
couldn't
so-
adjust to some of these positions that Rossi was
Don't
taking, that
even,
Excurate was
don't
taking.
wanna know
and
what
then
happens
the fact
now.
that Saya always had someone to trade from. The weaknesses that T1
It's
you
one
said,
map, though.
They weren't
It's
there
one
today,
map
so
with,
RQ had to figure out in the game.
One map
100%. I think that
with a
sums it
couple
up
of
really
mess ups.
nicely.
This mess
it
up
looks like a completely different T1
into this mess up.
playing today than the last
There was no
2,
flash,
3
by the way.
games. They changed up their tempo. They look more confident. They definitely adjusted
Into this mess up.
something over the past couple of days. And maybe it's, maybe it is the change of the IGL. But whatever it is, even that representative change of the IGL, they're
yeah, we'll see.
trying to do
Americas
something
is pretty
different.
close.
Yeah. Again,
I
obviously,
think
we don't
Loud
know the
might
exact
get
comms, but
wrecked.
one thing's for sure is that the comms are clear. I think that's
Wait,
what
they
we can
don't.
all
Loud
agree
don't
on,
play
no matter
this
who's
week,
making the
right?
final
Loud didn't
decisions,
play
et
this
cetera,
week.
et cetera.
Well, they
Like
got
Rossi
2
set up
weeks.
for
Oh, they're
Saya are
fine.
so much better. Izu
Oh,
is
man,
not
that
getting
couldn't have
caught
been
out as
any
much,
better for
and
Loud
I think
actually having the
that
week
spells
off.
a lot of trouble for RQ because now you're going onto a map of Lotus that T1's
2 weeks to
originally
change
already
their
comfortable
Ascent
on.
and
Yeah, and it's not just the comms
Lotus.
as well.
They're
I think
actually
one of the talking points I had
that
for T1
couldn't have gone
here
much
is
better for
there
them
are
as a
some
team.
agent compositions on
Okay, I'll
certain
be right
maps
back.
that they play where they look very lost, if
Oh,
not
sorry.
uncomfortable on. But now you're looking at Excurate, who we know is a great chamber player, but he doesn't really do well with the more passive sentinels. He's getting, that good hold. He doesn't have to be explosive, but he's not really faltering when RQ creates their play wherever he's at. So these kind of nuances right now for T1 really helping out to kind of even out the team that we were hoping to, perform like this at the get-go of stage 1.
Yeah, and the big thing here is going to be that chamber, right, for Excurate. What does RQ have prepared to combat it? Now, when they were playing in their previous matchup, I think what RQ showed is that they're very prepared to battle against an operator. They know how to take it out, and Xfero seems to be very comfortable picking up his own op as well to go into those duels. But how do you reset from a map like that where it started off so good? You got 6 rounds, on the attack. You're feeling okay going into the half, and then, bam, you don't win a single round to get your morale back up. That's tough.
Oh, that is really tough. And especially when you end like that for RQ going into Lotus, like you guys mentioned, we know this T1 is pretty damn good on Lotus. And if they carry on this sort of energy going back into Lotus, even when they're shaky, they still do well. So if they're like this, you can imagine it might possibly be devastating. With that, I do have a question about Lotus, and it will affect our ranks.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yes.
This is what I prepared for all my life.
And he's not even kidding. Will was boasting how he had stayed up all night prepping for this very question. We shouldn't give these questions ahead of time. So it seems like the viewers have voted for T1 here at 76%.
Okay. All right, viewers.
Who will win the last round of the first half?
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
take.
no, you can't cheat like that. Taking away my stats.
I
my
only
hard
got
work.
one.
No,
and I
I'm
didn't see
sticking
what
to
he...
my original vote.
Okay,
All right.
okay.
1, 2, 3.
Ah.
Okay.
All right. I hope this isn't silver for me.
Well,
But you know what? The viewers, you're with me. The viewers, you guys are wingman on the board.
You're always with Victoria. That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? We're together. I like
what?
that.
That's
I'll be
actually-
True
I'll be the
wingman.
gecko to your wingman.
Nice.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, okay, we're talking about T1 being dominant on Lotus, but you think RQ will win the last round? Is this because they know they need to get that last push to get the last round, or is there like real logic behind this?
I mean, my logic's pretty simple. I just feel like there are so many explosive players right now on RRQ that it could always happen. That's just as simple as that for me.
Okay. For me, RQ has almost always won the last round of the half in all the maps they've played so far here at VCT PACIFIC. On top of that, they're on attack. So I think they will always have a better chance of having some last, like whether it's ults or util, etc., where they... Are you changing your answer?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I did yesterday. I think I did the other day.
Yeah, I think you did once, but that's
those
just the thing.
analysts were more friendly about sharing their answers. Just saying. But okay, I'll stick to my T1 answer with the audience because I got to stick to Wingman.
The thing is when I was watching that Ascent, though, already in my head, I was like, I don't know. I might have to vote T1 on this because they're looking so hot right now.
The thing is, RRQ, they've had a match where they got bodied by Team Secret, right? 13-6. So they're not... they're not unfamiliar to being bodied by a team, so they can get that bounce back. So, just saying.
All right.
you
It's the analysts versus the people, including Victoria.
How far back did you actually look into the
Just
data?
stage one. Just stage one.
Just stage one.
Yeah,
Okay.
No, kickoff was a different team. Just stage one. Yeah. No.
Okay.
No, I'm not that crazy. I'm not that crazy.
But you are sometimes, so it was well within the realm of reality. He looks back through all their data, through individual players.
That is fair.
All right, we are going to go into Lotus now. How are you guys, aside from T1's dominance on Lotus, how are you feeling about RQ, and how are they going to be approaching it this time?
I mean, you look at how they started off that Ascent. I think they're still going to have, something prepped here to kick themselves back into gear. So I think you shouldn't be too worried. And again, the composition, the way they were playing the Lotus the last time earlier this weekend, I think they're prepped for this. It's just a matter of can they also warm up on stage? Because clearly T1 has already gone through all of that.
Yeah. Again, there's just so many things where talk about how Lotus can be such a thickly map if you're not prepared for it. One of those is just how you can control, again, those or those link rotations. I've been kind of talking about this over and over again, but Elmimore, he's been pretty good at actually creating those openings with how masterful he has been on that Prowler play.
Yeah, and on top of that, I also just want to know with the Chamber, what RQ was doing last time as well is that they're very focused on battling for Mound first rather than Rubble. They're happy to retake that with their utility
Lotus,
after everything's been spent by their opponents.
T1
so I'm curious if T1 has a read on this on the defending side.
That's exactly right here. RQ does need to figure something out to do something about X-Curate's Chamber in particular, who really likes to push the boundaries there and go far out. He's very aggressive, even on the defense. And if
actually, maybe it won't be that hard because he doesn't really lurk too much. He just stays with the team and just has an ult.
But do you think it's going to be a 2-0?
On this map.
Asteroid, you voted for RQ as your prediction?
Of course it's going to be a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Look at you laugh nervously. Come on, give us.
He's like, give
us the argument for RQ. What is it?
Well, my argument is, again, I just trust in Jemkin. So, Jemkin, crown yourself king here.
The Jemkin god. All right, Gem King. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and Valdez.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's get into the action once more. Lotus, T1's map.
I think it depends on some of the players.
It's pretty much all reliable for them.
We used to have this thing where, like,
the most comfortable
if we gave Yampy a map on just
board,
one agent, he would like get really excited for that one map, and he would just play really, really well.
See,
I think sometimes the
RQ,
changes do help people.
study for this, knowing the tendencies of T1, but can they counteract it?
I think it's
a big question, because they thought they had a pretty good read about
it's
Ascent,
play by
and
player.
obviously that did not go their way.
Yeah, I do wonder and worry a little bit for RQ, right, coming into map number 2, because sometimes if it's very one-sided, you can
Thing
kind
is
of
though
just
as
brush it
well,
off and say,
when we
okay,
watched
let's reset,
Izu play,
really well,
I think there might be a good
decently
example with
well,
T1.
half and half for the first
Right,
half, and then
Izu
it was
playing
like they just kind of fell apart.
Yoru.
So it's going to take a lot, I think, mentally to just kind of forget that that
looks
happened
so
and
good
try
on
to
Yoru.
pull off the reverse sweep. So the beginning of this map especially, I think, is going to be very important mentally for the side of RRQ. They do get
I don't think they do. I don't think
Fnatic
shot, man. I don't think Fnatic want Alpha on Duelist. I think he wants to be on Duelist. Not sure the whole team want that. He just wanted to play it. But by the sounds of it, he wants to play Chamber, Duelist. He wants to play everything. I wants to duel out.
Sure. We'll find one Xfero trying to re-lurk back in towards B, but I think statuesque there is a Excurate able to find that kill, but now creeping up into the smoke. Rossi pops the
smoke into smoke, get in the corner.
Way back in towards stairs.
Yeah, he gets a lot of information.
I mean, this guy's dead, right? Oh, gets around the corner and picks up the smoke.
So spike planted, and they should have known this was
coming. Yeah, and they're going to be trapped in here though, so I like that they take heaven control. Let's take some kind of map control.
In from the back, but still not going to be an easy retake here.
Dude, this is a hard retake. They got Omen Flash, that's like the main one. Omen Flash over towards door does hit. You would expect them to try push this at one point.
Before that blind does expire, Excurate and Rossi able to find one apiece here.
Oh, pressure on the spike.
On the drop down, looking for the spray through, has to push forward. That's going to be the diffuser. Now taking down Izu right back over onto it. It's held to half.
Oh my God, Rossi managed to get the kill at the end here as well. Holy, I thought this. I mean, it kind of all came down to that duel, really.
Get themselves another pistol win.
Yeah, extremely
What's up,
confident
Keeper? How we doing, man?
They're just all running in through tree, throw down a bunch of smokes and a bunch of paranoias. The Omen obviously having a really good effect on this one. Starts off with Execute, able to tie up in terms of the member. But then this push on in and just making it really hectic. They get the half defuse and then Rossi able to defend. Of course, that's just a big nice coming out. And T1, you know, they continue their streak. Technically, they had, what was it, 8
Scrappy pistol, but good. Yeah, I mean, I like the double push from C. They just take some map control. We go down to 13 HP, no heal on this one. Do they just insta-sending, knowing they did enough damage?
Took a hell of a lot more in reply.
Gotta keep an eye on this. 3 pass and push.
For the Omen, as he's currently
and I mean, I think he just needs to not give him a gun now.
Waterfall Excurate moves over to try to reinforce his position.
Yeah, well, there's a gun.
Paint shells. Well, Jemkin's able to find it with the classic. The paint shells would have done the job all the same. So, elimination found, sight broken open.
Yeah, I think I would have liked him to get out of there. No one's overextended to get the gun at the moment. Repass and push behind. Yeah, once they realize they're pushing behind, they go a bit more aggro. The Jemkin does have a gun.
Attention pulled.
One enemy remaining.
This is falling apart.
Hiding behind the turret. Okay. I'm enjoying this from T1 in terms of double push here, triple push here. They're very proactive once again. It seems like that is the new style at the moment. We saw it a lot from Saya on Ascent. We're seeing it a lot at the moment, the first 2 rounds.
So that kind of made things more difficult on the defense of the retake. Carpe starts it off very nicely with that long-range Bulldog shot. They know exactly where the Killjoy is.
Yeah, you might be right, Gabri, honestly.
Pretty easy follow-up there.
Because
okay, don't hesitate.
That's, you know,
I don't know.
That's the Alex mentality.
The thing with T1 is I don't know which T1 I'm gonna get. I think that's the issue at the moment, and it could be down to what you're saying.
Just play confidently.
Just send it.
Run in. Just gonna send it.
Yeah. Sometimes that's the mentality you need.
We've seen them looking very, very good.
So
We've seen them have a pretty
10 rounds in a row.
low floor as well.
Of course, including last map. RRQ gonna come in here pretty quickly, but Xcrit already has an operator.
Dude, look at this over towards C, man.
Yeah,
We're
I
using
don't
double
think it's
Prowler,
a
Omen Flash on
surprise
top
to
of it. Like,
anybody at all. He will
we
buy
are
in
taking
for this
double
no matter what.
C control.
Spawn will
Fade
mark
Eye
that
goes in,
auto
Omen
able to
Flash,
back away.
double Prowler.
With
Like,
smoke
they're
now gonna
pushing
be thrown
all
down
the way
for
into
kills, some of that
spawn.
pressure off Alarm Bot.
And I guess they
There
wanted
as
this
well
to
as
happen.
Rossi.
Any mollies for this? Doesn't want to
Waiting
risk
for
it.
the rest of the team to start arriving, not wanting to reveal his position, swing out.
Yeah,
Elmore
wanted
actually does
wanted
take
to
him
try
down.
and make the most of there
Top
being a
row.
gap in the smoke, but actually goes down in the end.
Still hunting. Izu going to be noted behind. Only has a sheriff.
And
Saya
my
player
guy is
had
full
no visibility in the
sleeping.
minimap. Completely distracted, not reacting fast enough, ends up getting taken down, and that should be the call to save whatever weapons they possibly can. Izu
Yeah,
though, in
my
a bad
guy
spot
is
with just the
my
sheriff.
guy is full sleeping here. That
Most
is
likely gonna have to try to
that's a
push in and
minimap
take somebody
watch.
down.
Yeah, he's the one guy. The other two already gone. Let's see if he gets the jump onto Xpero or Flipshider. And they seem to have a good idea that he is here as well. And
Swing and a death here in a brief little moment as,
Might as well go for it.
yeah, needs to face out.
Okay, lovely
Needs to
round
get
from
that death bonus,
RRQ.
eventually will, but it's gonna
Gotta
be a
buy
flawless
two
here for
rebuy
RRQ
two
to
armors.
deny a
That's
bonus
it.
conversion, so overall,
Op comes
solid
out,
anti-bonus
Odin
round
comes
for
out.
them. Still gonna be half shields
Everything.
across the board, so
Okay,
they're gonna be slightly
it's
vulnerable,
a
but
it's a big
I
investment
think
for what this
a
one
nice
is though.
reply, and
Good news is RRQ,
a little bit of luck
lot
as
of
well
money
with
on
side
this,
player
so
not
big
quite
round for
glancing
T1.
at his crosshair in that moment.
Looks
And
like
if
they might have
that
made the
kill,
right call as
things are
well.
opened up a lot more for a potential retake.
4-person
Pretty
punish
quick
over towards
to go
A,
up the
with
ropes,
4
I
people
guess.
going aggro out
Give
towards
him
A.
the benefit of the doubt. Pick up that kill. Is now looking to challenge outside of Rubble. As
Lovely
already
shot.
Israel's gonna
Lovely
take down
shot, man.
Zaya.
What
He's
the?
not gonna delay
Dude,
at
that was
all.
so
Knows
snappy.
that Temkin is
This
there
guy
as
gets
well.
tethered in the
It will
corner,
be Carpe to take
and
him
this
down.
tether hits as
3-0
well.
in favor of T1.
I mean, the
Oh
Callers
my
don't hesitate.
goodness,
They
they're
absolutely
W-king
do
them.
not. They absolutely run them
Yeah,
down.
that is an
Here in
actual
this round, not
rundown.
allowing for RRQ
The last two got
to
fully
string two
run down.
together.
It was nice though.
Monstrous and quite
I mean,
dominant
Saya's second shot
performance
was
there. Side player
outrageously
clearly
fast.
Happy with getting picked off by Elmore in that previous round. Just goes absolutely
When did this
crazy
happen?
on
When did he start looking
There's
better
also
with
a
a rifle
snappy
than he
second
does with
shot
an op?
onto Elmore to get
Is
some
that like a
revenge.
recent thing?
Nice, guys.
Nice, guys.
Nice, guys. That's a good movie.
It is, and so far their play has been quite nice. RRQ, they got the one around, but as you mentioned, it really stifled.
At least when he was
any
in the
hope
guards,
of,
it
Oh
felt
my-
like getting him an op was the win
well,
condition.
getting any momentum. As Izu gonna pick up one Xcurt as well, getting out there, and you know, the showstopper doesn't seem to get any value, but still going to be advantage T1 here as this plant is going to come down onto the A site.
Sometimes you don't need that showstopper to find the
His
kill.
rifle
It's
was
all
good
about
on the
just
guard. His
ushering
rifle
players
was good
into
on
a
the guard,
position
but
that
his
you
op
want
was
them to be in
like,
where they don't want to be.
just seemed like it was way, like he just looked more comfortable on it.
Saya player, the sheepdog running
Whereas
at him.
now,
They
it
scramble
feels like
back
it's the
into
other way
net.
around. At least if
Board.
we're,
Or
Huh?
pushing the smoke, does get a timing. Looks for a little bit
as
more.
if we're
The spread
remembering
just nip off.
Ascent.
He puts Izu down to 30.
Maybe it's just
Confirm the kill.
heavy
Time
recency
ticking.
bias.
T1 need to give
I mean,
themselves
this is
into the
such a
site
pause,
here.
man.
Very soon as
Oh,
there's a slide
oh
down
no,
straight.
into
He lands
into
it
a
on
molly.
Snake bite. Nextrit is able to collect that kill. As
There's
swinger
no
on the back,
way.
Nextrit
He didn't hold
pushing
it
him
long
off
enough
with
and he
the classic,
falls
and it's gonna
back
be just
down
enough
into
time
the
to be able to
molly
get
as the
fused
guy
through here
peeks and
by
just gets
Rossi.
one-tapped.
The timing,
T1 now 4-1.
the timing for Estrella is so unfortunate.
Yeah, that
and,
is devastating.
It just allows Xcrit to get way too much value in this round.
Dude, RQ double time
Pretty
smokes
hectic
it.
there. Saw Xcrit as well, very nicely done. This push out from the side of Elmore was pretty nice, but after that it was all T1. Xcrit picks up 3 on the round, 2 on the site, 1 with the initial op shot, and that will be a pretty early timeout, but at 4-1 and things continuing to slip away from RRQ, I don't blame them.
Not a good feeling though to have to call this.
Must be a confidence thing. MC
Wow.
said that he wasn't W King enough
Very
in the
much getting
guards.
away from them.
Yeah, that is true. I remember
but also
that. You're right.
not quite being prepared for a lot of the aggression that we're seeing from T1 out of this defender side. And one of the things that we were seeing from, you know, Zeta when they played against Team Secret was just the all-out aggression. It was something that Secret was not ready for. Jesse just, you know, consistently getting caught with util at hands, not being ready for that pace and that timing that was coming in. And right now, RQ suffering a very similar fate from the attacker side.
Yeah, they're gonna have to figure something out. Maybe just.
I feel like
mess with
the middle of the pack
different
that aren't the
timings.
top
Maybe
two.
They try to get aggressive
Right, so
themselves. And
taking out Paper X Gen
I
G,
don't know. They need to change something.
very
here
hard to
because
predict
so
the other
far,
teams. They all look
it is still one
relatively
round in the last 15.
inconsistent in terms of what version of them we're going to
But
get.
Still, quite a lot.
Apart from maybe
And,
DRX, I would put DRX in a
T1
little
once again
box at the
gonna look to
moment
get
because
aggressive
they've
at
looked
Rebel.
consistently good twice so far.
No reason for them to really change up their strategy, right? Just continue being
So
aggressive.
if
getting
they
in their
keep that
face,
up, then
and trying to keep the pressure down.
Then
As
we probably
meanwhile,
don't
on the
include them in
opposite
this.
Side, trying to push into Mountain. This actually worked on their eco round, do you remember? They were able to get in onto C. Didn't win the round, but one of the better looking ones for RRQ.
Shells checking bend. Izu just
How
sat here
long
within
does
the
this
smoke
smoke
till
last
suss
for?
this out. Looks like they're
They have
certainly
no
cautious of this,
idea.
but tap onto the spike to swing
Oh
out. Ooh,
boy,
somebody
he thought he
targets
killed
Izu.
the first guy
Gets
and
his
switched to the
attention.
planner.
Spike planted.
End up getting taken down as tap onto the door. TPOA, Xpharaoh just a second off being able to get the jump there. Flipshot are going to be taken out though as Saya player. Does take him down. Lockdown coming through it. Carpe finding the pick. Push forward there.
That's all good. Lovely shot, man. Damn, what a nice shot.
Player gets himself a third, and Rossi now needs to back out. Sees a tiny little corner that he can tuck into.
Still
Back
on.
into the site quickly, but with the time
Okay,
ticking, as
just
low
gonna do
as it
damage.
is, have to kill
Wait.
both of them here. Head down, himself in, going for
Okay.
it, but yeah, Ellie Moore eventually will
Oh,
be able to
good.
get the wall bang headshot for a 4K in the round, and RQ. The timeout, it does work a treat for them. Still losing out on multiple members, but managed to not let
I see
T1
the
stretch the lead
agent
even further.
voice lines there was
I
pretty
like the
pretty
decision
accurate to what he was
go
thinking.
In from Mount into C. It was a way they were able to get a pretty nice setup.
Looking
and
down working
yeah,
this, yeah,
look at
ever
that.
so slightly, like
See,
the
they're getting
smallest
excited
amount.
now. From the side of Elmi Moore, picks up the 4, as you mentioned. He really did a great job of holding down the site from outside from the mound. And even with Saya player, and I think Carpe trying to get out there and clean that out, was not able to do so against Elmi Moore. And no surprise, I think they're just going to send it once again into this area of the map.
The Prowler to check. Flipshot are now in a very rough position. And it just has to hold his ground as the Prowlers continue to check. And Sai finds one. Izu, in the meantime, just pushing out alongside
Bro, they're
Accurate.
so aggro.
Picks off Xpharaoh. 3 players now left alive for RRQ as they will be able to get themselves onto the C site, but they're going to use the Nightfall off the rip before the planters even come in. They spot absolutely
Yeah, and this
nothing,
is
so
a
they
big
can't take
round
some
with the
forward
reset,
space
and the fact they're using
through
the
Waterfall
Fatal, does that mean they're
across
going to double
the
down and
C-Link.
use the Razor?
Can they deal with this massive approach that's getting ready to come through from Mound? Boombot cleared. No audio here for Elmi Moore. Just pulls back over towards the bend. Rossi in the meantime.
Heavy
Control.
4-person push with a
Strike.
1-person flanking
Way
behind.
forward. Right now, backs are turned. Elmi Moore able to come away with 2, but now Showstopper from Jemkin to try to further slow things up. Gets the spot.
Damn, the
Ball up
hold.
there, but now Rossi coming down,
Nicely
but
done,
can't
the
quite get it up
hold.
to the Odin.
They had to use the
Takes them
Fatal to
low,
get
but
map control. They had
RRQ,
to use the
managed to
Razor
hold
as
on.
well, but...
You
And...
know, 3v5, they get on
Yeah,
the
this
site,
was
they
the
get
problem
onto
with
the
all
C
4
site,
going
and I
over
think
towards
RRQ
here,
have
so I like the
identified a
push behind.
weakness
But then did they
in
need to
T1's
maybe open the
defense,
door,
and
create some
T1
pressure?
essentially trying to
Probably.
get aggressive from the defensive side outside of B and A, and that's working.
I also
in
think
terms of getting
the one thing I will
kills,
say here
but
is
in terms of
Fatal goes
solidifying the
in,
round wins,
it's
not so
one,
much.
and there's 4 people
Now
behind
they're
the
really
smoke and they
feeling
don't heavy
themselves in a very
commit. I
close
think
round, that they
think
did
they
just
can
win
heavy
there, so
commit because it hit a little bit here,
RRQ,
right?
I like that they're finding
Actually, would need to
answers
watch the
here.
Fatal again.
Still
If
a
it
bit
didn't hit
behind the
this
8
angle,
ball
then
in terms of
That's
the
the wrong
scoreline
call.
and on this map, and now T1 going to look to aggress themselves out onto Mount. Easy going to
I
start
was
off with a
going to say, how on earth is this guy
Let's pick
alive?
another
Managed to get the
elsewhere.
kills, get out of there.
But
1 up.
that is going to look pretty good for the side of T1. They still do have Carpe here on the side.
C's hit 3. Oh, really?
Yeah, now reinforced. The side player rotates his way through Waterfall. 3v4. Thinking about sending the Haunt. Oh, takes quite a bit of damage. Down to 5. Going to be caught with Util in hand. Elmi Moore able to come away with a second elimination. But
Yeah,
side
and he
player
can just
finds
play
Flips.
far back with his
That's now the
nades.
spike down from the
SA as
Viper
he
out of the
W's
equation.
forward.
Elmi Moore a bit stranded here. Sends the Prowler. Manages to cut across, but Pain Shells into bend. Gonna force him back out into the open where he's able to
Holy.
challenge against Saya. He brings this back into a
No
2v2.
way.
Now
Are
it's
they
2v1 as
they
Estrella
keep
finds
winning
Rossi.
rounds where I don't think they're going to win.
Low HP. as it's just a one-tap necessary. There'll be more back around the corner.
Okay,
Swings
well,
it, but Execute holds his ground.
all I had to do was
And
curse
he
him,
is
apparently.
able to
Man,
find
these
the limbs
these
of
rounds are
Fuse.
so close and
Wow.
scrappy.
Execute just
And in
barely
terms
able
of
to hold
this,
on
like, they
to
would
that
have had to
round for
eco if they lost
T1.
this one, so really close.
I thought RQ had that
1-9
in the bag, but the clutch
on
comes
this
forward
and this.
from
Might just be a low bar with
Execute
3
to pick up
guns.
2. As you see, initially this fight outside of Mound, pretty good, honestly, for T1 side also got that pick, but Elmimore is really just on a tear right now. But Execute's handling of this situation also fantastic. To take down the 2 of them in the 1v2, barely a reaction either, just kind of happy to get the job done.
A very solid clutch, but I think maybe a little bit too much energy there, a little bit too antsy from the side of Elmimore. Wanted to go into
Look at
the
the
challenge.
squeeze a buy into
suspecting,
this.
okay,
5
I probably
free.
forced him back with that Nightfall. He's
5
decayed,
frees,
etc.,
8 people
but
that can't buy next.
Extra, he knows how low that player
Oh,
is,
man,
as
he just
sees
took his
Jemke
time with it,
bouncing
yeah.
in.
Very, very patient. Didn't go for the flick shot, just wait for this guy to land.
Decent career as a rabbit hunter.
Yeah. I loved his setup there. Execute just making this map his right now. Saya, the jump, unfortunate for him, but he's got a lot
Bro,
of setup.
their regression on C.
Gonna take down
I'm telling you, I've never seen anything like it. I like it more on this map than I do Ascent. I'll say that much, though.
The move, he's gonna go down.
Yeah.
Down A.
See Elmimore there, hand off the mouse, just not quite prepared.
Yeah, he was not ready for the swing because who would swing
Slips
this in a
seeing if he
4v2?
can get any kind of damage dealt. Does manage to
Who would
find
swing
one.
that in a 4v1?
Now paranoid. Rossi as well, though, getting caught by his teammates. Paranoia isn't able to swing.
Bro, they're like paper
Does end
Xing
up
a little
getting
bit, I
taken
swear.
down. So 3 members lost, but T1 get themselves up to 6 on this defender's half so far.
Dreams are a funny thing.
Yeah, and you're always gonna be happy to hit at least 6.
Struggle on this map on defense while they're pushing. That honestly, their defense stats are like through the roof, and they actually have the best defense stats in any team on we've seen.
Oh man,
mostly because of the chamber, I think. But
Mizu has been looking much improved today as far as the Omen performances
on
are
this map.
concerned. Sometimes it's been a little bit wishy-washy, and that is not a good feeling if you're an RQ fan. Seeing the second timeout now called here in this first half, knowing that on this attack, they have to get themselves up to 6.
yeah. And at the end of the day,
they're not that good. It's Paper X, bro, but they're playing the same style as Paper X. Like they are just dueling everything.
RQ was winning those rounds.
The amount of times that I've seen people get caught off from
left up and
swings that they don't expect.
felt good. They strung 2 in a row together, but at the end of the day, T1 immediately strike back with some more aggression from the defensive side, and they're just not really allowing any time for RQ to breathe. So they need now to get something going, because if you start to lose more rounds from the attacker side and you have no timeouts, might just be lights out.
T1 have been struggling on their attack
I mean,
though.
it's ultra bound right now here for T1.
Maybe if they can get like
Straight up,
5.
and he could try for a TP play. They have a pit if they can get into a decent post-plant situation. But showstopper.
Okay,
try to
shut
flush
down
him
of
out.
A,
Counter pit available.
and just
Not
I
just
goes
one
in.
off
This is
the
going to
rip, so
spot
just
no
make
one going
one
out.
part of the map unassailable.
And
Given Rossi's position over
with the
at A, I
timeout,
don't
they want to
think we're gonna be
force
seeing
more
that quite
towards
just yet.
C.
Given that T1 has been overall handily winning these rounds, I think you can be a little bit more reactionary with your ult usage.
T1 definitely expecting a B after this timeout.
Back here on
Double
C.
stack towards B.
Prowler's out.
They have an early
From
rotate in
Easy
terms
giving
of
over
chamber
Mizu,
taking the
and he's not ready
TP, but
for it
that
once
is
again. Jemkin quick
lovely entry.
on that shot, and they will be able to pick up the C site.
Not seeing anything.
Spike
Also not
planted.
going for the wall bang attempt.
Yeah, it would have been tempting.
Now down, but there's a
Razor
showstopper.
goes fast into
Pulled in
this
from
one.
Saya.
Top side
Jumps
though.
out, spots one, splits the difference, gets some damage in, but
No
Elmimore
way,
sneaking in.
28
He'll
HP.
find
I thought he was
two.
going to get a
Despite getting
double.
knocked down to 28.
Guy survives the
Looking for
ult
second,
on
takes
28
out
and
Bombay,
manages to
now
get 2.
Execute. Not
was
enough
so
money,
close.
no sort of force available.
Yeah, and it's going to
They'll just
save
look
this
to
one
back
because
away
we
with
can
the
start
op in
looking
hand.
over towards
Already
here
safe
where they've got
flip
no
shot.
money.
He wants to intercept. He wants to be able to take this weapon out of his hands because this op has been causing them issues.
Let's see if he can go all the way around.
And he
on
did
time.
see both, right?
At the
But he
moment,
didn't
even
have
the
enough
Prowler
time
help
to calm
distract.
before these guys started
Elmimore
swinging.
just trying to jump around, and there it is. Flipshider from the left side will take him down. So RQ.
The C play on T1, yeah, I do think that sometimes they could, I feel like sometimes they could play to leave C.
They got to string more than just the one together, though, as we'll take a look at how this
Because
all
imagine
began.
like a retake with an Omen flash here would be pretty nice, and smokes to block some of the vision so they don't
Solid timing in from Elmimore.
hold mount.
Continues to look excellent, but it's the rest of the team that just hasn't really been able to step up here alongside him. Still in a recoverable position. You can see the buy right now, 4T1. Very weak. Execute, of course.
Okay.
Full headhunter bullet, so can deal a significant amount of damage.
Let's see if they can get 2 in a row, well, 3 in a row towards the end.
No one really peeking to give them the time of day at the moment. Estrella in a forward
Pharaoh
position,
gets
but
the
can be back
Killjoy
across.
op out. I mean, I guess they
Messiah's going to continue inching up.
picked up.
They take a little bit more space, and he does have that Vandal in hand.
Boy.
Continuing the sea aggression over towards
They're
here.
gonna crossover in towards tree and wait for this pressure to be coming on
Double
in.
tree hold.
As the Prowler's also taken out Jemkin. Is he going to send it?
Prowler not spying much. Vulnerable's there. They are able to take out Jemkin, but not before Rossi falls. Carpet down to the back end. Execute, however, now arriving on the site. Hit going to be invested.
Oh my, I thought he had another one.
Had the lineup, but just doesn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, I
fast
thought he
enough.
had another one.
Swings
Ult
in,
invested
finds
into
him.
this as well. I mean, Moore does get his ult into the next
Well,
round,
work
so
cut
the
out for them
6
here
is
for
looking
Zeta
kind of
and Izu.
likely.
Weapon can be picked up. It's an operator.
It's not looking very likely, but let's see what work they can get done.
Face your fear.
Okay, again, just looking for information there.
Kind of worked out well to get hit by that, I think.
Paranoia sent, but no way to push in off the back of that.
This
one.
was nice though, the smoke here to block door.
There's attention being pulled over towards the door. Side player gets himself over towards this spike. Creeping forward,
player
spots one,
standing.
but it's just not quite snappy enough. Estrella takes him down. Paranoia sent.
Okay,
Get on
I
the
think
door,
T1
Estrella.
would take a bit of a
Eventually
win knowing
going
that
to fall
the
here as
Fatal
bump
got
shot
used.
will be good. Nizu can just pass this over to Execute it now. But RQ to get within touching distance.
Yeah, again, a
Last
pretty
round
clean
before
one.
the switch.
Just a couple of picks over towards the east side. When they do go through these doors into tree, Elmimore, very nice.
On this guy's
shot down
screen,
off
he
to
saw
Execute.
the-
Otherwise, you know, we could have
You
seen
see
him
that?
maybe
On this
link
guy's
a couple
screen,
more
the chamber
kills
shot.
and have Execute be the hero of that round, but that
It
was
went
not
above.
the case. They get on in, they
For
use
the
the Viper's
Tracer.
Pit.
So weird.
Still a lot of ults available here for the side of T1 for the last round of the half. And
There.
So it must have
it's
been
good
crazy
for RQ.
close.
You know, they use a bunch.
Okay,
But
T1
they're getting
in a
value.
good
They're
position
trying
to win
to
this,
tie things
especially as
up
that
for this
Fatal
half.
goes out into that round. Jemkin won away from an
There's the
orb,
pit
so
on the
maybe
C.
they want to try and go more aggro for orbs. They see someone
Execute
pinging it
wants to
already
try
on
to
A.
push out of this. Does so
That
nice.
is
Go
a
for the
bold
flick shot.
one.
Take
But
a
they,
little
I
bit of
mean,
damage.
T1 have used this strat all
Put
the
it in
time,
in return.
but he always peeks here. They're trying to play
Back
off the
away,
fact that he
suspecting
always
that
peeks off
RQ
of
is
here and
likely
TPs
not
away,
to,
but he
you know,
actually
try to
faces
play into
this.
this
And even
pit,
if you
but
look at the pings on the
that might
floor,
not be the case.
like RQ are just
Especially
pinging
now
this
that
out the
Jemkin
whole time.
has a showstopper
Because honestly, they've
available,
done this
but just
strat
can't
about
get a
3
read on where
times in a
Rossi would
row.
be positioned
He
if
would
they
always
actually
peek
decide
this
to push
square.
into this. Saya
So they do
is on
change
off
it
now.
up.
Bit of damage, but finds the kill.
They trade the
He's just in the
ops.
corner. They don't
a
know.
minute.
I mean, he's not in it right
Um,
now. Tucks back inside. Through the
Man,
poison orb.
Elmimore has
Oh,
been a
Rossi
god
not quite
in
ready.
these last 3
Showstopper does get
rounds.
burnt, but kill is found.
Got
Pick that
really
drop.
important kills every
Here,
single time.
King within the smoke, Estrella on the left-hand side. The 4v4s, they try to hold this, but Carpe now sending that Nightfall. Will catch on the 2. 2 players disconnected back on towards Mount, however, not going to get caught as Isu starts working his way forward. Elmimore, decayed low, starting to get his HP back, clears out on these Prowlers. The push out, headshot found. Carpe going to be taken down, Execute dead as well. Now it's all on Izu and Saya player, who still has an op in hand.
Player standing.
Saya now gone.
Yeah, good
Izu
luck.
with the 1v2,
Ah,
the
you can
defuse
spam there.
coming through. They're in a very disconnected position, but there you go. The final headshot will
Not
ring
bad
true.
from RQ. It's a very
As
good recovery.
RQ managed to run
Elmimore,
it back
I
all
felt,
the way
was
up
just so important, all
6-6.
3 of them at the end here.
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds in a row. That last one looking pretty clean as well. They go through the Viper's Pit, and Rossi just not quite able to hold on to that area of the map.
Timeout?
We
Yeah,
thought,
the timeout was
surely they're not
good.
going to push on in through here, but RRQ bravely get the job done. And they get that spike down on C, and there wasn't much hope for the side of T1 on the retake. And so now it's pretty much anybody's map at this point in time, with this one all tied up. But
Well, I think
still
that-
going to be a bit curious to see how insane this T1 attacker side is going to look.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. This map has been very attacker-sided favored, but in the past it was defenders for Pacific. We'll see if that rears its head here, or if T1 are going to be able to get back into the driver's seat from the attack like they did there on Ascent.
It does feel like some of the wind taken out of their sails with the last 3 rounds, though. RRQ, especially guys like Elmimore, just showing up in a big way. That is a League of Legends caster. Does the LCK. So shout out to him. He's like,
Oh,
oh, Valorant's
knowledge.
really fun. I I heard them talking. I think he's like, he's at least diamond
Okay.
in Valorant as well. They were talking about their Valorant ranks, the LCK casters. So certainly has put in a decent amount of time. He's not, you know, exceptional or anything, but that's
Damn, guys
obviously
getting
pretty
called out on the
difficult
stream.
diamond. Difficult for some of us as well,
He's just come here to watch. He's getting called out for being diamond.
especially Achilles in the minigame.
Well, in the minigame, sure.
In real life,
In the real
Valorant,
game,
it's
I
not
mean, that's
difficult.
That's no problem.
Yeah,
Get there in a heartbeat.
but for a LoL caster to get there, that's a stretch.
Hey, I used to be a LoL caster, so it is possible. Jemkin, though, going to be taking a shot into the shoulder. Jump down to 45, but still cannot be found. A side player trying to push the pace. Is going to be paranoid,
Whoa.
but still sees enough to take out a stray.
That was sick, man. I was gonna say, surely not another one. Dude, look at this, though. Damage has been done here. And lovely trade. Does the Rays get here early? Do they double back?
Through the smoke, and yeah, he got the jump on the one, but everybody else was behind him, and now Jemkin a bit low on health, and they're gonna get
Rossi.
thinking about
Yeah,
it.
this is nice from Rossi.
on
Just
the
knew that
backside
someone
of
would try and
that
take some
one
map
point to
control
read the
here.
rotation, takes out Flip
Really
Shatter.
low HPs.
Very low on health. These last two members should be an easy finish for the side of T1, but Sparrow
doesn't look
Wait.
right. He actually would have been able to see X-Grid up on top, but because they missed each other, that means that he's going to be able to get the jump here. Spots them both. Can he transfer this? Goes for the one. Oh, tucked into the corner. Can't quite find that second kill. Sees him drop down. Rossi still on the flank, now getting the read of it, but as he looks away,
It was unlucky, man. It was a nice try.
It's a matter of timing.
I think you got to go for the guy at the top,
Are
but
able to win
I
out
mean,
3-1 in pistols now as they regain a lead.
it's very hindsight. Because you
Yeah,
know
it's
this
gotta
guy's
feel
not going to
pretty good.
move.
Again, T1 just came at them so quickly. I mean, Saya is obvious, and also the fact that he was able to get this one through the paranoia, as you mentioned, sees just the tip of the Omen, and that is enough. But then just the quick rotation to go from B straight into A, I think caught RQ off guard, and it was a done deal from there. Nearly a chance at the end for Xfaro, but
Double
not
pistol
quite
into this one. Nade
Solid
goes
effort, but
in,
needed
that
to get those
forces
initial
them
two
back.
and bring it down to the 1v1.
Did no damage. Crazy. Okay, 5-person push. Obviously, they've only seen 2 from the
Hell of a lot of
util so far.
space here for RQ at A, but T1 starting to work their way towards C. Still puts RQ in a bit of a rough position. Rossi
Terms
gonna
of
try to hold the
T1,
line here. Goes to
they're
the
allowed.
hand, sends
I mean,
up
they
the
kind of
snake
allowed
bite.
2 deaths.
They are able to get slightly around this, but still a decent amount of damage
My
being
guy's
taken.
gonna get molly
Jemkin
kills.
Still able to find one, but now the swing out from Izu.
26.
And does get the punish. And looks like the call from T1 is let's take the fight. Izu says, screw it. I can win this out.
Yeah, might be able to farm this.
Continues
Is it
to push
best though to
forward,
get the
finds
Omen
himself
ult?
a third.
Easy, think so.
they don't have to do this, but
That might be a bit
if
better.
they want to send a message,
If the
as
Rays
straight
go
up
out, okay,
does
Izu
pick
gets
up
a
another
lot. They
here
get
onto Saya.
Omen ult in 2.
But of course, on the Eco RQ, still able to get a couple of kills. It's kind of interesting, though. The biggest thing for me is that T1, they're like, let's just run at them. They could have just ran to C and planted for free, but nah, let's just go kill them.
Yeah, I mean, again, don't hesitate.
They get
Izu
the op
certainly
out
did not.
early as well.
Nicely done by him as he was able to collect the 4K here on the back end. Not necessarily, I should say, the most meaningful on. Obviously, he can do plenty of cheeky plays, but
Attack
A lot of
op
times we
comes
haven't
out
seen those
early.
get
Do they
red
expect
once the
it? Maybe,
opponent's trying to go
because
for
they
some
do this
aggressive
sometimes. Let's see over towards
backside TPs.
A. We've got anyone to shoot this eye for
And you
him?
remember on Ascent, T1, they went over to the attacker
Anyone
side.
shoot this Prowler for him?
as,
No way. He was waiting for his
trying to hold him,
teammate to
not
shoot
able
the
to,
Prowler and
obviously,
they
at
just
least
swing
able
on
to
top
trade
of
back,
it.
some damage
Aya
done to
tanks a
him.
lot of damage and they want to force him to be. There's 3 people
Back
here.
and forth, trying to take some space, but
Well, the
Australia
read from
here
RRQ
at
is
top,
pretty
able to
strong
find
here.
one. It's a headshot on
Like
the
really,
Carpe.
really strong.
And overall, so far, it's looking clean here for RQ. Just Elmimore as a casualty thus far. If they can close out the round from here, they'll be feeling pretty good about it. And I think ultimately T1, I mean, given that there's
Rossi thought he had done his job with the fader, so he started running back. And then the Prowler came in and he had to try run back. It was relatively unlucky. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess they
Just wait it
just
out.
want to save the
RQ gonna
op,
do the same.
really. But Izu
I
might be
mean,
able to
this
make a
is
play in
big
like, what,
round win
20
for RQ.
seconds? Just so
Obviously,
the time isn't
they stopped
too
the
low for them
bonus.
to hunt.
It's kind of expected, but we expected it on Ascent, and it didn't happen. They got actually rolled on the 9th round win for T1, and then it was a 10th, and then the 11th, and the rest was kind of, as you guys remember in round 1, kind of just a full-on sweep. But this time, RQ, they put up
Yeah,
a good
let's see.
stance.
30 seconds, he
don't
can
just
now
get
start
rolled
making a
over
play
here
because the other guy's
in
not going to
the
get
anti-bonus as
faced.
Izu is coming on in, and, you know, I hope I
decent
didn't speak
punish.
too soon.
Could cost them. I mean, can at least try to grab the weapon or get the plant down for some added money, but eventually
And
will
then
fall.
just want to be saving this one.
His mission is just
Yeah, it worked
to
out.
protect
They did the right thing.
that operator. I mean, now that X-Crit's the IGL, it's just like, oh, you have the op. Your mission is to stay alive.
What did the mission used to be?
Save the
Did
operator.
I see Frost tweet? Wait,
But they
well, he's not
cannot.
able to.
wait, he actually goes down?
no.
Oh
Could have stayed
no.
tucked back.
Yeah, I could have
Line,
definitely not taken that
rubble,
peek.
But decides to try to get the
And then
catch
now
at
what?
the end and ends up losing it.
X-Cure's furious.
And now X-Crit's mad.
Yeah, I was gonna say
But yeah, I
IGL's.
mean, X-Crit, he was playing
Didn't shoot the
greedily,
Prowler
trying to say,
for the
okay, I know
IGL, then he
someone's gonna
loses
push
gun.
off the back of
Oh,
this
man.
Prowler, but they timed it so perfectly
IGL's
well.
gonna be pissed, bro.
Wait until the very last moment, right as that fight's about to come through, and only more swing in the corner gets that kill. So a bit of egg on the face of X-Crit there.
Well,
Now no weapon for him aside from the headhunter.
yeah.
Yeah, and they decide to force into this one.
Bullets and
I mean, that's fine, because it's only him that can
A bit of
buy.
poking out of bounds here, but T1 looks like they do want to fight this. Bit of a spread at the moment. 2-1-2. See if they do look to go elsewhere as the rotation is coming back towards A. Decent amount of poking and prodding out here near rubble just to say, okay, well, there's not really much of a defense for now.
RQ's starting to get a good idea of this, though. I haven't seen anything at C. The warning ping down in front of B main. Just
They have the
in case there's
option
gonna
to
be
pivot back into
a
B
deep
with the
flank coming
Omen
through,
here.
which Izu
So
is in position for that.
we'll see how much
potentially.
util they get. 'Cause this is a relatively far back
Four
alarm bot.
players in
It's like
position,
behind the
picture
wall
time
once
being
it's
onto the site.
committed.
Flip side,
Saya
but
swings
first
over
and
towards
foremost,
site. They see the alarm bot. Do they
he
still
ends up
want to
falling
send it
Sparrow,
into
can
a
do nothing
site?
but just
Omen
sit
ult
here
to
and stay
clear
tough,
here.
stay
Yeah,
quiet.
commit to B's
As long
happening
as the
now.
reveal,
Sorry,
and
commit to
Elmore's
A.
going to be taken down. Sparrow now striking, comes up with one.
Yeah, we've got to keep an eye on the Omen. This
Site
turret's
occupied
going to
here
see
by
him.
T1. Izu now starting to work his way forward on this
Turret
lurk.
sees him, so they might go fast in terms of the
Jump in.
defense, or they go deal with
He's
him.
noting this, but now backs away. Oh, the timing for Izu, it could not be any better.
Yeah, maybe they think he went away. I'm not sure. Omen Flash was great. Hit all three on site.
Straight up, about to get caught potentially.
Yeah.
As there's a swing around, he's not ready for it. This now
Our base
leaves
24
Sparrow
HP, so
in a
this should be a
1v2.
kill.
Low HP here on Carpe as he moves up, tries the challenge, gets him through the corner, and they know that Izu was behind. Pulls at the half, doesn't hear the drop. Does he pull off of this one? He's going to try to stick it.
Oh, got
And
close, but
Izu
Izu was
finds
counting in his head.
timing
Nicely done on this
perfectly.
one.
Just a
Money.
moment away. X-Sparrow saying, I
Yeah.
think I'm going to get away with this. And
Two
that's
people
when
that
he
can't
swings the
buy.
corner.
Yeah, very good timing from the side of Izu.
Yeah, that was
just
nice. I would love to see the
across
first kill from
the
Saya.
entirety Of the way that played out after the plant, but
Yeah,
started
do
off
browse
Saya
this
playing
out
with
in
a
the
couple of big
open.
picks here.
Didn't have the timing on the
Couple
smoke.
headshots, they get onto the site. Izu this timing.
Nice
was the
though, they
beginning
opened
of
the
it,
door
and
as he went to
then
swing,
right at
so
the
he
end, I
wanted to
feel like
molly
in
the
3.5
door.
There was like a bit of time where he
Not
could
bad.
have came off and maybe
Not bad
seen
from
it,
T1.
but he wanted to be the pro that did not fake and did not work out for him. So T1, they get back on the board, 9-7. Still a close one, but still it's very threatening from the side of T1's attack, as we have seen so far.
Well, looks like, yeah, pick up on the orb. That's going to be the Nightfall available for Carpe. Door tap. Saya will play into this. Backs away as Carpe trading positions. Just have to keep that door revolving.
Cover going out.
So it looks like they are going to make the call to start
Yeah, it
pivoting
looks like
into
the
B.
call's right on
Prowler
this
to
as
check.
well.
Nothing noted. Jemkin nearby.
Okay,
Clear out on the
might
turret.
go back into
Add to the
C. We'll
ambiguity
see.
here.
They want to clear A control.
Door tapped again. They might just end up shifting this all the way over
Yeah.
to A.
Yeah, still a decent amount of time. They have their own talk screen over today.
I think Fatal would be
And it
nice
looks
to
like-
use on this, especially with the time getting a little bit
Well, that's where
low.
the spike is going,
Wait, time's
but we do
getting
have
really
still
low.
Saya player
They're not
looking
even
over
back
at
through
Mount.
A
You've
yet.
seen what he can see.
Spike's here.
Look at where RQ is positioned, though. 4 people on
It's really a
scene.
one
This is just
person
going to be an info bait. They send out
one
the
person
Prowler.
fake.
Yeah,
I mean, he
look at
can hear all the
rotations
info.
beginning
Yeah,
here
he hears
for
all
RQ.
the, hears the running and he
Well,
calls
shift
them back.
Over. Showstopper out from Saya.
I have no idea about the guy in sight though.
Not revealing his
Okay.
position, but it doesn't matter. Izu just moves up through the smoke,
Ooh.
finds a kill, but Showstopper going to be short. Side play unable to find that elimination.
This guy's
Now
got to
he's back
relax
away.
himself.
Nightfall
Fatal
coming
goes
through.
in,
Carpe
hits.
shoves them back,
None.
buys some space. The plant comes in for T1.
Yeah, all things considered, a pretty nice entry with Flipschneider down, and now a good setup, but Execute is going to fall down right as they are potentially going to come in through the smoke. Waterfall being spotted here by Execute, but not able to hit it, and Jemkin gets value with his showstopper, but they don't check the corner, as Izu going to be able to pick up one, and Carpe gets two.
And now it is all
Yeah,
just
people in the
Xero.
afterplant
Monzo
over towards C are
for the
getting a
drop
lot
back.
better.
Shot onto Izu, but just too many
Like,
targets.
people are starting
Carpe
to
at 3.
prioritize this square a lot more, and I think you
Just
kind of
cannot
have
confirm
to
that
from
kill.
some of the
T1
stuff that I've
now
seen.
move up to double digits.
It's so good to be able to swing off of. It can always be
Yeah,
like
it's gotta
first
feel good.
contact,
I mean,
and then you
this,
have a lot of stuff that do
This
off
entire
it.
info play was fantastic. Izu also just creeping through the smoke, able to get that one, and Carpe so crisp. Gets the waterfall, looks back, feels the pressure, gets another headshot. They don't
Was
check
just
the
a
corner
low buy
either,
though for
and that
RRQ.
sets up a
This
nice
is the round
crossfire
that they
as,
literally have to get on the
RRQ were
boards,
trying
right?
to engage on that side.
Everyone's money's in the bin. It would be
At this
12.
point, I mean, 3 rounds
If,
stretch, half armor
you
across
won't
the
get
board, and
this.
Guardian in the hands of Elmimore.
No ults. Elmi Moore's one away.
Both
Zephyro's one
timeouts
away.
for RRQ have been
I
burned in
goes
that
towards
first
A,
half.
doesn't see anyone, and they
T1
take C
bottom.
control.
He's not going to call one unless this gets, you know, maybe a round apart.
Yeah, at this point, I think he's probably said enough times, you know, just don't think. Send it. You guys are playing really well. Just keep doing what you're doing. You know, it's the easiest position, I guess, as a coach. As your players are playing it really well.
Yeah, just get him into that flow state where everything just feels natural.
And they just bailed on this D setup.
Well, they're going to play with this door again.
Okay.
Certainly
DC
worked out in
default
the last
in the
round.
first minute.
Just to get RRQ
Nade
in kind
goes
of a
in to break in a
confused
util
position,
that's
but RRQ were
potentially
also
here,
trying
but
to
they
stack
saved the
C
molly.
side.
Saya might have heard
Maybe try
that.
to catch T1 off guard.
Saya's going to stay on a bit of a solo lurk.
I hope he doesn't tunnel vision for this.
Yeah.
Molly that's on the floor.
Wait and see what he can find. Smoke down. Pushes up, and he
Whoa.
sees enough of Estrella to be
Well.
able to take him down. Rotations now
Yeah,
starting
nothing
as they
heard
move
over
away from
towards
the
A, and it's
site,
all up to
where the spike is
Flipside in
getting
a
ready to move
committed
up to.
position.
Flipside around
Let's
the
have his
corner.
wall if he gets the kill to
Still
maybe
suspicious,
get out.
sees the gun barrel,
Wall.
finds it, sees the spike. Now rotations can come back. Up on the wall,
Lovely, man.
Out, and also stands his ground to find one.
Still
Rossi
did
will
great.
be able
Still
to
made
finish
this
off
one
there.
doable. Got to keep an eye on the
Now going
Omen
to
luck.
3v3, but as the swing comes in, Jemkin taken down again. Attention a bit split. Izu going to be noted here on B as the spike works its way through.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, you see rotation here, and they've got it all clogged up. Every entry
I tell you what,
into this one, the poison orb.
Saya has mad impact
smoke
right now.
in their faces.
Every
Rossi
time it's
also
like the next kill is
hugging
really
this angle
important.
very close to where
Saya
they're
just
coming
gets
from.
it.
Kill for either would give them the ult. There's the C's as Rossi going to be locked into position for the moment, but there's just nothing
Yeah, he
else
got a molly.
on the back end. Big bite now thrown down. Xero pushes up over the top of that one. but
Ended up being a very
eventually
nice molly in the end,
go down
and
to it.
you would imagine this is pretty
11
much
to
done for
7,
RRQ.
T1. It's 2 rounds away from closing out this
So what's
series
their low
in
buy
2-0
here?
fashion, finding themselves with the first victory.
Sheriff stingers.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, RRQ, they got the anti-bonus, I guess, right? That one round, and that was it. Like, this is, again, another lurk from Saya player. It was pretty nice from Flipschneider to try to give them a chance, but at the end of the day, it was just clean up here for the side of T1. Right from the get-go, they were in total control of this round, so
Where are you?
kind of unfortunate for RRQ. We're not really seeing
Next
the
game?
same
Oh
level
yeah, it's bleed, isn't it?
from
Oh
their
no, man.
defensive side.
More saying
As
oh
here
no
comes
for
Zion
the
player
chat.
once again, getting in there pretty quickly, and it's going to be
Ah.
Izu actually to take him down.
Fades or raise or they gotta use these ults
Now
next round,
invested.
pretty much.
Control is available. Saya tucking
Oh
back
wait,
around
they
the
use
corner,
ult
does keep
before they
himself safe for
plant.
the moment.
This can be
Answering spray damage
pretty.
comes
This can be
through.
pretty bad.
Saya
Yeah,
picked off,
I'm telling you,
avoiding
every
the
time
5-1
I see a
Prowler,
Viper ult
confirming that
before a
somebody
plant,
opposing
it
for
just
now. The
goes
spike
so
will
wrong.
not
You
be
get all this
planted.
space and then you can
Lockdown
just
also available here from
spam.
Xero,
Don't
to be
have
able
the
to get
best
to a
guns to
winnable
spam,
position.
but it's still
Pick on the Izu.
a bit of a
Something
nightmare.
A little bit better for
Massive
him, but Carpe
duel.
lurks around the back of sight, finds the catch, takes down one, and manages to avoid that Bulldog spray as Elmimore will get finished off. Lockdown now.
No,
gonna be
boss
committed.
man.
A 1v3 here from Xero.
Holy hell, okay.
Planted.
For all the
Honestly,
marbles.
they gotta push him.
Turret cleared out, swings, finds two,
Oh,
but he's not
I
ready
tell
for
you what, it
Xero.
wasn't too bad. It actually wasn't too bad in the end.
Oh, no.
Runs him down. And T1 now
Match point.
get themselves up to match
Yeah,
point,
the ult
12 to
was
7.
pretty good in the end.
I mean, this
they
is,
had to literally
that
just
was
all
pretty
push
devastating,
him.
Right? It was like
Just felt
last chance
I
for
mean,
him. He was going
at
1v3.
11-7,
He
I
puts down
guess.
Lockdown.
Why not?
He's sending it in the 1v3. But
They don't know where the
it
third
just
player
was
is.
barely not enough. Izu really clean, and oh man, just not able to feel the pressure. From
Yeah,
the
no one
third
got
guy
info
from
of the
same
chamber
angle,
during
maybe
the
not expecting
duels.
that. And
Omen ult, Omen
Very
got this
unfortunate
kill.
for X-Ray.
Viper got this kill, right?
He was nearly
It's
gonna
unlucky.
clutch that one out. It was not the case.
I guess he
And now
thought he
it's
was
12-7.
probable the whole
T1
time or in front of door.
Nearly unbeatable on these attacker sides.
Well, they're scout around, but
The door didn't open, yeah, but he thought he was here. But I'm saying, like,
Rossi,
Omen got the kill on
he's not looking
site
to
here,
blink
Viper
widely.
got the kill on here, but they only know about 2, and it's a chamber.
No
It's
real
like,
reason
would
to.
he be over towards door? Like, if
RQ
his role is normally in this
trusting that
area,
that pit is going to dissuade.
kind of just going off,
As
yeah.
It's going to be a
prep.
very early preventative Nightfall sent in here.
Then if
Those
you had put the
trails
ult
out,
there, do you not think the
spawning
guy would have
multiple
spammed it?
players.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mix of
Eventually that
both.
just goes down, and now Estrella is right there.
They keep getting the
Picked
first
off,
kill.
Extra able to find that kill. That's a solid start, but Rossi will get traded out. Turret cleared, Xparrow finding one. Looks like we might not be done quite just
That
yet.
was nice though, yeah,
Six
trades
right now
over
finds
towards it through the
himself in a
smoke ready to
3v1.
go. And if you're T1,
Off
I
the
would be
ready.
tempted to
Wants
time
one
out
for a
here.
moment. Lines up a
Nice and
shot.
early.
Can't draw down against Estrella fast enough.
Depends where-
RQ hold
depends
on by
what
a
the
thread,
calls
but they
are.
need 4 more rounds
Money's
consecutively
gonna
to force this
get
into overtime.
low.
Yeah,
Got some
I mean,
good
well,
ults.
You gotta get started
Ah,
with
okay,
one,
you don't need
and
to
maybe
time
get
out. They got
enough
some good
momentum
ults. It's fine.
to make this a bit interesting. You see that T1
You would hope
not
that they can
necessarily
come
gonna
up with
pull
a
by on
pretty
this next
unreal
one.
plan with this many ults.
losing a lot of money in the round previously, and then of course losing this one. So it's really nice hold here, especially from Xparrow. Feels like he's feeling himself towards the end of this map. I suppose better late than never. And he does show up in a big way in the last couple of rounds.
You want to play? Let's play.
And let's see now, big control over here on Rubble as both sides trying to get in their
Holy.
faces. Saya's already through the
Fast
door in a
door.
3 though.
Yeah,
that
and this
shows
guy's
Auburn.
got control of
Quietly,
A.
RQ aware of this. Can they avoid it? Couple seconds.
Yeah, just gotta
quick
send
corner
it. This
check
guy
as he
hears him
rushes
go
up the top.
heaven.
Stinger in hand. There's a
Omen
jump
flash is
outside.
incredible.
Blocking
Nice
it up.
duel from
Jemkin able to
Jemkin.
find
Maybe not
Farfang.
expecting
Quick
him here.
comms packed up over the top. Extra will be able to find one with that
Whoa.
force. Rossi.
Wait,
Second kill here for the squad.
Whoa.
Jemkin
this guy.
get the elimination, but Izu now lurking. Takes out Ellie
No,
Moore.
not like
Xparrow
this,
inside.
guys. How did they
This is
lose
all
this
falling
one?
apart.
It was going so well.
Jemkin,
They didn't check the
last one
corner.
alive. Last man standing. Drops down off the rope. The plant being held. Izu. With that in his hands. And he's pushing forward, not pulling back towards tree. He's not stacking up. And the timing, Jemkin just misses him. Swing onto the corner. He
Okay,
is struck
T1
down.
with honestly a
And
convincing
Excurate,
2-0.
the
They did
new
get
IGL
double
will be the
pistol on this
finisher.
one. That really helped
3K
them.
as T1 will be able to find a match victory here in stage 1.
Calling did feel
Yeah,
better.
I mean, what can you say?
It suited
Make
them a
some
lot more.
changes. Things aren't
And they were
working
very
for
proactive
T1
on their
For
defense.
3 maps, and then
On
all of a
both
sudden,
maps.
for 3 matches rather, all of a sudden you make one change, and they just look like a totally new team. Fantastically done here in this match against RQ.
They were
RQ
fighting
definitely
all
not
the
showing
time
their
on
best
defense, yeah.
colors, I would say, but still, all credit to T1 on a big victory here, 2-0
Cross
in this match
sweet.
against RQ against
Face them.
most expectation.
Yeah, I mean, just given what we had been seeing as of late, there was concerns and qualms
Can't believe how
about whether or
inconsistent they are.
not
That's
T1
very true. But I'm seeing that
was
for a
just
lot of these
gotta get this
teams.
stuff together in time for this
I
matchup.
think that just goes
RQ
for
had
all
been
of
looking
the
improved,
middle of the pack
you know,
teams
match
at the
over
moment.
match. But this was a night and day difference here from T1.
High
From
lows
the
and low
outset,
floors.
The vibes were there. You can see
Wait.
hugs exchanged, of course.
High highs and
As,
low
you know,
lows,
even
I
with
guess you
some of the
just said.
smack talk we heard earlier, these guys are all friendly. But
Or high
this
ceiling, low
was
floor.
a much more improved T1. A T1 that we were expecting from the outset of Stage 1. A T1 that inspires hope in the fans and belief in this team that they may just be able to make their way, you know, well, now at this point, into the playoffs, but also potentially over to Shanghai.
Yeah, you got to keep that hope alive, and I'm just glad that, like I said during the match, it's better late than never, and this time on the side of T1, so very nicely done for them. They pick up the 2-0 tonight. Let's go over to the analyst desk to break down this match.
And just like that, it is a 2-0 for T1. This is the T1 we wanted to see. This is the T1 we expected to see at the start of this Stage 1.
I have no words.
Yeah, the hopes are
how
still alive for this
clean
team.
They took this from RRQ. Everything that they were doing, it was just working over and over again. And again, everything that we were mentioning on Ascent.
There's a lot
have
of
really
important
kind of
duels
come
the
full
one
circle
that they
into
won.
this Lotus map. And
Like the
by
first
then,
kills are going to be
RRQ
really
just
one-sided,
could not
right?
really deal with how well T1 was just again able to win out this second map.
Yeah, I think if you go back and watch the VODs of the previous T1 games and today's game, what you're going to notice is every piece of movement that T1 makes today actually finds some form of value.
Fix Giants? Dude, Giants look way better.
You're getting the information you wanted.
I'm down to give
Your
Giants some more
teammates gaining
time.
Space somewhere else. Whatever it might be, it's very proactive. Before, it was basically, if we land the shot, then we gain info. But today, you could tell that there was a plan, and sometimes if you were watching the player cams, like Xcurate was just holding a position, looking at his minimap, and just calling for like 15 seconds, getting the team set up for the next set play that they were going to do. This team is absolutely restructured, and who knows what happened, but they are looking right back in action.
This is great news for T1.
There's a byproduct here where it feels like because T1 was doing this, RRQ was forcing themselves to stop those kind of calls, right? You'd see...
I don't know as much of a difference in the calling. Dude, it was like completely different. Yeah. They played both of their halves like completely different to how they do.
Immediately marched their way onto A site, and then they basically
the big buy round on Ascent as well. They contacted. It was mental, mate. It was actually wild.
Before we go any further into this, what I also noticed: 13 rounds T1 had, and not one of them was the round that really mattered for the guessing game gain.
You think there's hope for Giants? There's hope for Giants to look better. There's not a... Dude, was this really only this close?
Sorry, chat.
And 11.
Sorry to let you down, but...
I felt like at least in that second half, there was so many fast bloods.
Figure out what kind of crazy trivia the production will throw at us.
Just like a Sage wall, you know.
Yeah, Giants, I don't think make... I mean, they're not going to make playoffs this season.
What?
They might for split too.
Yeah. Let's do that.
But they're not going to go to any lands this year. Like, that's for sure.
What?
We're bringing it back.
Will Joe?
My mission is to get immortal tonight again.
Man,
I don't know what your expectations are of them, but that's where I'm
all
at.
doing there down there?
All right, audience. Again, this is a representative. This is your representative. Sitting in my
See any similarities in Forsaken the Xcurate calling? I mean, I even said a few rounds it looked a bit like Paper X on defense.
You gotta get back in the
But they would just have pure freedom of just, you guys can swing it.
Wingman from walk to why.
More on their defense than their attack, though.
Am I right?
I've been making so much fun of Achilleos here in bronze. I am about to be.
Oh boy.
He's looking right at you too.
I know.
Yeah.
He's giving me that look like that's what you get. That's what you get for mocking me. I'm sorry, Achilleos.
Okay.
Whatever. Like he says, this is not a real game.
I don't know. My stats tell me otherwise.
Oh my god. Well, you get to double enjoy the glory here. Your prediction was also correct for T1. You know what?
Yeah, I don't think you can look at Bleed though, Gabri. That is just it's just a mess over there with that stuff.
This little game that we
I wouldn't
had,
use them as an example.
Did look great at the beginning.
Yeah, it would be nice if you could just stick on one role. They changed players as well.
You could just tell by how they were playing, the decisions that they're making, but the quickness, the tempo, all of
I think
it
it could be a consistent calling improvement. I don't think it would work against, well, we'll see, man. I don't think it'll work as well second time around. Say that, but Paper X managed to make it work all the time, so we'll see. Hard to replicate what they do, though.
But they had their own
You want to
style.
try
They
and
seem to have their
I
own
feel like
reads on
T1
the
are
tempo
trying.
they wanted to make. Saya didn't have to kind of feel like he had to take the entire game into his own backpack.
11-10, yeah. They must have got so many first kills in their defense because they were getting dominated on their attack.
But surely there's a bunch of other effects that are happening because Izu seems a lot more comfortable. You see him smiling on stage again. And Rossi, again, the setups for his teammates, it's just absolutely in sync.
And to kind of add to Saya as well, it felt like he didn't really need to adjust anything for his team, right? It's just more of like they improve.
At least it saved my pick'ems a little bit.
And that's always a good thing because you want Saya player to be in a spot where he can just be so aggressive with those double satchels that we've been seeing here on Lotus.
Yeah, and then I also just want to give a shout out to the side of RQ. Elmimore continuing to prove that as head initiator, he's feeling really comfy, but on the flip side, the other one who also had a big role switch, Xfero, a little quiet.
When did I decide to do Valorant as a career? As soon as it came out, man.
Estrella as well, struggling in both maps, quite frankly. Flips, of course.
That's one of
not
the,
the
I feel like that's
greatest
one of the
times for
only
Lotus.
reasons that we
But
won so
again,
much in
part
Fish
of
1,
it
2,
is
3 when the
sure
game
you're
came
losing some
out, just
aim
because
duels, but a
we
lot of
heavy
it is what
committed
Ascent said
instantly.
earlier. It's the way that T1 started playing.
Like we
RRQ was not prepared for
we
that. They weren't
made the
prepared for that
team
tempo. They weren't prepared
and
for those types of
started
decisions.
practicing within
And
the first week of
RRQ
the
started
game
to
being
feel that
out.
they have to
Pretty
basically
much.
go through aim duels to get out of this map.
Like on like the 7th day it
so
was
there
out.
on the top, you could see that he was all smiles when they were just finishing that match, wrapping up, and it was just a different T1. Besides gameplay, even when they wrapped it up, you could see their new IGL, Extra, going around giving everyone a hug. Izu with the biggest smile as he led the charge, you know, to wrap it up. Anyway, we're gonna go down to the stage and have a chat with today's victor, T1.
Thank you guys. Now T1 secured their first win for stage 1. I'm standing here with T1 Saya player. Now massive congrats, Saya. Now I just want to start with the question of going 3 games without a win. That could be mentally exhausting, but overall T1's team vibe looked very good. The team synergy was there. So how did you guys try to keep the energy up to make sure that you have that motivation and the team morale to pick up the win?
To be honest, we have really after these 3 losses, like we have a really bad momentum, and then everyone's like exhausted, tired, like they're like really sad. But I know we have a really like good result in scrims, so I know we have really good progress, and then we trust each other, so we like bring back our moment.
So in order to transfer the good results from the scrim to what's going on stage, what do you think was the most important thing that the team needed to address?
I think we have really on our team we have a lot of opinions. So when we play the games, we have a lot of like ideas, like we have what to do, but we didn't figure out what we're gonna do actually, you know. So we just like after the change, we just decide to cabin like the Excurate, gonna like core everything. So after that, we like good, you know.
All right, you mentioned Excurate taking over the IGL role, and Autumn also mentioned that it was to play more fast tempo. So talk to me about this decision. Whose initial idea was it, and how is Kevin kind of helping out the team with this calling?
It was Autumn, the head coach, and then Kevin really wants to call. So I mean, I really trust Kevin too. So we just like decide to calling Kevin.
Okay. Now we saw T1 straight play into their strength. For example, those contact plays to the A sites on Ascent, and also the timing and the pacing was on point. How much would you say was down to Kevin's calling, and how much would you say how much of that kind of came down to the teamwork and the team effort?
Honestly, we have already structure and everything, fundamentals, but we like really hesitate before. But Kevin's calling is really like clear, and he just like have a really good direction. So to be honest, today matches he has a lot of like effects for our team.
Okay, it's a group effort, and everyone's doing well, doing their part. Now coming up on Monday, Talon. Ben is waiting there for you.
My boy Ben. I'm gonna kill you.
What? Okay, Ben, be ready, because Saya's coming for you. Well, congratulations once again, Saya, and well-deserved win. Go get some rest. Now, thank you for
guys, in game, don't worry,
as
we're
well.
good.
Now, with that, we are going to head off to a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's going to be Bleed taking on Zeta Division.
Okay, let's spam some ads. We'll be back in a little bit. Send the Valor plant. You do it in Valor plant. You'd have it recorded for you. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 1. We just saw T1 versus RRQ, and T1 is back on track, taking their second championship point. But we're going to go into the second series of today and hear a word from Bleed.
Hello. Here's a little massage for you. Yeah. Does that feel nice?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ready to go today?
Yes, I'm ready to win.
Oh, you're ready to win. Okay. You feel good?
Yep.
Yeah. Make them bleed, man.
I really hope Jen keeps that thing outside of the talent room. Well, we are analyzing the match later. Oh, I hope Darian's okay there. I don't think he's making too much of the calls, so it's all right. Scary is the IGL, and he'll be the one making those calls. Now we have Bleed Esports with a star lineup of a roster, but they've been struggling to find their foothold and kind of find their cohesion this stage 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, whether it's comms, whether it's the calls, no matter what it is. Obviously, yes, they had to go through some circumstances where they had to make huge roster changes, but it has to come together today because it's already a little bit too late.
Yes, they're cutting it really close here. You know, Zest just joined, Retlet just joined this roster. But we're going to go over to Zeta, who, you know, they've found their wins, but they really need today as well.
Happy birthday to you, Yuan-san! Happy birthday! Open it.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh,
Oh,
美味しそうです. So,
do you like it?
yeah,
I made it myself.
thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. What's your teammates getting you?
Today's win.
Oh, today's win. Okay, they're getting you the win. Better than the K. Don't eat it though. Don't eat it. Okay.
What is Jin up to with her shenanigans?
What are you supposed to do if you don't eat the cake? Is it a lie? I don't know.
This cake is a lie. Well, Zeta Division has a birthday buff for Yoren,
it's
one
over.
of their rookies. Yeah, it's over. That's it. We don't really need to analyze anything anymore because birthday buffs are a real thing, Asterai.
Oh yeah, I was just in my head is just keeping. You can have your cake and eat it too. It's just the thing that just kept popping into my head. But yeah, absolutely, Zeta Division. They, at least coming into the series, feel like they have all the pieces set much better than Bleed. We saw how well Depp has shown his diversity or his pool of agents, how effective that can be. Laz still is a very effective chamber player, and the player in question, Hiroron, has been slowly getting better and better into that initiator role. Sure, again, don't forget that when he came into Zeta Division from his previous team, he was a Sentinel main. So him still having to adjust into this one and, you know, being a lot more successful bit by bit, game by game, is really going to help Zeta Division here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the eyes on the rookie, right? Or the rookies, I should say, because like
I
you
missed the
said,
interviews.
Depp
Who did they interview?
just hasn't missed a beat. He even brought out the Neon once again on the Lotus, things like that. Laz is showing the Chamber again. Sure, Sugar's hero, maybe not as many hero moments as in the past, but still pretty stable. But of course, he is up against an age-old rival in Scary, as we see in the stats right now. So we'll see if Sugar's hero can at least pull around, a couple of those rounds to really kind of re-inject the motivation back into his team when they need it most. Because if not, I mean, Scary, like, I know we've been talking about it, some fans might be bored of it, but you just never know when he's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat and bring home the win for Blade.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know. And so far, they haven't pulled that win yet. He's done it in the past. He's done it in the past.
So this is going to be interesting,
especially
man.
during Ascension. Obviously, Bleed is our ascending team.
In my
here joining
pick'ems, I went for
Pacific,
Bleed.
I think this
After
might be
watching
part of it, actually. When you're
recency
coming
bias, I
into the
would go
franchise
for
for the first
Zeta,
time
but
as a
I
team,
think I would
and
have
then you
switched for
make
the game before
not
this
one,
as
but
well.
two
So
roster
who knows?
shuffles since then. That's a lot of adjusting that you have to do. Meanwhile, Zeta Division has kept most of their core here. And yes, this is a very important match today for both of these teams, Asarai.
Yes.
I mean, this
Bleed,
is a nightmare.
I'm dubbing them right now the Hemo Goblins. As
I mean,
it
this is a
'cause
nightmare as well.
Hemo Goblins.
Yes, because they've been goblin all these losses.
Oh, okay. My head was going somewhere else with the Goblins, but I thought we were really towing the line here today.
Flat chat in 6 hours?
so much.
Yes, I think
And
that's
you
right.
know what? Look at their next matchups for
What
both
are
of
these,
these teams.
what are
now.
these guys talking about, man?
You're basically saving the toughest for last on both sides, right? I mean, on the side of Bleed, let alone a DFM that's looking better and better, but a Paper X and a DRX. Then Zeta has
How many rounds we're getting to
Before
before chat gets put in sub mode? Dude, we lost it. We lost it a GE
I'm pretty
game,
sure you're about to kiss the playoffs goodbye.
and I think I think
That's
Bleed might
exactly
be
right.
worse.
Here we're looking at some
But
of
honestly,
the
if
highlights of what's been happening so
if
far
FNS
here
is
in
live,
Stage
then we
1.
might be
So
alright.
here's the thing as well, you know, with a lot of these highlights that we're seeing between Bleed and Zeta is, you know, we talk about how Scary was a thing, and that's actually
He's
a big
live,
factor
then I think
about these things.
there's a
Because
chance
if you look at
we're
the
gonna be fine.
First kills, right, overall for Bleed, it's never really up for their duelist, which is Yang. And even
FNS can
though
just
he's somewhere there,
take all
he's
of them.
on the receiving end of a first kill. He's been actually one of the players for Bleed here that has gotten the least amount of that first kill percentage, which translates into he can't really find that quick contact or win that quick contact against other teams, which means that the first contact for Bleed has been less than stellar.
Yes, yeah, and a big part of that is also they seem to be kind of playing around.
Bro, look at these stats, man. Get these
a
stats off the
member where
screen,
you're just gonna
dude.
leave him on his own and
This
he'll do his
is
thing,
too
hold an
much,
angle.
man.
And yes, that is generally what
Holy
he's
hell,
good at,
that's
but you
bad.
still need to set him up for success by taking
Can't
over
be-
parts
can't
of
be
the map
showing this,
elsewhere,
man.
or pushing him further out,
Can't
in a
be
better
showing
angle,
this.
things like that. And that's something that Zeta has been doing very well for the likes of Depp and Last. So curious to see how that pans out.
Where's Minnie?
Now, looking
So
at the
he's,
maps,
I mean, he's in
again,
the
very
UK
clear
and they're all in
permabans.
Berlin.
Bleed not really
so
liking the Ascent,
the big
which is
reason why he
Zeta's
didn't
one
want
of
to
Zeta's
do
favorites. And then Breeze
head
being
coaching
banned
was
out by
because he wanted
Zeta
to be
as
at
well.
home
So
more. So
the real question here for Bleed that I
What's
have
happening?
is, do you pick what you think Zeta is weak at, or do you still have some maps where you feel comfortable? Because the Lotus looked okay against Talon, and then suddenly not so much
Siege.
against RRQ.
Well,
Yeah, that certainly is the question for Bleed because they
And
need
he's
to
just
get
chilling?
any
Yeah, pretty much.
advantage they can get
Probably
right
pretty
now.
stressful still, though.
While they haven't won any matches, they have won a map or two, and they're just going to have to figure out what Zeta division has
He's still
figured
in
out. Because
Fnatic?
we
Yeah,
had a
he's
chat
still
with
in
Carlisle,
Fnatic.
not once but twice, and they have definitely been cooking up something as much as possible. This is a very different Zeta division than
Ex-Coach
last year
Potatoes,
already.
Man,
and while
if
they lost
Fnatic
their
managed to
match,
get another win,
the other
hopefully that
day,
should speed everything up.
I still think overall they
I think
look
it's all hands on
much
deck
more
out there
improved.
at the moment.
We're gonna go to the map.
I think he's
fan
got a
picks
new
it up. First we have our
he's
two
got a
coaches,
new
Carlisle
designer
and
that he's
Lakia
helping
here.
to cover a lot of his stuff.
Will was right. What maps
Coach
can
players.
actually Bleed be willing to fight against Zeta Division here when you think about how Zeta feels like they have that more expansive pool? Is the mentality here for Bleed to
That's,
just
I mean, they
try
just-
to match Zeta
it
where
must
they're
have just been
already
in
good
prac,
at,
it must have just been going
or
bad.
just completely try to, go the other direction and just face them where they haven't been really good at?
This could be nice though,
Wow,
right?
the Icebox ban. I'm a little surprised.
Because Zeta
And then the Sunset
are
pick.
not
I'm
great
even
at
more
this map.
surprised, to be very honest. Though I will say,
So
Zeta,
in my
they-
opinion,
they're bringing out
Zeta
the
get
Phoenix
worse,
comp, and
like
while
get
they
rid of
did
both
win
of their bad
very
maps.
handily against GE, the weaknesses of the composition showed through right away in their previous
Lead
match.
Sunset,
So
Zeta
maybe you've
pick
got some
Ascent.
ante going on there.
Yeah, that's most likely the situation here. I believe we saw a match like that yesterday with Talon being very bold as well. Picking a map against Global Esports that they thought they had figured out. But
We're
hopefully
going to be on the
this time
lookout
Bleed
for
has it figured
vibes.
out.
Wow.
Any kind of
and
good
the Lotus
vibes
for
from
last
Bleed.
as well.
That's
I mean,
what I wanna
again,
see.
on the side of
Give me
Bleed,
some Bleed
no
vibes.
draft is going to feel
Couple
good
of
given the
smiles,
record. You just have to
maybe
go off
even
the
a
script,
laugh
so obviously it's
here
kind of
and
hard
there.
for us as outsiders to read through this. But I am surprised about leaving Ascent open and banning the Icebox because I thought Bleed kind of pivoting back to the Viper should have an okay chance at
Sunset?
Icebox, and Zeta
Dude, this is
didn't
gonna
look
be
so good on
Chamber,
it,
man.
But that's neither here nor there
Yeah, I
now.
don't wanna get you all
We're going
hyped
on
up.
to that Sunset and
I
Bleed.
don't wanna get you all
believe
hyped
they
up, but
played
this
it
is
here. They played it
Chamber.
earlier in the year by kickoff. So that comp absolutely could have changed here for Bleed.
I mean, I wouldn't be
Don't
remiss
do
to
it
see
again,
maybe even
dude.
a couple
I'm doing
duelists
it.
here.
This has to be
try
Chamber.
To one up Depp if he's going to be bringing out that Phoenix. Just put Durian and Ye on more aggressive roles where they can maybe
It
dictate
makes
the pace
sense.
of the game.
Played it
Even though
once,
Durian has
lost
been,
it.
very proficient
Time
on
to
that
look
Sentinel,
back.
it just feels like Bleed
Chamber.
might have to
One of the better maps for
improvise
Chamber.
something right now with the lack of time that they have to prepare.
Even Zeta are using it.
But what if? I know we're all sick
Chamber
of
v
hearing this,
Chamber.
but like, but what if? What if it's a chamber duel between you and Labs?
I would love that. I would love it, Will. If we
It's
saw
going to
it-
be Chamber, man.
We haven't seen yet.
Surely.
On a chamber.
Yeah.
In Pacific. I don't know what's up with that.
I mean, you know,
Can we just put
Astra,
it on
Astra's
the
decent, dude.
chamber
Astra doesn't need
for
changes.
the love of God.
Yeah, play no duelist, just go for it.
Just do it. It can be done. Sunset has
It's just
proven
we just
to
need a
be
Viper enough. That's it.
doable without a duelist. But whatever it is, or you can have a duelist and the chamber anyway, like
Sure.
Zeta
I mean, yeah.
Division does. But I'm sure they've cooked something up. One thing
Yeah,
I
they
want to see
cooked a
from Bleed
chamber up.
is less hesitation. They are very cautious when they play. The tempo is a bit too slow, and we're here in Pacific where everyone is all about going, just going.
He
And
insta
we
locks
need to catch up with
Viper.
that.
It's funny because Zeta used to be that team, right?
Honestly,
of like, oh, let's
I mean,
wait for all the
yeah,
information
I am a
and
little
then
bit
we're out
worried
of
for that.
time. And Bleed does the same thing. I mean, we heard Ewok kind of hint at it as well earlier when we had the coach interview of, well, Bleed always waits for the opponents to make a mistake. And that's something we noticed at Ascension last year as well. So hopefully they're now picking up like, okay, that doesn't work here at VCT Pacific anymore. We have to change our style a little
Gee,
bit.
that wasn't
That's the
even
beauty of
that.
having,
That wasn't
again,
even that
a
bad
new
to
coach here
delete.
for Zeta Division, right? That's the reason why they picked him up. Is
it too many-
immediately right after
too many
that, you're
smiles
seeing
for you?
Depp go a lot more aggressive. Everybody is following that speed, that pace at which he
That was one of
sets.
our more
For
positive
Bleed at this point,
comments.
It may be just because
Too many
Ye hasn't
emojis?
been that
Damn, dude. You
leader,
gotta
not
get
IGL,
in.
but like leader that
You
kind
gotta on
of
top of
charges
it.
forward, so they're not really comfortable in taking those risks because it seems like there might
not be options to take those risks, but
you know, it's very difficult to kind of gauge how to approach
We're
that.
deleting
Yeah,
stuff
I mean,
with too many
it's a team
emojis.
thing, right?
Holy.
You need the setup for it if you want to go in aggressively.
you
So
guys are
I
ready
think
for this game.
falls on
Respect.
everyone, right? And
Yeah.
Scary as an IGL as well.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely part of it too. To go in that
Put it
aggressively,
on a
to move
mode
that
and then just
quickly,
ban
you
everyone.
need to be one mind, or you need a very confident IGL. We saw it just now with T1. Once they put
Dude, this is,
on there, making decisive
I'm so confident
calls,
it's Chamber.
the team follows, and that's when it works, because everyone is on the same
I
page.
do EMEA pick 'em
This
for
is
this
what
week.
Bleed
Yes,
is
it
sort
should
of
be out
lacking
tomorrow
right now.
before
And
the
again,
EMEA
they
games.
have all the players. They have amazing players on this roster, and they just
I'll do
need to
my
come
week 2
together.
pick'ems.
At Zeta Division as well.
Maybe I can do it
we
after
saw
this in
some
between flat chat.
hesitation from them, kind of going back to that old Zeta, where they're waiting till the last second to go plant that spike, and that really cost them. So hopefully Carlisle has fixed some of those old habits, and you know, we're going to see some top-tier gameplay from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zeta's going in the right direction. It's just a question of how fast
Sleep.
do they improve.
Loads of
Whereas
sleep.
Bleed, they got to still figure out the direction and kind of tune in the navigation from the start.
That's right. Now we are going to go to the stage, welcome these two teams, Bleed Esports and Zeta Division. Give us a good game. Give us a good game. No. They're not going to give us a good game.
No?
What?
They're going to keep
No?
us here.
Is that what
They're-
you heard? The
yeah.
voices have told Victoria that
The
we're not.
voices have
Oh,
told
no.
me that we are going
Have
to
they
listen
also
to Will's
told you that you're
predictions.
going to go down to bronze in the next guessing game?
No.
Ouch. That is the second game here.
It's terrible. It's been really
Achilles is
painful.
waiting
You
for
know,
you there.
we're just going to go to the stage. We're going to go back to the stage for Zeta Division and Bleed. Let's welcome the players.
Bleed Esports.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another
Zeta
season.
Division.
I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that?
I tell you what, if they actually put him on chamber though, and he goes frag heavy, they have no choice but to try and force it on every map. And then they're in a pretty rough spot. Or, actually, I mean, they're let's be honest, they're in a really rough spot anyway.
Zeta Division facing
So
off
this could
Bleed
actually save them.
Esports. Both of these teams need that championship.
Damn it, dude, even
point
he's
so
smiling, man. You see that?
desperately
He's
to
smiling.
even
I talk about
consider
vibes.
the
I see
possibility
him
of entering
smiling. That's the
champions
chamber.
as one of our final 4 teams.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because, again, it's not just about playoffs and Masters Shanghai, but, of course, looking all the way down the road to
Didn't see
champions
him
as well.
smiles.
For Zeta Division, I mean,
Almost.
TFM's already ranking up
Almost
points as well,
smiles.
right alongside
Yeah,
you. So you wanna
that's the
make sure
guy
you
that's
bank
playing
those
chamber
up nice
first
and
map,
early.
man.
And then for Bleed, okay, champions might be a bit of a stretch, but at least you want to get that
There's
first
more
win
vibes
to
than there were
really
last
kick
time,
things
though.
into gear and say, no, we belong here on this stage. We earned this spot.
Yeah, I mean, what? It's 2 weeks, 3-4 matches remaining for all of these teams. Really scary to be in that perspective, especially again when we're talking about Bleed that has those struggles.
Here we
Okay,
go.
I mentioned how Ye was the one that was, you know, kind of the first point here for Bleed. Haven't been talking so much about Zest, that even though he does have those cues with, you know, very good initiator abilities, the timing, the pacing hasn't really synced up with how Bleed has been playing. And then Retla has been, I think, not there yet from what they were kind of hoping for, from what we heard from Ligia last time on the interview.
Yeah, Retla, you know, he used to be part of Bleed. He was actually on the original roster for Paper Rex back when Valorant first started, when VCT first started.
It is in
and
chamber.
it
I mean,
looks
if it's
like,
in
you know, he took a little
chamber,
bit
I
of a
guess
break
he's on.
before coming back into
Guess he's on
Bleed,
Raze,
and
but
it looks like he's still kind of shaking off the dust. And he needs to step it up. Today is so important for, what did you call it, Master Eye? The goblins? Goblins? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, hemoglobins is the actual thing.
How's Zest
But
looking? I'll be honest,
hemoglobins
Ams.
is what we're looking at this team
Doesn't
as.
matter who.
So
Like,
hopefully they can kind of
even
overcome
Scary's
that,
looking
overthrow
bad.
that
Like
title and
they're
get
all
right
like
back
as an
into Bleed
overall
Esports
team
that
right
we
now.
saw
It is.
at Ascension last
It's
year, and my
hopefully
eyes
the
are on
bottom,
comps
the bottom
right
of the
now. Where are they
bottom,
bringing out? 'Cause
and
they
now's
can't
the bounce
just
back.
be
Now's the
here.
chamber
Oh, and
lock-in
it looks
bounce
like,
back.
oh, they,
What is this?
two
What is
friends
this,
have
dude?
put
Is
their
she giving
credit
out
cards on
some
the
kind of
line,
credit card
for a
deals?
little bet on
What's going on
dinner.
there?
Whichever team wins, the other friend has to buy them dinner.
Okay, well, I hope they cover that credit card number. I don't know, you should put that on broadcast.
Yeah, what the hell?
We're going to go over to our casters now, Kilios and Valdez.
Yes, it is now time to go into the action. It has been nearly 2 years since Ye took on the core of Zeta Division back at
Rewind and
Reykjavik in
pause.
2022. That was
That's
April 24th.
wild.
Find ourselves here at April
That's
16th.
the Smooya, but
So
worse,
it's been
man.
a damn long while. Obviously, a very different core around Ye, but we'll see how he fares as we go into this match because both teams have had their struggles.
Smooya
for
did in
sure.
front of like
They've had their
500
struggles, and
players.
as was pointed out
People
on the
watching.
desk, we
This
have
is
this
a lot
match,
more.
and then they're going up against really strong opponents, pretty much only. Even DFM for the side of Bleed, you know, who they have to face next. That team looked better last time we saw them out here just yesterday, so it's going to be rough. I think both teams really need to pick this one up and then try to string some victories together, or at least look a little bit better if they want to have any chance of actually, you know, reaching the upper echelons here at Pacific, because so far, you know, it's been a bit back and forth for Zeta. They're in a little bit
Bro,
of a
where
better
is that?
spot,
Where's
but,
the agent
still,
select?
as well have those tough opponents on the way.
Yeah, it feels like we continue to see a bit of growth out of Zeta, and it's like a couple steps forward
Here we go.
and some steps
Here
back.
we go.
It hasn't really been super consistent, which is what we want to be seeing.
why am I nervous for this?
Enthralled and excited to see that
Oh
there have been some
boy,
changes
okay,
coming
well,
to the roster, giving some
we don't get the
opportunities to
chamber.
new young guns.
But okay, chat. We don't get the
still,
chamber, but
they are capable of
it's
stumbling from time to time.
the old
not gonna
Paper
be the
X
hyped up
comp.
matchup that people were hoping for with Ye over on the chamber. He is going to be sticking
They can
on
retake
that
pretty
duelist
well.
role. Again, not lying to us.
Sammy
on the
actually
analyst
plays
desk.
chamber on no
When we had
maps.
him on for the interview, he said we are just sticking to Ye on duelist, and I think overall, while it is
Dude,
disappointing
if
not seeing him play chamber,
if Chamber takes
this
him
is
down,
still a huge
that's-
improvement over what we were seeing.
That's going to be in
back
his mind.
kickoff where he was
I always
playing
used to have
Sky and
this,
Viper,
right?
et
When
cetera,
we
et cetera. And then
say like
if
this
he can
game,
more
right?
reps
And this
on
was
his raise,
we used to have this
expect
all
to
the
see
time.
performance is going to
And
get
me and my
better
manager used to
as well.
joke
But
about
some
this.
changes
We
here.
say that Ye was
There's
Scream
full time
and
into
that
this
Laz
map. You can
was
see how
playing
Bleed
like
do
Reyna
fare.
and he wasn't
Zeta,
playing
they look
Reyna.
both strong and
Because
have
Scream wants to
gotten
play
crushed
Reyna every
on
single
this
map.
Bleed, typically
Every
thinking
time a
that they
Reyna
have
would
very
kill him, I'll
solid
be
read
like,
how to
oh no, man.
counteract his Phoenix
This guy is
competition
going
as
to be
well as Laz on the
furious.
chamber. Let's go
This
ahead
guy
and
just
hop
wants to
into
play
Sunset
Reyna.
and see whether or not their
So maybe the
confidence
same
is
thing
gonna
will
pay off.
happen here.
Yeah, that is a big question.
He's just going to get one shot by the chamber and just be like, man, that should be me. That should and could be me. Okay, Bleed on defense, Zeta on attack. Let's see what we got.
And just the head-to-head.
I do like their comp though.
A big part of the story between these two
We'll see.
teams.
And this comp, I
Let's
don't
see
know,
how
man.
it
I like
is
the
going
chamber,
to
but
go.
I
Zeta
don't
have
really
elected to
massively. I
jump
haven't bought
onto
into the Phoenix on
attacker
this
side
map.
first. And
Don't mind it for ranked,
bit of a discussion
Premier
on
and
the
stuff,
desk as
but
well,
pro
just
play
talking about, you know, how
hasn't.
Zeta
No one
used to be
sold
the
me
really
on this
passive
yet.
team, the one that took, you know, tried to
Gentle
utilize
mates
the
make it look
entirety
alright,
of the
but-
timer. Then they kind of like fell in line with the rest of Pacific. And Bleed now is kind of the slower team. Curious to see if Zeta wants to take a little bit of, you know, I'm sure they were watching the first match as well, where T1
Jog
essentially
goes
just
in,
WP.
breaks
Maybe
one
they
of the
say, okay,
trips.
well,
We have a
can do that
camera and a
too.
backup trip in
And
terms
maybe
of
they'll
kill
bring it
trip.
to Bleed here real quick.
And they have in the past, and it's been really good to see Zeta not, you know, really running down the clock as much as they had in previous, you know, metas and matches and whatnot. But that was something that we saw them slipping back into in their last series. It was them just not really feeling confident, not, you know, really running down the clock until they had 20, 15 seconds remaining, and then just getting picked off on the approach to these spike sites. But now it looks like about 40 seconds gone. They will start clustering up over towards A.
At one point, yeah, I was gonna say, at what point do they just start going well? They go to timed us on A. The flash goes out, they clear middle, flash into Dizzy, and then they realize no one's middle. Bid all of this, and then they come 3-person stack and fight
Still
this.
a bit of a rotation on over from the side
30
of Bleed to get in
seconds.
position on this A site. But there's the
Oh,
curveball, and
that's
around the back
kinda
comes
nice,
Step.
though.
They didn't
30 seconds
quite lock him down, but the paranoid comes through.
Spotted one, sends out the hot hands, will get a bit of damage across there.
Yeah, Molly was pretty good on this.
Zest, bringing it back. It's just a bloodbath here on the point, and suddenly Laz is all on his lonesome in a 1v2. Scaring down to a one-tap. He has gotten quite many headhunter bullets, but yeah, takes quite a bit of damage from that paint shell. Swing around the corner, has to take the TP out. Set one up, and that's going to be A, getting ready to hold on this defuse. Laz taking his time, but there's two players. He's got to try to go for it. Well, he does force Ye off the defuse.
Holy hell,
he
yeah.
cannot get the kill.
Dude, it was actually him against the chamber as well.
Yeah, good start
Okay.
for them. It was absolute chaos.
Nicely
as
done.
you
Pissed
mentioned,
around on the
site.
board.
It was just trades back and forth, 1-for-1, and eventually Chamber left alone. And last night,
Yeah, I was worried.
able to
I
get
was
it done.
worried
He
when
really
it was
did,
the
though.
chamber.
It was kind of close. I feel like if he had
Just that headhunter,
time for
just
one more bullet,
one tapping him,
he
and
had
then
one
him
more
just
headhunter,
thinking of all the
might
taps
have been enough.
that he's
Really,
got in the
really had a great
past.
angle there.
He's mentally out of the game.
Uses half.
Damn.
Comes off.
Vibes. Miles.
All right, well, solid start here for the side of Bleed. Really, I mean, just That paranoia onto Depp, really slowing up that entry, forcing him back behind the box, unable to get the instant punish onto Zest.
A nice knife.
Really
Everyone, right?
unfurls things there for Zeta.
Right? Take some map control.
Well, quite a many few players going to be suppressed as that 0 point goes out.
Must have been 4.
See what Zeta opt to do.
Yeah, the chicken corners must have been 4.
Spark a little
I thought it was 5, but
push from Bleed out of B. Maybe see what they can see. Get some extra information. Zeta, most of them just hanging around tiles, just waiting to see if they do go and commit to anything in mid. But for now, it just seems like maybe another A hit.
yeah, and it's just the classic. And these two are just basically going to hold middle, and then obviously they can go help over towards site. But
they have here at
they
their
don't need to
disposal.
heavy commit. Like with this comp that Bleed's playing, it's just fight one,
Forward
retake
zero point
other.
Check any forward presence in mid and the push out.
But
of
obviously
B
against
main.
an eco, you might as well
Really
just fight. You
should tell
don't
Bleed
give them
all
too
that
much
they
map
need to
control.
know, as they just wait for them. Come
What
pushing
map
in.
do you think Yay is
Lands
on
to the
Chamber, bro?
slaughter.
I think
Or pick up
none
there.
now.
Steps just going to be trying to build up.
I thought
these
this was going to be the map.
running backs as quickly as he possibly can. Swing to the corner. Yoda going to be taking an immense amount of damage as that mosh pit comes through, and Yay. Okay, well, scary. He'll go ahead and claim the kill. Thought for a second that they were actually going to try to get a knife. Laz, headshot on the
Yeah,
one.
who cleans up
Redlock
here?
onto the corner. Able to just go ahead and mow down
Cypher
three
ult on the way.
players, and that will
Okay.
be
Well, Cypher
damn near
ult's here,
flawless
and
round here for
honestly,
Bleed.
Cypher
Pick
ult
up
on a
the
bonus
anti-eco.
is pretty
Laz, the
decent
one guy,
because
does
you
get
can
a
definitely go
head
aggro as a
kill.
group, get the trades
That
out.
was
Makes
a
if you get a
bounce
1-for-1
that
trade, you then
already
get
building
the
up
ult,
to
and then you
his
can kind of work out
ultimate.
what you want to do.
So
Might
we'll see
force
when
them
he'll
to
get
make a
chance
wrong
to
call.
use that one.
So we'll see if they decide to go
Here,
aggro
trying
with
to
the
secure
Cypher
a
ult,
bonus.
or if they just want
As,
to chill.
Scary. He didn't want to wait. Rella just had kind of the off angle to stop them. And elbow.
Then him buying light armor. In terms of Laz, this one, I mean, they had extra money.
So far for Bleak.
They had extra money from the plant, and
Something that
he
has
has essentially
lacking for the most
Guardian
part.
in his kit.
Redlock had some polarizing performances as well.
Just
in his
trying
own
to
right,
just
so
pick
good to
with
see him off to
one gun.
a roaring start, having that ult online already here going into the bonus round. Could turn the tides and allow them to get a conversion here perhaps, but for now it's just going to be market door broken down. Depp getting tucked all the way up here at top mid. Smoke coming through here from Scary as well to try and dissuade any push into market.
Poison's off.
Yeah, just holding the line is Udon over there on the right side. But will they go for this push through market is really the question. A lot of the time you got to just follow where
Yeah,
Depp
and they're
is
real
going to
chill
go,
at the moment.
especially when he's on this Phoenix.
And
For now,
fight
he's
A,
just going to back out of
retake
mid, just
B.
not really
The
looking
plan
to
for
take
this
an
one.
angle here just
And
yet.
it looks like they might pick the
Udon
right
trying to get
side.
some information
We got
in B
info
main.
trip, we got kill
Not gonna
trip.
see much. And that might spark a little
And
push here
camera
from the side of Zeta.
gets a lot of early
One trap wire
vision.
cleared out, still
And
another
with
one.
this knife here, they might be able to get a
They're on
rotate in,
spike.
and time we'll see.
Himself.
Omen
Ult
has
goes
Omen
up.
Flash. Does he save it to stop them pushing in?
Redlock
Oh, he has
gonna
to
be
use Omen
noted there
Flash
as
now.
that recon comes through. A little bit of spray through. Just a couple shots there on the last.
Yeah, there's the kill trip. Doesn't get him the
Redlock
kill.
actually getting taken down. Depp able to go ahead and find him despite the fact that
How
he's the
did
one
that go
walking into
down?
that trap wire. Darian now looking for the target. Flash comes through, but he's already been taken down. Darian with the elimination. Depp now on the ground. Sugar Zero on that right-hand side. And just Zest and hit it on, seeing enough of Darian to be able to find the kill before the flash does
Keep an eye on the time.
Spike on the ground, 10 seconds remaining. Laz picking it up. Yudon trying to reinforce his
Holy,
position.
this one
He
got
arrives in
real
time
close.
to save the round, but
Yeah.
cannot
Very,
save
very
his teammate's
close.
life, cannot
Blanc
save
just comes in,
any
so they get the
additional
extra
weapons
money,
here. Zeta
but my goodness.
barely
I was
scraped
looking at the
by
Viper over
with a
towards
win.
middle
They
with like
lose
10,
four.
maybe 12 seconds left, thinking,
Yeah,
damn.
so they're on the board.
Gotta
They
get
deny
in
the
there.
bonus, but it is not the greatest look, especially this from Depp.
That's
he was
crazy.
just kind of flailing around. He throws a flash. His teammate gets flashed. He goes down, and it can be rough to try to clear out that entire B site, but not the
Nah,
cleanest entry
Gabri,
we've ever
we had
seen.
pretty, we were just taking that.
Definitely already saw
Like
a
we
lot
knew
better
what was going to
from the
happen in
first
that game,
match.
Gabri. We were just
So
laughing about it
hope
the
that
whole time.
Kind of clean that one up if they are going to have a chance here to get some
They
good
were.
entries.
The vibes were strong in that game.
for
Right.
that cam. There you go, finally find it. Run it back is available. Looks like Zeta widely just wanting to poke around over at B, get rid of some of this Cypher util. Let's make him a little bit more uneasy with this defensive setup. 3-man stack here over towards A site, but now we see that Zest is going to start rotating back around as Zeta
Up
their way
goes
up
out.
through mid.
See what this drone can get in terms of info.
Honey,
Believe it spotted the A there.
completely in the bin.
He's just going to back off. It's now.
Right, Laz didn't even try to turn around, but Paranoia thrown through. Looking for the wallbang here is Scary. They just sided double face.
Oh my
well, okay,
goodness.
it's a nasty shot from Laz.
Okay, this
Scary.
guy needs to go huge.
We'll find him in the end. Redline now waiting in
Honestly,
market,
did
finds
really good.
Dep.
33 HP, unlucky to not get another.
Darian finds Hiron at the same time, so it's a 2v3.
Raze has not
Fury at
even
8 HP,
moved.
but Sugar Zero.
Still just holding this. Plant goes in now. Now they're going to make the move.
33 himself. So
And Raze is very far away. I wonder if he even double satchel to get closer. Wait.
Down, and
What?
all falls to Yuran, one of the rookies
Did I
here.
miss something?
For Zeta to try to clutch up.
It's his birthday.
Quite the present.
Let's see. That'll help him push forward. 1v3.
One molly.
One snake bite to try and delay. Swing out.
Uh-oh.
Getting spotted, has swapped off. Over to that Vandal. As they continue to push up. Finds the first one. That was scary. He was low, but now Darian is well tagged up. Spray across, but has to go for the reload. It already is held to half. It's
Whoa.
a spray onto one, but he cannot find it onto the other. Ye will
Yeah,
actually
just
get
a
the
little bit
defuse,
more
swing
to the
out,
right. Would have helped
and
if
even
his
take
team
the
kind of
weapon
pinged
away
like
from
the
him.
edge.
Bleed.
Again, this is why you
Blow
gotta
now,
have the
3-1.
protocols of
Not
where
the
the
birthday
spike
present he was
is.
looking
Just
for at
people that
all.
can ping either
Nice
side,
try,
so you
though.
know
I
where
mean,
to
that first
spam
kill was
from.
good. He nearly gets the second onto Darian, but
It was a
Scary
very nice
pretty
try in
insane
this.
shot there
Honestly,
as
I
well.
just
Rella
feel like
holding his own.
his
That's
team
been
let him
extra
down
match.
there.
And then eventually, we see him just hold the defuse, and the spray is just off. You know, he just assumes
Yeah,
that
you gotta
he's a
do
bit
better pings than this. You gotta have
closer to it,
after
I
plant
suppose,
protocols in
and
terms
that's
of
gonna be
like
an early timeout
again you
here
can
from the
organize
side
it.
of Zeta.
Say this is the
It's only
spike.
3-1,
You can
and two of those
organize it when
rounds
there's 4
were,
people dead. You
one
can
was
have
a
one
pistol,
person
one
ping
was
the left, one person ping the right.
Antigo, so
This is how
pretty
teams
early
good
on
are gonna
here,
get.
but maybe the
But
coach not
we
liking
don't
what he
even
sees
see.
so
We're seeing
far.
like pings in the middle. It should
Yeah,
always
I
be
mean,
pings
it
to
is-
one side. You
It
tell
can
them
be a
what
slippery
side, and then
slope,
they
so
know if
I
it
don't-
should
I
be
don't
left or
necessarily
right.
mind the early intervention
So we
here.
just
You're
had
down by
pings like
2.
in the
Getting
middle,
ready to come in.
basically.
He didn't
Like,
carry
yes,
over
I
any
guess.
weapons. So
That's a worrying
want to be
sign.
able to just get in there, say, okay, we're going to come in. It's going to be a bit of a lighter buy for us. This is what
But
we
what
can
should
try
be
to do to make
happening
things
is
work
when
here,
there's so
and
many
this is what
people
we're gonna
dead
do when
like
the
this,
full
it's a
buy comes
1v3.
through the
They
next
got loads
round.
of time to like
Otherwise,
comment.
don't get that
One of them
intervention.
should type
Maybe Carlisle's
L,
also
one of them
noticing
should type
something,
R,
you
and
know,
then they
just
just ping
could be
left
anything.
and right of the
It's
spike.
comms, the
That's
way
what
that
should be
certain
happening in an
players
ideal world.
is
They had
playing
like what,
one position
15 seconds when they saw him
that
going
is,
over towards
you know,
B
in
main.
his mind,
Be way
costing him
better than
dearly,
that.
and he wants to make an adjustment on immediately. So we'll see exactly what Zeta have up their sleeve as they come into this one, but it's just going to be a share for Hirodon. Some classics head on. They do have a tour de force available here for Laz, but otherwise just Yuran with a Guardian.
Yeah, let him down.
Let's play.
That will be the ult pop.
Yeah. It's making it pretty clear what the plan is, I suppose. And some smoke down here already. Generally, I mean, with the Cypher, he's going to try to hold this down by himself. He's
With that round, they go down to an eco. It's the person that could buy next.
Of B, and Boba just holding it down if this push does come in. So far, not a lot of utility, just Laz looking for a pick, but you'll see that on the side of Bleed so far, very defensive. Scary is thinking about getting a Paranoia down at least, or at least just the smoke for now, just to delay any further push onto this B site.
Yeah, and they just don't want to give Laz any angles on this one.
Seeing if there's any gaps that he can
Other
try to
hero gun,
use.
walking out over
Noted it.
towards A.
Okay. Almost caught with util, or rather knife in hand. Swiftly exits back around. As now everybody from Zeta starting to
Surely
approach
not.
upon this A
Surely
site.
you don't.
Darian thinking
Okay,
about swinging
that's
the
fine.
corner potentially.
Dude, I was so worried for him.
Pushing into him, and Yuran
30
has had a sight, but
Okay, nice.
right as he was drawing the weapon back
Oh.
down, ends up getting popped. Swing onto the
Whoa,
corner. Darian knowing
confidence
that
is through
none
the
of rest of
roof.
them
What
really
the
have any
hell?
kind of weapons.
God.
Just wait forward and find
Dude, against
himself
an
a second
eco, he
location.
did
Now
the
the 0
flash
point
swing.
gets to catch on to
Knife
3,
goes
or
in,
at
hits
least
2. They don't know
Yuran
about
maybe
1.
getting
That's
a
it.
little bit further ahead of that one, but Darian comes up with a third.
standing.
And that should just
Spike
about do it.
down.
Laz with the ult. Would have to kill all of them in the next 8
Very
seconds.
nicely
He's only
done.
gonna be able
This
to
is
find the
4
one. Ye
ults
will go ahead
online,
finish
and
it off.
Zeta have a big buy
That's now
round.
4 to
So do
1.
they want a timeout? This is
Yeah,
a
I mean,
bit of a nightmare.
Not obviously the
Really
round they're going to
is.
be looking for.
They at least have their
Zeta,
own
maybe
ults.
hoping
Phoenix
that
will be
Laz
in the
could get
main
a
one that
little
they can
bit more
focus
value
on.
with that tour de force,
And
but
the
it really all
options for
starts
both
off
these teams are
Darian,
through
and
the
he
roof.
gets
What are
aggressive
we gonna
too,
do?
knowing that he's not going to be dealing with much firepower. Takes out 2, gets 3 eventually, and then Zess and the A cleaned it up. Not too much else to talk about on that one from the players. But 4 to 1 is a fantastic start here from the side of Bleed. They have been pretty
Yeah,
much in
it's 5
control of every
ults.
round.
They had Fischl
And
as
now
well.
EA has that operator up online.
You don't need to push through this. Don't need to try and do anything crazy. Flash to do it.
Flash at the ready. Swing out from Darion. Not able to find anything there, but Ye will get hit
It
on.
just
So
goes
a 1
down.
for
See,
1 in the end.
I understand what they're doing though, right? There's a lot of
Middle
ults, so they
delay
want to
at
get
4 or
aggro.
5 health.
But I think they got their own ults. They can
So
relax a little
Darion
bit.
was a little bit confused about who to shoot at, and eventually just went down. That's fine.
Okay, I think the swap call is pretty good here.
Now a bit of a split. We do see that Depp and his buddy Sugar Zero over towards
Problem is
B,
they
where
lost
we
their
do
main
have-
agent to retake
we
in
do have a
terms of
slight push
KO.
coming in through elbow at
A
the
lot of
moment.
this is reliant on the KO flash to enable the Dizzy.
Not on the trap wire. Cam's still set up, so Retla can keep an eye on the side itself.
Okay, so they create a bit of pressure over towards sides. Yeah, I was going to say, this guy must be lovely. Now they create pressure here. So this is a great round at the moment from Zeta. Break both of the trips. I'm loving this at the moment from Bleed, though. Let's look at the minimap. 3 people holding strong. No rotate, both trips gone.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, seems like they're pretty
Scary
well
has
set up for
Omen
this one.
Flash.
Smoke comes down. Depp, yeah, because they just will pop, run it back. It's at the curve
Here goes
ball.
Omen Flash,
Back
hits
killer,
2,
though,
gets
and
1.
Scary just swinging out onto that left-hand side. Able to find 1 in the smoke. Now is Zet swings out. Able to find 1.
Maybe the timing was just a little bit off on this one with the Phoenix still being alive, and this guy back site can communicate. Well, there's no Phoenix back here, so he's probably pushing somewhere.
Paranoia timing was fantastic, but Depp just leading the charge and creating space for the rest of the team to push in. And Depp even getting a kill of his own during that ultimate. So, Ye is very much away from this. He wasn't able to be there to help
Put the speed
stop
down
that
to
push, and
save.
he's just going to hold on to his operator.
He'll get 1,000, so he goes to
Will they
3,
push
so
out
he
and
can
try to
drop
get
this
it?
guy
I mean,
gun.
It's going to only be their second round, so probably just going to hold on to the win rather, and be happy with that.
It would be, high value for them to be able to take that operator out of his hands, but trying to go on too big of an excursion to get
Would it
rid
go
of it.
badly from
Also a bit
Zeta
risky
here?
for themselves, given that the
He'd had
cash
the
is
right
still a bit
stack,
unstable here for
just
Zeta
the
Division,
timing
so
on this.
Widely, we'll just pull back over towards the attacker's
Like the
spawn.
Omen
stay
Flash
grouped
was
together.
good, they got a kill.
Yay.
Then I think honestly they
Tucked
either
there in
all go
elbow,
out
so
or
4-2,
you just...
Bleed still with a lead, but Zeta
I mean,
seemingly
honestly they should have just all
the
gone
discussion
out.
during the
He got the
timeout,
kill and he could have got
hang
away,
on,
I'm pretty
themselves a
sure.
second round win, but
I guess
can they
Phoenix was
string another
pushing.
together?
But either way, the Phoenix didn't push back
Well,
site,
we
so
got
you know he's pushing
all
somewhere.
that's available here for the side of Bleed. It's no doubt that we look into at least showstopper to stop the push from coming in. But yeah, this was Depp just kind of getting in their face, throwing double curveball, getting value out of the run it
Let's
back.
see. Big round could be a money reset in terms of loss
side
bonus,
cleared out.
and everyone combined next round apart from these 3. They go super aggro, Omen Flash over towards main with a knife that hits the chamber,
Okay, having swapped the
and
operator
with
over
that
into
they
Retla's
insta-react
hands.
over towards site.
Himself.
This is pretty
On
smart.
site,
They
waiting
decide to put
see
the op over
anything.
towards
There's
here.
a swing in. Depp's gonna be taken
Yeah, I
down.
like this.
Solid
So they
opening kill,
force
but
them
Laz
into
able
this
to find
over
Ye at the same
towards
time.
B.
Duel's now eliminated
Speaking
on
of
both
B,
sides.
Zeta, I mean Laz takes down
That is going to be the null command
Yay.
invested from Darion.
46
just looking
HP.
to hold them at bay. Just continuing to creep forward, gets timing through the
it's a
wall.
massive,
Catch on to
it's
hit
a
it on.
massive risk,
Being
but that's
crossed now
huge.
over onto the B side of the map, though, as the plant will come
Official
through,
to
but Neural
retake.
Depth will reveal their positions.
Do
Cleaning
Does
up
Zeta
the
feel
site
confident
was
with?
Laz, and they're even going to commit here to
Wow,
the pit.
that
It is
is
a pretty nice spot to go for
that
a
is an
3v4.
impressive ult.
And with the plant down and
Look at
Bleed
the
having
spread
to
on that.
rotate all the way over, see if this does work out for them.
As a
they'll
cubby
be
to
able hold
hide
on to
in
B
B main,
just,
goes
essentially
even
have
deep over
Laz to
towards
clear on the
him.
backside of that. So here comes the Thrash trying to clear out inside this pit, and now they're going to charge on into this one.
Okay, well, Sugar Zero detained, taken down by the fragment.
Yeah, it might just be a spam
Work cut
fest.
out
How
for
do
them
they
here.
deal with this? They got to
The
go
2v4.
together, and it needs to be.
They will obviously take them low, wingman in. They need to try to clear this one off. It's going to get up to halfway.
Didn't stick
Now
in the
it's
cubby.
holding for it. Does get interrupted eventually, but hold in
Oh
just
boy,
enough time.
they didn't get on
They
it in
fought
time.
enough.
Yeah, and they
1 seconds, the difference maker.
was Zesta spamming
again,
too
it's
much. I
not
know Wingman
clean,
got
but
shot,
it's Zeta
but I think he could
clawing this one
have.
back.
Yeah,
I think he didn't
I
trust
mean,
his
these
teammate a little
rounds
bit.
that they are
This
getting
was slow on the reaction here.
are like, it's like pulling teeth almost. They're just barely able to scratch their way by.
Yeah, it felt like
This
it took
one
him a while to
definitely,
notice the Wingman
nicer
was dead.
setup at least. Bleed with the man advantage. They're nearly
Yeah, that
able
was
to
a
get in there.
while.
Yeah, Wingman gets to the half, and then they have to try to finish it off, but it's just barely not enough time. So they hold on.
Again, I mean, nicely done from
get
Zeta.
another
I
round
think
win,
Bleed are going to kick themselves a little bit. Could have
still
VOD
does
reviewed
feel
that
like
one
Bleed
because
are
got to have a
mostly
bit more
in
trust in your
control of this
teammates
map
there.
so far.
Or
So
went
let's see
down.
if Zeta can continue
It's a
with some
costly
more
mistake as
aggression.
well. Force you down to eco.
That time around, though, it was kind of like a fake push on A and then a big rotate over to B, obviously with the Omen ult and Laz
I
clearing
mean, it's
it
just
up,
a massive
so
round
bit
to
of
win,
trickery
really.
that time around.
Everyone used everything.
Zeta certainly taking
They still
their
have
time with
Razor,
some of the pushes
but
so far.
Yeah, just a lot of noise made over in mid. Good mark set up outside of A, just in case that there is an eventual lurk out. Will have to be reclaimed though, as Laz gets ready to outrange it. Working their way forward here in towards A. Bleed now. Pack hunting mentality would seem. Everybody just shifting together aside from Darion, who's just trying to get some additional information. But 0 point
Okay, push
is
behind.
overall avoided. Fragment sent
Yeah,
down
let's
to
see how
try
much
and delay.
Zeta they used to get into sight here.
Laz, however, can swing out a little bit wider around
Do
that.
they
avoids
expect
that one away,
this?
and
That's
also
a gun
finds
to
kill,
pick
but
up.
Zest now. Weapon recovered as he
Spike
takes him
planted.
down. So Sheriff shot there. Step. Trying to swing in. Looks for the timing, but
Dude, there's
it's
so
only
many
able to find one,
risks
shows
right
up
now.
on the
2 on
gate,
2.
takes out
Omen
to
Flash
zero.
just misses. Imagine that Omen Flash hit. Still doable as well. Does have Wingman, so it's kind of a 1v2. Can create a lot of pressure with this.
In this round. 60 HP. Yuran sneaking in from behind. Does Zest get a read on this so far?
Create a lot of
The
pressure
answer's
with this.
gonna be no.
Yeah, I mean, the
Man
guy just
sent in,
came.
still
The guy's
not
coming
quite
from where
watching
he
for
just
this one.
cleared. That's the issue.
Yuran getting ready to swing the corner, and there it is.
Okay, nicely
shot
done from
comes
Yuran.
in.
Took a timing here.
Be the last one
I'm
left
scared though.
standing,
I thought he
that
was
is
going to
tied up.
insta Wingman.
4-4.
And
Zeta,
then it might have
3
been a
rounds
little bit more.
consecutively,
This is
they
a
run this
nice
back.
eco though.
Yeah, Bleed not having much, but
I think the
still
Razor
able
was
to
fine
keep it
as
pretty
well.
close.
It just gave him
Saw
another gun to
multiple
work with.
sheriffs. We did see Ye commit to the showstopper as well. And yeah, Euron just winning the game of Ring Around the Rosie at the end of the day. Just come around elbow and take
The
some
push
down.
on the one-way hit, yeah,
So now
crazy
we're gonna have
risky.
a full buy from the side of
Against
Bleed,
an
and
eco.
I'm curious to see if Zeta can, you know, win a clean round against a full buy from them. Not a lot of ults available at the moment.
That's 0 points. It's a big catch from Darion, though. 3 players. Still early days, and Zeta have been playing the map, so overall it's not going to get you too much information. Now Ye playing forward once again, op in hand. Peeking into B main.
shock
Zeta,
for this.
They have dealt with this before, but do they have the read that he's got it once again? They do. Likely to see a curveball here on this corner, but as he continues to
Nice
push
kill.
up. Yay.
And
rid of
gets
Sugar
out
Surge.
of
Gets
there.
out scot-free.
Yeah.
Paint Shell's the further
A to
delay. They cannot push
reposition.
in to try to find him.
Very nice.
Quite costly here for the side of Zeta Division.
Takes
that
down
was
the
a
Omen as
pretty
well. That's such a
slick,
big
close
agent to kill.
operator shot there from the side of VA. Gets out alive, as you mentioned, and it's going to kind of force the hand of Zeta now, maybe to move over towards this A site, which is heavily defended by the side of Bleed.
And we
Keep in
just
mind,
invested
Ye's
that
really
fully,
the only one
so
on B,
not
so
going to be able to retrieve that one.
they've got a lot of their forces.
Just accepting it's
tripwires,
gone, but
utility over on
with the
A.
info they can triple
Push,
stack here,
looking
and
to
we've
come
got
in
someone
from the
holding
side of
middle.
depth.
But no smokes to block
Ball
any
not
vision.
getting a lot of value here.
They get set.
And the
Need to try to
Omen
get themselves onto this site. Laz is in a
has
decent backstab
completely
position
messed
as he
up, right?
hear the footsteps coming through. Gets the catch there on to Scary, but right now, rest of Bleed have their attention paid here on the site itself. Zest watching around the back. He'll be able to take out Laz. Pivots and instantly to get rid of
Holy
Hiron.
hell. Okay, Zest
And that'll
really
be
bails
it.
Scary
Zest
out here.
absolutely monstrous
Scary was
round
holding
from
this
him.
the whole time. As soon as the
up
pressure
3,
goes over towards
getting
side,
Bleed
he
back
runs
into a
away.
brief little lead.
Like actually
And a
runs,
great
so
last
this guy
round,
hears
even
the
though it was a
sound and
loss,
knows
you
that
know,
he has a
hitting,
timing.
couple of Sheriff
Get a smoke
headshots.
over
The
towards
first
side.
hit from Ye.
And then Laz kills 2 because of that.
Readjustment once
So
again.
shout out to
lines it up
Zest
3
here.
in a row
Massive
from Zest.
bailout.
And it was
Yeah,
kinda
Scary
rough, too,
messed
because
up,
he was
man.
watching that angle, but his teammate actually died first to Laz, and so maybe felt a bit unfortunate, but he was playing it very sharp. Eventually he does get the kill, and they don't expect him there in that corner, so he gets so much value. Important that he hit those shots, though, otherwise might have been a cleanup from Zeta.
4-4, surrounded by
Yeah.
Sheriffs here.
And
Definitely
one
off
away,
of
so they
a
didn't want to
run
at least
back,
give them
but
that
was
free
Sheriff
one. But
not
they can
exactly
also
going
press
to
tab
be
and realize that they didn't get it.
the best value
And that
to
creates a
get
lot
out
of
the
pressure,
ultimate,
like they
so
want to
will
try
see
and
that
get
one
it,
held
which in
unless
theory
it gets
causes a
weapon
rotate, and
recovered.
then they group up towards A and just hit A. Especially if they had this early
trap
trip.
wire will get
I
cleared
feel
out.
like they could have waited to break that to burst,
Are we going A?
but I think
Laz
it doesn't
has
really
been
suit their plan
pretty
with the buy.
successful, I feel like, on the chamber, all things
Wanted to try get a
considered.
pick with Chamber, get a kill.
Positive KD.
No ball,
I mean,
pick up
it
the
hasn't
gun.
been, you know, a huge dominating performance on that chamber.
Official, check a little bit of middle.
Still very consistent.
Doesn't see anyone that can pick that one up. Cypher, heavy commit on the site.
Yeah,
Recon goes above him. Ooh, Omen flashed at the same time, and Molly on his head. And then the flash, and that's a nice hit.
Absolutely gorgeous. Last, whipping the shot, says he'll find one, but does take a nasty bit of
leg
damage.
shot on
23 HP remaining for him. The Thrash available for the retake.
Yeah, we'll pick up the gun, decide to go aggro with the Phoenix
In the
Ore.
meantime, pushing forward with that run it back, looking to see if he can find anything else.
Yeah, at the very least, he will be able to delay the push from coming on in, and it's going to be up to this
Gary Omen flash.
Depp in a little bit of a rough spot there behind, and he will be taken out. Paranoia also coming up, but Sugar Zero up top here.
Oh my god.
Look at the TP straight into Darian.
He's pushed right into it.
Okay, nicely done in the end.
Dead. Darian with a huge round 3 for himself. Minimal damage taken, op recovered, spike diffused, bleed now moving up to 6 in the
It didn't
half.
look like it wasn't like a set retake with a lot of stuff though, which
idea.
kind of
I
worries
like
me
the
a
start
little
of
bit.
that.
Like the
Util
Omen
dump
flash was just freehand off some info.
Redla at the very beginning was gorgeous. Timing was on point, but Zest spotting, Laz whipping that shot. It does start to unravel the whole thing. And I mean, Darian happened to be in the right place at the right time, it would seem.
That has been the only comms we have heard from this team so far. Nice, good job. That's all you got to say. Just keep your head above water.
That's what works. That's what works. Here's the question, though. Hit it on. I feel like he's had this Hunter's Fury pretty much all game. Is he going to use it?
Yeah. It's been a bit quiet. Hasn't really found good timing for it, I guess. Definitely a bit unfortunate. But now maybe a push here from Zeta towards B. Certainly mixing up the strategies and the push timings.
Okay, Cameron's gonna give them a lot of info. They got double trip to see if they actually push deep.
Coming up. Carry on with that wide left swing. Finds Yudan. It's going to be Viper down. He's at 3 HP himself.
Such a big win, that kill. Two are very committed on the site, but again, they have the double trips to pay off of. And
they'll be able to find one. Redla now swinging out. It's a dink on the last swing of the corner.
Man, look at the HP, 5.
Teammate.
Yeah, it was weird because it's like, I've been seeing this a lot over towards B. Feels like sometimes they seem to leave the site.
The other is able to get the kill.
Yeah, heavy committed.
And HP bars, they are dangerously low. They're able to finally
they get info on it.
Getting dizzied. Tries to stave them off even further.
Yeah,
Here
this is the only guy with HP.
It's a little bit shallow. Man sprinting forward, won't be able to get the daze. Scary's going to have to wrap around the backside of sight.
Gary smokes them off, but it's
spot.
like, well, thank you very much.
Just going to try to hold it with the smoke up.
The spray,
guys, you got to ping the left
really
side,
been great
man.
for them so far. He's holding for the defuse,
Holy
but that's
hell.
okay. He can push out of the smoke to be able to
Still
confirm
got a little
the
bit
kill.
close considering. But yeah,
6
that's
to 5.
the
Chance for yet another
that's kind of what Heretics do, and
so far
other teams
today.
have started adopting because it's just so easy to spam this.
continue to
But
bring
one thing
this one
that is
back.
really worrying me is just the pings in the
Players here on the side of
afterplan.
bleed low on
That's definitely
cash,
something
so
that
we
they
see
haven't
Spectre thrown
spoken
into
about.
the mix here.
I mean, they have
Feel
so
they
many
have
of
an
the old
operator,
core. Do they not have that protocol normal?
See what damage they're able to do coming into this one.
Yeah, this has been a kind of, funnily enough, pretty back and forth match so far. Like, Bleed started off really strong, but then eventually, you know, one timeout called, and that's kind of all Zeta needed to get right back into the game. And we'll be curious to see if they do actually tie this one up, make it 6-6, and actually pick up this victory. As Tiradon here, as we mean, just trying to clear everything up that he can, but
Poison's off.
just the one trap wire back on the site right now for the side of Retla, who has been holding down the speed site very nicely by himself. Bit of push out here from the side of Yang. Gonna be able to spot him, and then they just back away.
Maybe
Not
Zest.
gonna overstay their welcome
Maybe
so
Zest
far.
pulled the trigger too fast on that one. Gave away their double
That
push.
util paint shells.
Drone goes
He
in,
was
that
gonna send
pushes
it there
them
for a
back.
brief little moment. Get it on tag down at 83, now armorless.
Okay, so did Ye throw a nade here?
Depp gets
and
ready
it
to try to
stopped
go
the
for the
drone,
entry.
so they didn't get full info over towards
Back away
A.
though for
Two people
Retla.
committed again over towards B
Avoiding
site.
that flash, avoiding that snake bite, drop down
Flash, do they
Scary,
maybe want
sending
on the
that
retake?
paranoia,
Do they get
crashes
anything
across two
for it?
players. One with line of sight though, so can't find a full punch. Depp, attention being
What
turned
the?
either which way. He's managing to find one. Sugar Zero on the
30
opposite side.
seconds left.
Takes out Retla. Now a 3v3 with HP bars. Been shattered here on the side of Zeta.
Yeah, and Sova has
Sugar Zero
Sova has Sova
back into
ults.
B
They
main.
kind of need to
Laz
go a
wants
little
to
bit
peek
faster, but
towards market, sees nothing. Smoke comes
back
down.
off B main again.
Opposite TP up on top.
TP's
so he tries to see
over the top wall.
smoke.
That's nice.
See if he's going to be rewarded here. Tap on the spike. Hunter's Fury now finally being used. Hiroto trying to save them off. Another smoke now. Forcing Laz to eventually have to drop off
then
this, you would suspect.
You want to get Wingman to
There goes
defuse
the
this?
hold. There's the drop down. Laz good for the shot. Zest dead at the same time. Now all on Scary. It's been a clutch shot in the past, but just does not have the time for this one here. Sugar
I want to
Zero
get Wingman
will
to
pick up
defuse
3
this
here
so you
in
can
the
all
round.
face.
As Zeta ties things up 6-6.
Yeah, pretty solid round there at the end from Zeta. They get in onto the B site, get the plant down, and then essentially Laz and the Hunter's Fury that you mentioned finally gets used there. And it is to a pretty successful effect as they do get that last round, essentially just holding on to the spike. So Bleed, they started off strong, but eventually just kind of fell to the wayside. I do wonder if they got into their heads a little bit there. with Zeta
I'm not
coming
sure.
back
I've
because didn't quite
considered
look the
doing
same
freelance
at the end
stuff.
of the half
though.
as they did at the beginning.
I don't know how much it would work.
A big question for Zeta is going to be, how
I've
does
considered that
this
as
comp continue
a
to
thing
look
in the future.
as they move
Kind
over
of pet
onto
in the
that
back.
defender's
We have a
side.
hamster, but
His last time out.
super shy at the moment.
certainly
Got it
quite rough.
last week, I think. Yeah, got it last week.
Work
So
cut
it's
out for them
very,
here. That was
very
a
shy at the
solid
moment.
amount of research and prep done from
Doesn't
the
come out
side
too
of
much.
Team Secret to be able to really
Kinda just
dismantle that defensive side.
Leaving it to do its thing.
A lot of fans here, obviously, for Zeta, hoping for their victory tonight. And I believe all of our predictions did go towards Zeta division.
Yeah, it was
as
pretty
well.
unanimous.
Sell the strats.
I think,
Yeah, maybe
Like,
maybe
understandably.
it's something to
It makes
consider for.
sense.
This is what I
Zeta
wanted
did
to
go
do
down
for
to
Coach
60 red,
Potatoes at one point with Mini, where we just
Still,
freelance ourselves out
Bleed
to a
not
team,
quite able to show
and then we just sign
as
like
much as we have seen out of
NDAs,
Zeta,
so we can't
especially
leak anything or
from their
just use the
first
same
win that we
strats
did
for
see.
other
They looked
teams.
quite strong there.
Just give them like just help.
So let's see
other
how
teams
Bleed looks
out.
here
Don't know if
on
it'd work. I
the
don't know if teams would go for it, but
The A so
I think
far.
I
sitting
personally
at
think
the
it would be
bottom,
good for
but maybe
teams.
able to
But
turn things around here, playing the
don't know what
duels
the interest would
from
be
the
like.
attacker side. Maybe they can get some W key going.
Well, weren't able to find that opening pistol round. Let's see if they can do so here now. Blade will go 2-0
Holy, we
in
go
that
fast on this
regard.
one.
Quick push forward.
And it's the chamber.
He says sit down.
Yeah, man.
Headshot
He's just
comes across
thinking,
Yoron
and he has
across
the
the
whole
opposite side of
pistol
the
round
map.
to
People
think of
find
all the
Scary
times that
as
he's done that
Yoron
to
has
other
come
players.
in. Yoron just trying to hold in the corner.
Lovely shot from
across,
Laz.
Darion was out on the fight. That leaves now just Zest all on his lonesome. Finds 2. Those are low HP members though. Needs everything from here to be damn clean. Would have to be perfection.
Hey, pistol leech.
Can't quite make it happen. Zest will take him down. Zeta will take the lead. They tie things up 1-1 in pistols.
Yeah, I really feel like Zest is trying so hard to carry this
should've
one
known.
right now. Like
That's
the
why
last
it's
5 or
more
6 rounds have been him popping off in a huge
contract-based.
way, either to wins or
More something for the
fortunately
future.
mostly defeats. Laz was so crisp on that shot, and then eventually they just get on top of the site on time, and it's enough defense with the manpower to take it down. A big nice there as they will take
Okay, full
their
eco.
pistol round this time.
What do we got?
Laz straight in
They're allowed one
with
death.
the outlaw.
Got the eco farmer gun.
Solo here on B. 0 point checks close. No one going to be
Recon
noted.
goes over towards A. It doesn't
They were very much expecting
hit
a bit of a
anyone.
trap.
And
Okay, well,
I
it's
guess
like,
I
I'm going to
cursed
grab
him.
an orb. Nope.
what?
Yeah, that was a bit optimistic. Maybe feeling himself a little bit. He is having a good map so far.
Trying to regain some little util there. Get punished. Solid opening kill, and that does force Bleed now back across to the
I
opposite
mean, at
side
least
of the
it's
map.
on an eco.
Sugar Zero and Depp are in fairly committed positions. They have a Bulldog and it goes between them, so should be okay, but should Bleed be able to overwhelm them? It's going to be quite costly. And yeah, okay, going to be taken down. Sugar Zero finds
Yeah, it's a
3,
lovely
full
bait.
flash. Gary can't push in off the back
Okay,
of that
well,
one.
Omen ult's going to be
Abort
online
game.
pretty
Sugar
soon.
Zero,
3 away.
as Zeta will get a flawless anti-eco.
2 armory buys,
Good
that's it.
stuff there. Just lining it up, feeling the pressure, hitting the shots. From Sugar Zero picks up a 4K for himself. Is now on top. And should be feeling pretty good as we'll take another look here once again. Just running straight into the crosshair of Laz, and then trying to make an entry happen was Ye, but was optimistic as well.
Unluckily, he saw We saw that last player right before that curveball came in because it was a team flash, but 3K looks nice, but okay.
Nice way to start
forward,
this.
take it down.
Over
Yay,
towards
over
the top, you can see over the wall.
See exactly how this one transpired in the setup, but either way, that is a very solid beginning to this round here for Bleed, as they very much would not like for Zeta to convert.
Will more teams
the
stop using
bonus.
Navistrata, 2 Ghost Spies, and 3 rifles? It's hard to.
Got that rendezvous to bring
You
him
gotta
back
have.
over into the site
You gotta have a
proper,
lot
but
of discipline.
could
It takes
be
a while for teams to get good at it.
somewhat easily overwhelmed.
The
Tries to
team
go for a
should
bit
be
of a timing
using it,
shot as this, he does connect.
dependent on
So back
score
away,
and
now
map.
rotation starting here for Zeta.
So yes, but
Yeah,
it's
they're
been
coming in
around
quick.
for like 2
I
years
like
now
this, just
anyway.
reading the situation with him
But
so far
there's a reason
forward.
why teams don't use it.
It's probably going to be the only one
Is,
hearing that. He was the plant coming in from
A small mess up means they get a
it's just gonna
rifle
have
and
to
then
be a
it
straight-up retake
backfires.
here from the side of Zeta, but they're already down Neuron. And this is going to be pretty difficult.
And also, Outlaws
Gonna have
against
a
the light
stinger,
armor
a couple of
can.
Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Four-man push out of
Yeah,
backside.
damn, they
but
want
look
to
at
take some
this.
map control. Full person
they
push
will
to
have their
spawn.
attention turned
Recon
back
goes
into the
in.
site
They are
properly, though,
all
and
spawn
Paranoia
now, though.
not able to connect on
Yeah,
anybody.
it's a
Get
lot
around
up to this guy,
through,
right?
finds one
Okay,
before getting taken
kind of
down,
fine.
and Depp will
Good amount
only
of
be
damage
able
from
to get
Zeta,
red
though.
there.
They should
So
be
3
happy in
members
terms
left
of this.
alive
Just 2
overall,
kills. This is
not
a big
too bad
swing
here
round,
for the
and
side
this
of
one's
Bleed,
really
as they will
important.
be able to answer back around, keep things neck and neck just about.
So good on this mapper is KO better. I mean, they both
good
do
stuff.
similar
It's like
things in
Laz,
terms of like good
go
map
straight for
control.
that operator
This
now.
is one of those maps where everyone's
On the
good, man.
chamber,
Like
of
every
course,
agent
so
is sick on this map.
Let's take another look
So
at how this happened from Ye.
Oh,
yeah, that's
right
nice
before
to
the
get
wall
that
even
fast to
goes
beat
up.
the wall.
Good on trying to find a
So
timing.
yeah, it's
Just
whatever.
not ready for
Whatever
Let's go
people
blast
want.
packing in.
People want like hard
Very solid
initiator in
catch.
terms of the drone.
That hurts them very much in the follow-up of that round. But now,
Like different teams,
rifle v
different teams have
rifle
different
operator
preferences.
in
Like
the
if
hands
you
of
look at
Laz, but Trent's
Fnatic,
built up for Zest.
we've rarely seen them play without a hard initiator in terms of Sky or a Sova because they want the drone, they want the Sky Dog.
So Sugar Zero will
So it's
hang
like team
back to watch
preference.
main.
This is like soft info with like
Another
double
smoke there.
soft info. Kind of works well, but it's team
For now, just
preference.
assessing where they want to go, but ultimately they are drifting back over towards this A site.
Yeah, this time not just the chamber mixing up with the position, but Depp is pretty far forward here. Perhaps an
Both
unexpected
really
angle.
committed.
Dizzy out, does get the blind. Curveball at the ready, looks for the catch, he's able to find one.
Yeah, the
Hands down,
Omen
thrown in
flash
to try
on
to slow
top of
one.
this
Zero eventually
really
is able to
bailed them
find
out.
one,
It's a
but now
lovely
Depp gonna
trap
take it
play,
down.
but honestly,
Had built up
2
that
for
running
2.
back, but does not
Yeah,
opt
that's
to
not
use
too
it.
bad. This guy can
Ends up
just
getting
chill,
taken out.
pick up the official,
Up on the
and then they could
thrash.
just wait, and they honestly might just wait.
It will be recoverable.
They got no smoke,
Now
so
only
they literally might just
3v3.
fish, send it here. Everyone else just
Laz
goes
getting
sight.
ready to make his way around towards back site.
10 seconds on this.
30 seconds left in this round. 10 seconds, or about 8 now, until that thrash is back available here for Zest.
Yeah. Just waiting for them to actually push into the site, it looks like.
There it is.
There's the thrash cleared out.
It's around, Laz. Himself situated up on top of the box. The plant now getting ready to come through, but Zest going to be taken down. Swing on the corner, Redlock.
Double.
Able to find 2 kills, 3 overall in the round. Suddenly Laz is on his lonesome. 0 point does not connect. Knows roughly where one of them is going to be at. He's swinging on the corner, spots the shoulder, finds a shot, but now around
What a
the
great
backside
reposition.
is Darion. Does Laz read this at all
Not
so
a
far?
chance.
The answer is
Yeah,
gonna be
such
no.
a good
Darion will be able to
from
put him down.
That was very, very
We're
nice.
tied up.
Dude, how did he get the
8-8
double over
Bleed,
towards it?
keeping
Just straight up
close.
lineup?
Yeah, I really don't know who's going to win this one at this point. I mean, that's a couple of really solid rounds from the side
That's
of
the
Bleed.
big round that forced them to
You know,
eco,
some
and
trickery
they were on the
from
easier
Ye
side
in
of
the previous
attack.
one, and this one just kind
Good
of
thing.
straight up. It looked good
They're
initially
favored
for
now.
the side of Zeta, but then eventually they just kind of got cleaned up here, not really hitting their
Damn.
shots to deny this push. And then
That
the
was,
double thrash
that was
coming through,
very
and
clean on that.
eventual
Little
wraparound
sidestep after the first kill as well.
from Darion. And that is going to spark Zeta's second timeout. I'd say not too surprisingly. A couple of rounds going the way of Bleed.
Yep, pulled the first one. They were down 1-3. Now they find themselves tied up after a decent start here in the second half. They just want to reaffirm what the game plan is going to be here for this defender side.
I don't think you can, Gabri. I think if you make a Viper change that is going to have like impact,
Far
you got to
things
just
getting
pretty
away
much
from.
got
You can
the
tell the
agent.
players not really thinking about all the possibilities, these rotations.
The maps
there,
vary
and just
too
being able to
much
swing
as well.
All the way
You
out
could probably have
around
you could probably have
through
something that
backside to be able to get that final kill.
nerfs Viper, so
Like
it's only
that.
good on like
Need
certain
to be
maps, but
reinforced in the players' minds.
we just have to carry on doing little
See
nerfs.
if it works though.
So they're not going to have any more timeouts. Bleed if they ever lose
Nixo, thank you so
control
much, man. Appreciate the
from
11
here,
months.
They could always take a timeout or two to just try to
Of course,
their
bro. Good to
options.
see you, man. Thank you for sending that, man.
So far, their
Hope everything's
attacking
going
side
well.
looks pretty good. I wouldn't say it's overwhelmingly dominant like we saw out of T1 earlier today, but so far a pretty close match between these two squads. As now, perhaps a bit more aggressive from the side of Bleed as they're going to send a bomb buddy and everybody into B main.
Working their way through B, but Zeta getting a decent amount of information. Granted, the one-way smoke is set up there, so they can't push too much further outside of A. 0 point in. Lad's just going to be rotating around the back. 8 headhunter bullets to try to.
I mean, that's a nice hit as well.
Up on top of the box. Ooh, that quick little peek. Did Gay not notice? Didn't see that crosshair move up, so either didn't notice or wasn't too bothered by what he had seen there from Laz. As the push in, full flash out, shots coming through.
Nicely done.
Be scary
Dude, this
finding
is
him.
by far
Get it
the
on
most
and
drilled the
also
Bleeds
fall to
looked
the
on the
wayside.
map.
Dep now.
People have been banning this against
Trying
them
to rotate
though,
around
right?
in
So I
towards
wonder if
mid, but
word
market
had
door
spread
has
in
been shut.
practices. Wonder if people have been saying in
As far as the
practices
ambiguity
like
about
they're
the
pretty
position
decent in
considered,
this map.
It's going to be more time bought as they have to rotate around to Boba. And look at the
I'm pretty
stack.
sure their other 2 games this got banned against them.
Just trying to get in position to potentially die to this one, but I don't know if
At least their last game.
they will. Looks like they will as everybody on the
This
side
was
of
a
B
nice exec.
Yeah, just going to
gonna
be
hop
backing away. Still cautious about a potential flank from behind. Will ultimately just be Dep and Sugar Zero getting ready to go down to the spike. So,
Still feel like they could have
scenes to what
some
we
of
had witnessed
the.
in the first half. Timeout called going into.
I feel like
a bit
the
more
understanding
of
of
a,
the retake
thrifty
B was a
attempt.
little bit off
Now
still.
with the
But
weapons coming in, this is where we should see the real game strategy.
Yeah, I like how Bleed, they had to go against pretty much no firepower, but they still went in really quickly. Just trying to say, okay, we're maintaining control. We want to be dominant. We don't want to waste any time with this one. We want to string more wins together and maintain a mental advantage. So, just pretty clean, straight up push on a B. And they make quick work of it. Now, Zeta, let's see if they have some preparation here for this one.
Phoenix or Chamber or where's Chamber going? Chamber with the recon gets set up over towards A in theory. We'll see if we get a deeper angle in this. Could be just be fine with this one.
Bleed backing away.
Camera, spots middle.
Not going to be able to
Age over towards A to take this, but the
No
wall's up at the
connections made
moment, so they're going to have to force this. Say force this, I guess they could walk
Dep is here
this.
pretty close to this B main, and he's seeing a lot of things being thrown in, so might be getting a good read that this is happening. Now I'm going to push on through
Anyone
a
anti-flash
poison
on
orb.
this?
This would be very bold without the run it back.
Only scary, and that is accidental because he's smoking.
Get on, however, collapsing through.
Okay.
Blinds two as
Yeah, we
the
got
Sugar
no one
Zero.
anti-flash, and that's what happens
Triple
when you got
swing
no
in
one
the end.
anti-flash against a Phoenix, and they
that is
put
gonna
their
be
smoke
Zeta
up.
winning out, and
Absolutely
I'd say
ate
probably
it.
the
And
cleanest
Sugar
round victory
Zero,
that they've had so far here
no,
on the
sorry.
map to retire it at
Gary
99.
was
Yeah, I mean,
anti-flash,
at the
but
end
he
of
was
the
just
day,
getting ready with his
it was a
smoke, so he
very
has to go out of
similar
smoke, form,
setup
and
to the
turn.
last round. Dep
But I
was
have
there
someone
alongside of his
anti-flash here on
teammates,
this
just
again
ready,
against the
feeling
Phoenix,
pressure,
for sure.
and reading the situation very nicely.
Especially
Nobody
once
really
you
was
made
able to
sound.
avoid that one
You did your
curveball
molly
that just
here.
flashed pretty much everybody. I think, maybe A looked away, he picked up 1 kill. But, yeah, with 5 people stacked and the majority of them mostly flashed, you're not really going to win if 2 or 3 people are able to peek that corner immediately.
Uh-oh.
As now, Laz.
Not watching that left-hand side, but okay, just make his exit. Yeah, not going to swing. Had he done so when he was scoped in, it would have just been the freest kill of his life. Looks like they're just going to be trading some places here. Just hit it on. Or
Do they go
joining in
down
to maybe reinforce
in
that top mid position for them?
Gary's going to be here for a while. We're getting to a pretty big round
onto
in
the B
terms of
site,
ult
you're not
economy,
thinking
right?
about
We're so
sending the
close
bite,
to a
but-
lot of big ults.
See anything else? As Bleed just going to be ushering that.
Maybe the round after
spike
this.
back
At one
across
point,
over towards A.
whether it's next round or the round after,
Footsteps.
it's just going to be a huge ult
Heard.
round. I mean, absolute scramble.
Dizzy up over the top. Do manage to clear it out.
Knife goes in and they block
clear it
off
out.
vision, so they're happy that they
Flash on in
pushed
as
them
well,
back over
but
towards
they're
here.
not committing
They
to
also
this
didn't
push
hit
at
the
all.
chamber, so I think they're going to be
see
scared of a chamber
Laz still
here.
hanging around in mid, trying to see what he can
Oh,
see.
this
Not
is
gonna see
great.
much,
What a
as
lovely
everybody
ult
from the
this
side
was.
of Bleed is
Omen,
rotating over
all
towards
over towards
B.
here to clear the
And
info
so
of
is
them
Zeta.
pushing them back so they don't have to two-stack and they can actually heavy rotate over towards B. Smoke goes in, 30 seconds, they've got to force them to the site. Omen's going to be here with Omen Flash.
Another bite at the ready. Sees the Cybercade thrown in. Bite goes down.
Yeah,
Good on him.
this
Collected
Omen
kill.
ult
Get Dizzy,
was
though.
perfect.
Reveal coming in.
Imagine
Yay.
they lose it still, but I
For a little
can't
more.
see it
Hit there
happening.
From Dep, but when he snapped back, finds one.
Yeah, nicely done.
Cleans up 2 on the back
Shout out to
end.
Sugar Zero
And that
here.
is gonna
This
be
was
another
all
very
because of
solid
this.
round here from Zeta Division.
Right, they did
Only
utility
losing
to
out
clear
on
this
one
back.
player.
They got
Once
the knife
again,
off. They blocked
maintained the op.
vision, and then waited like what,
all
5,
really
10
had to use
seconds
for
for
that
them
one
to
was
rotate
Omen
off
TP
Omen
as
to
well
get
to run it
info,
back.
and then just
You're
4-person
on
stack.
great read as well, and Sugar Zero shooting over the top. Everybody's just lining them up, and really it just comes down to the fantastic read that Zeta had. Rotation came in perfectly on time, and Bleed kind of just ran straight at
What is
them.
the least a player earns in
if
Tier
you're gonna
1?
win every
What is
single firefight
the
and
minimum?
outgun them, then sure,
Is it
but
50 or
Look at the
60k?
read here as well from Zeta. 4-man stack up
Can't
on
remember.
this
I think
side.
it's
Paranoia
50.
off the rip. Does connect onto a few different players here. Is no command now. Going to be pulsing out.
The 50?
Stopper
Yeah,
at the ready.
that's
from
right.
Yay. Pops it. Get it on in the meantime. Going to be taking down Sugar Zero. Able to fight. What is going on?
What?
Last kill's Yay, but Sugar Hero has
Wait,
arrived.
what?
Replay,
He gets a
please.
double kill at the
Yeah,
end,
well,
and the
Sugar
KO
Zero
all go as
has,
well, so it looks like an
Lobby.
even madder
Sugar Hero,
clip.
I should say. This guy.
He gets 2
22
fast
11.
kills, one of them's the
This is the best
KO, and then
performance
gets
he's
2
had
fast
in
kills
a very
again. What
long time
happens?
right now. 1, 2.
Damn,
Okay.
bro.
They just all peeked right into him.
That's nuts.
And just don't miss.
Unreal.
Yeah, that's
Okay, well,
that's
that
a
is
solid
going to be
hold.
enough,
Okay,
to
big
force out the
timeout.
first
That was
timeout
a
here from
fast
Bleed.
rounds.
Zeta
Dude, I would love to see all
in
the
a
ults.
nice advantageous position, just 1 round away from taking this up to map point. See how they fare coming out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta getting the reads on them in the last
Sugar
couple
Hero,
of rounds.
I mean,
and
wins them the round
it feels
before
like
this with the
everybody's truly
ult,
warmed up,
and then gets the
especially
4K.
Sugar Zero just able to line them all up. And yeah, I feel like Bleed maybe just rushing things a little bit. I think this is a good time to take a timeout and say, okay, well, you're going for these set plays. They're reading you like a book. You just need to do something different.
I mean, they also just, you know, they invested ultimates on that one. The null command was sent. The showstopper was pulled out. You know, several things were invested there from the side of Bleed, and it was just shut down in the blink of an eye. Absolutely fantastic there from Sugar Zero, who's just been having a whale of a time.
Back-to-back huge rounds.
22, 11,
And their money
9.
is really, really low, and this money is unreal.
So far, but still,
So it's like a
3
do
other
or die
ults
round.
available for Bleed.
Got to see at least this ult. You could probably do some kind of
would give them a bit of a hard time.
Viper ult and a Sova ult as well. I would like to see this come out from Zeta, to be
What is
honest.
Bleed going to send?
They can
into
just win
this
it
one?
right now.
They do all have
Knife goes close, not entirely sure how many that hit. But the
vandals,
recon
and the majority
didn't
of the
scan
utilities
anyone,
set
so
up,
they just take full A
and
control
bot,
again.
at least.
Trip in middle.
Kinda hanging around
This
mid.
trip is good. Covers all of the edges
You
over
have
towards
Laz
here, and you have to go
looking in
pretty
this
deep to
direction.
find this.
Quick jiggle peek from Ye, but
Yeah.
otherwise not playing too far forward. Step watching on the corner here. Sugar
That's
Zero
nice. They
ready
think
for
they've
the
cleared middle,
crossfire.
but actually they have full info.
Sets up the one way,
So
but
they can keep the
Thrash
2-person
out,
stack
flash up the
towards
top
A.
already. And Thrash has been cleaned up. Dizzy will get the blind onto 1, but for the most part they've been held at bay, and the Thrash is not in a super recoverable position for Zest.
So they sent all the Gecko util, and they are going to finally peek out of this one. Curveball going to delay this.
And
a
the
couple
Omen
of
flash
curveballs
sends them
even.
far
And
back.
they will not be
And
allowed
so they've used
through this
all of their
corridor.
flashes, but they still hold A control with 40
Paranoia
seconds, and
paint
there's still
chill
5
sent
people
just
here
enough to
wanting to
recover
push
that
for A
Thrash.
control. Now the smoke goes down,
Backs away.
and they finally have a chance to do it.
Love that Cypher dart.
They at least know that these
Cypher
guys have
now.
no flashes. No one has to play
Bleed's
anti-flash for a
gonna
little bit.
cut noise. Let's continue advancing
Play a
forward.
little bit, at least just
Smoke
this
comes
round.
down, though. Now position
Keep an eye on the time,
reinforces.
25 seconds.
Staring down the opposite side. but
Gary
it's
has
been a
double
little
smokes.
for
They
everybody
gotta
here.
start. They gotta start
Getting ready
going,
to
right?
collide in.
15.
2 players can't back up fast enough, and Sugar Zero already takes out 2. Depp finds himself another one.
Spike.
That's gonna be
Spike,
man
my guy.
advantage here. Widely for the side of Zeta.
Holy.
Laz lurking within the smoke, shorty in hand. Hunter's Fury going across, and the Darian was just so damn low. That's it. One pump of the ult, and the round
He
victory
doesn't
comes
even
through.
pop anymore.
Nothing
He's done
else
his
is
job.
Gary
He just
can
put the
do.
ult away.
But die, apparently. I thought he was gonna say
Literally just
tucked
put the ult
away.
away. Job done.
Takes absolutely everything away
Okay,
from Bleed's
what a
hands.
lovely hold this
12
is
to
over
9.
towards A though.
Zeta get themselves up to
They
that
had to go
point.
faster.
I was really worried about Bleed pushing through elbow straight into Sugar Zero, who is currently the MVP of this map.
Double
Taking another
timeout right at the
I mean,
end.
I mean,
Oh my.
there's no reason to
Might
not
as
do
well.
it, but I feel like I haven't
Yeah,
seen
they're getting wrecked by this A
Sugar
hole.
Zero having this kind of impact.
Probably got to go middle. I
This
tell you what
level
though,
of just him being pumped
the
up
trip
on
over
stage
towards middle,
in a damn
silent
long while.
MVP.
Maybe not even in the LCQ.
Trip over towards middle. They
Last year
think they
where
created enough
qualified for
pressure middle so
champions
that
was
inferior
Zeta
rotate from
Energetic.
A
He is
has to
having
go back,
a
but the trip's
huge
still here, getting
performance.
pure info. So they
Zero, I
stack
can't
2
believe
there.
it.
Use all the flashes.
Yeah, I
I mean,
Very,
he
very
has
nice.
really stepped it up when they needed it most. The map was mostly close until he decided to play like a monster. And now, it's Bleed with their backs against the wall. 3 rounds in a row they have to get. And the last timeout didn't really help them. Now they're going to have to buy up whatever they can, and I don't think it's going to be much after losing 4 rounds in a row.
I mean, the 3-round run back here for Bleed, is it going to be possible? We shall see, but I mean, this is their map pick, you know? They were able to watch
Okay,
Zeta
3
play this
chances, and are they
twice,
just gonna
saw them
give up
dismantle
with?
Global, saw them get
Is gonna give up with
dismantled
A
by Team
control?
Secret. It's all something that they thought that they could exploit.
Bro, look at the money here. It's just how clean these last 4 rounds have been.
1 Phantom. Besides that, a lot of utility indexed into.
Guardians, 2 Bulldogs.
Yeah.
They're expecting a big
Phantom, I think,
change up,
rightfully
so
in
they
the hands
do
of
a
Zest, has
similar
been the
thing. They
regularly
smoke,
impactful player
they do
right
their
now in this
recon,
map, which to
but
his own
instead
right
of setting
is
up the
a solid
Omen and the
level up,
Phoenix,
because
they
that
now have the
Gecko has been
chamber
looking
here.
more and more consistent,
Just
more
in
and more
case they
impactful
try
as
to
time
like
has gone
heavy
on.
disrespect this or something, or Util dump, they can now TP this away. So
Look at
I
Laz.
think Zeta might be a step ahead. We'll
Holding
see.
this line. No one anywhere
I
near
like
him
the
at the
change
moment.
up from them. And then obviously they've got three
Got him info he
rounds.
can
They can
gain.
go back to the A hold if need
Wire
be.
around the corner, so we can't really overextend from here. I don't think you would necessarily want to, given that the rendezvous is already preset. And a very solid, firm line to try to play here.
It's just waiting for them. And it does look like Bleed is going to come this direction.
Well,
How much value
well, Util we
can
got.
he pick up?
Are they ready?
No
for
smoke.
This exact position. Dizzy over the top. Free throw flash.
Damn, bro.
Jay swings out. He does get taken down.
There's no
Laz able
smoke
to find
here,
the opening
so
kill.
do they not
Rallying
think
call
something
now
is
sent
up?
out by him. As Zeta
And
gets ready.
the reads are not
Starts
here on
swooping
this one.
across
No
the map.
smoke.
Bretla, though,
So maybe someone's holding in
position,
front.
trying
Maybe
to
there's a
go
chamber
for a
here.
huge
Whereas
backstab,
before it
a
was
huge
heavy
flank,
smoke.
but there is a
The
trademark
lovely
set up.
Omenal
Looks
again.
like Yuron will
This is
get
nice
caught.
over
That's
towards
gonna be the
middle
neural
though.
depth now coming in.
And do they fast go
revealed.
towards
King
this? I mean,
does
it's a
come
nice
in.
Omen flash hit too.
Spike planted.
Sorry,
Bleed
hit
now
one.
widely exiting the site. Curveball through, and now Darian just holding down.
Yeah,
Find the
and this
headshot depth.
is a pretty good
Taken out.
plant.
Looks like Bleed
Could
might
be
just get
impossible.
be able to extend this one. Smoke thrown in.
Should.
Tap onto the spike. Darian spraying, but hit it on.
Should.
Comes out. He finds 2. Darian and Zest both picked apart. Looks for a
Damn,
little more.
bro,
It
that
will
shouldn't
happen.
end like that.
Hit it on. Stands his ground.
Okay, nicely done.
A rough start for him, the young gun, but a
Yeah,
star-studded
I
finish.
mean,
As Zeta Division will take away Bleed's map pick of Sunset.
the last 5 rounds were pretty nice from Zeta though. I like that A hold. They had nothing to get past that A hold. When it was Phoenix and Omen,
It all came together.
they could not.
Took them a while
they
to
could
get
not
online,
past
but
that.
eventually 5 rounds in a row.
Bit of a
Hero
game that was
stepping
riddled
up,
with mistakes,
and the entire
but-
team on the backs of Sugar Zero as well. We are done here for map 1. Let's go back to the analyst desk to break that one down.
I like
Breaking
protocols.
it down, I think
Yeah, there's a
Sugar
bit of a
Zero
worry where
had
it's
enough
like
of the back and forth, and he was like, I'm gonna
people
take it in my own
aren't
hands. I'm
shooting.
gonna
I mean,
activate
there was a
Sugar
lack of protocols for like
Hero
a lot
mode
of
and just
this,
mow
right?
down
Especially if we look
everyone
at just
and finish
this
this
Zeta in
first
terms of
map
just
of
basic
Sunset,
ones,
which was
also just like
Bleed's
the
pick.
plant stuff.
Yes, that's exactly true.
Their
And I like it.
their actual
that
like
he's back, because we
gameplay
had a
was
couple
pretty
moments Where we
good.
had a couple rounds where
And
it's
then
like,
you
oh,
then you
that's
had
Sugar Hero
Bleed, and it was
round,
just like
but we didn't have any Sugar Hero
no
games
dart
yet.
shooters.
But on this Sunset, like this was
literally no
absolute
dart
domination
shooters.
by
The
Sugar
spacing
Zero.
was often
he was
some of
just
the
on it. And this
entries.
was super important because
Oh man,
we were
no
seeing
one playing
how at the
anti-flash
start of
against the
this game,
Phoenix.
It felt like Depp wasn't
Have a raise nade
kind
to
of,
make sure that they can't
how we
swing
saw
on
him
some of the
Sunset
util, but they
last
don't
time when he was
use
just
it.
charging in, getting those super aggressive corner peeks with
It's,
the Phoenix. It felt like it wasn't really coming into play. Maybe just because of how well
I'm not
going to
go into much because I imagine everyone else is going in.
Here, turning, going hero mode was absolutely important here for Zeta to clutch out these rounds, considering how close this match
Getting
was.
beaten by the chamber, yeah, I'm telling you, that's the mental
What you noted
warfare.
on Astra, I think also
As
comes
soon as
from
he
the
got
fact
killed by that
obviously Zeta,
chamber,
they had a
man, I was
great
like,
showing
oh,
against
and that
GE
one
where there
tap
was
in the
basically no opposition, it,
that
you know,
one
it caught
tap
them
in
by
the
surprise. But then
pistol.
afterwards they realized their
That was
composition
the
started to
nail
get
in the
red a little
coffin.
bit, and it seemed today that caused a lot of hesitation, right? Which made Zeta maybe
Mental
not as
warfare.
active on the attacking side, but also credit where credit is due. Bleed is starting to look like a team again. They're starting to play off of their own util. They're starting to set up for each other a little bit. They're starting to cover for each other, things like that. So that's promising for Bleed. But what do you do when the opponent Omen is 24-12 in KD? I mean, 2.0
Yeah, and his
without
ults were
any
getting good
assists, that
info
is
as well.
insane.
I mean, they did promise Jordan that they'd win. that was his birthday wish.
That's true.
It's just
a birthday buff.
unfortunate for Bleed. They were so much better this game. And Zeta had, you know, the first time they showed this map, it was pretty good. So Bleed definitely thought this through.
Alonso
and had
Lele,
something
thank
to
you
care
so
for
much,
them.
man. 28 months.
It
Appreciate
seems
the
like
prime.
the
Thank you
things
so
that
much.
We were talking about how this were like Bleed's
What do I
weak
think? I
points
mean, it
when we
wasn't
saw
great,
them
bro.
in the previous series, right? Where Redla wasn't coming online. He's answered that back. He was
They just
playing
got so
on
much
top
that they need to work on.
His Cypher here, getting kills, setups were
Because
much
even I
better.
think
We're
Zeta
talking about how
messed up
Zest
quite a
really
lot.
struggles on the get-go. No longer, setups are quick. He's able to get those multi-kills once again. So all these pieces that were a lot unsure for Bleed definitely got that certainty coming into this map. Sure, it's a loss, but it's a more convincing performance output here from Bleed that we see that we have.
Do you think we see Ye Chamber? Do you think we see Ye not on Chamber because he doesn't want to, or the coach doesn't think it's good? I have no idea. I actually have no idea.
So far, what was also promising is both of them showed
It's
that they have a
it's
very
anyone's
good
guess at
understanding
this
of
point.
the basics of Sunset, right? That A site, how you want to control it. If you're going to go for retakes, how far back do you need to hold it? B site, how hard is it if you let the site get taken for free? And how do you use that to condition your opponents?
But even with the raise, like it should be looking better than this. It's not. I'll tell you what. If you picked up the chamber, it's not like it would all be good. You got to have a system around the
Now
chamber.
what's pretty wild is that
You got to have like
still
good stuff
wouldn't know
to
who
set it
would
up.
win Ascent. Yes, it's
And
Zeta's
even when we
pick,
looked at
and
some of the
yes,
stuff in
they
terms of like
are
retake
generally
protocols and stuff
okay
like
on
that,
Ascent, but
it
they've
just wasn't.
also really
Didn't feel
told
like it
that
was there.
line even since last year.
Yes, it's always a very close game on Ascent for Zeta Division. Granted, yes, they generally seem pretty good on it if we look all the way back to 2023, but they play the standard composition, obviously quite reliant on depth, being able to perform some heroics as well, you know, with the things like the op, etc., etc. Now, Bleed,
Would you
we
drop the
haven't
bag on
seen
Estelle from
Ascent,
DFM if
so,
you would
I mean, I
bleed
have
next
to assume we're
season?
gonna see the map
I think
composition,
like
but who
90%
knows?
of teams
assumption here
should start
for
looking at
Bleed
Estelle for
specifically
next
was-
season.
Well, one of my talking points was, you know what, one of their weak points right now is that they feel unsure. So maybe having a map like Ascent that really relies on your surety on how you kind of execute on those sites. We're talking about how depth, that might be a problem for them. But if we look at how, you know, much more cohesive their Sunset is, how much more intact they have been with their plays, it could be a
Chances we get
much
Chamber
more
on Ascent?
brighter
No, not a thing, bro.
Ascent here for Bleed.
Not the map.
And also,
Okay, chat, let me spam some
obviously,
maps. We'll be back in a little bit. We got
home-
Ascent next.
Just absolute home ground for Zest, right? Used to play Initiator a lot on this map back in the days with DRX. So again, not knowing exactly how the comms work, but surely Zest has some really good timers just built in internally where he can get very good reads even passively on the map for his teammates.
Yeah, I think this is going to be set up to be a very exciting map too. It could definitely go into a full series today in map 3. I know our predictions all said Zeta Division, but even so, I mean, you guys wouldn't be surprised, right? Going into map 3.
I mean, you know, this could be a map where Ye might bring out the chat. No.
I didn't know on that.
Okay.
That
I
should
know.
be our guessing game question.
I am going to say, I would be surprised. I mean, I'll just own it. I would be surprised. Bleed looked absolutely lost, right, up until this match. But now, okay, having seen map 1, yes, I agree. It could very well go to a map 3.
Now, what I am also unsure about is this next guessing game question. Did you research this one, Will?
Yes. Well, we actually had
What
the
a
research
nerd.
somewhat done for us yesterday, right? Because
That's
yesterday we
true.
took a look at post-timeout round win rates from all the teams. But basically, this question, I believe, is asking whoever calls the timeout, like, who's winning the round after that here in this map?
I don't know. It's like I'm really wanting to get into Immortals, so there's so much tension in me right now.
I just want everyone to
I don't
know.
want to lose.
Both these teams have a pretty bad round win rate after timeouts on their own.
Is that
so,
on their own timeout?
yeah, so the real question might be, who's calling the first timeout? Because maybe their opponents
Yes.
are winning after that one.
Exactly. All right, so
All right.
most of the audience has chosen Zeta.
no.
Actually, I'm curious. Will, why don't you go first?
Ooh, okay.
I'm gonna make you go first this time.
Okay.
All right, I didn't see
Show
what I
us
picked.
what you got.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
It's Bleed.
Bleed.
Interesting. Okay.
It's Bleed.
No!
Oh, make your case.
Why?
I was actually gonna pick Zeta with
No,
the
I
audience.
What is this?
No matter what, I want to separate. Okay, here's my case. Zeta obviously played a lot more with their current core, with their team on Ascent. It's home ground for them. So I think what's going to happen is Bleed is going to push them at some point, and Zeta's going to be forced to take a timeout, and then Bleed's still going to win the round right after. That's my case. I think Zeta's calling the first time out, but Bleed's going to win the round right after.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Asterai, why?
It's kind of something similar to that. I feel like the first kill is going to go towards Zeta, but then they can't really find a follow-up advantage over that. So Bleed kind of recompose themselves, win that round after the timeout. So that's kind of what's going in my thought process here, considering what we've seen from Sunset.
That's an interesting
I don't
case.
like how we're the same answer. Like
No,
literally,
I really don't.
I didn't even see that you picked it up, and I was like already getting my.
I really don't.
But I'm not convinced of your rationale.
What's even crazier is you're also still with the viewers. That's
Yeah.
also insane.
I wasn't convinced.
We just all
Clearly
can't be
neither of the
separated.
viewers. So, all right, wingman, my little wingman. This is our time to shine, to up rank.
You know
I mean,
what?
this is a tough one. This is a tough one.
After this one, there's 3 days of me not being able, or 4 days of me not being able to get back
Yeah,
on that board.
me too. It'll be a while, so this isn't really going to matter. The viewers get to play every day, so they are the lucky ones here. We are going to go to the Asian picks now. We are definitely curious what Bleed's got up their sleeve, and I've just heard Clove is finally going to be coming into the mix very soon as well. So, you know, stay tuned for that.
Fun.
We were trying to, that should be the next guessing game, which team will play Clove first.
Oh, yeah.
And here we go. We got mirror matchups.
Yeah, no big surprise here. I figured Bleed would go with the stock standard. Obviously, that allows several of these members, the core members, to play on comfort roles. My eyes are going to be on Darion, right? A lot of Ascent nowadays has become how well does Sakeo set up for the Jet, right? You have so many clever ways you can throw those flash drives to really set up for the retakes, for the executes. So
Standard
is
comps.
that combo there? Is the timing locked
That's
down
normally
for
pretty
them?
good on this
And
map.
obviously, the Killjoys always, they have a kind of their work cut out for them in terms of the anchoring.
Well, my eyes real quickly are on Ye. If he brings out the operator, how effective can he really be on that starting defending side?
I'm all about the Sovas, and you're right, William. Seeing Zest back in on Ascent on the Sova, it's just, I don't know, it just brings back memories. I expect a good show
Bleed
here
on the
for
fence,
both of
Zeta on
these
attack.
teams. We're going to go into the second map
And-
for today.
Everyone gets.
All right, I think you guys are breaking
Everyone
down
gets
the
a
action
pistol.
from that opening map. Now, we go into Ascent, Zeta's old and consistent stomping ground. See if they are going to be able to close this out with a 2-0 or
Bleed
if
lacking
Bleed
firepower or
get
strategy.
themselves a map
Just.
when they extend this over towards Lotus.
Honestly, I don't think it's firepower. I think it's just everything else.
Zeta are going to have to start
It's
here
hard
on
to
the
judge the
attacker
firepower
side,
when
so
they get
maybe
put
an
in
opportunity
positions that
for
they
the
do.
side of Bleed Esports to get some kind of advantage, but it is going to take a lot, I'd say, especially with this being huge comfort for the side of Zeta. As already, Ye trying to hit those long-range sheriff
Flash
shots.
goes
Not gonna work
out.
Coming out through the smoke.
Damn, dude.
Just
Omen
like
flash
that.
with the
Well,
swing
that's
as well.
astounding there as Hirodon does get paranoid, but not necessarily noted, but also can't find the shot. Hirodon now.
Nicely done
Lonesome
from
will get
Redler
taken
here.
Down. Quick headshot
Pistol on
there
the board.
from Redler to get the 4K, as Bleed will pick up their second pistol of the series.
So how exactly did he line this one up? I wanna see
very carefully
how he did that. Because I swear I only heard 2 bullets, but he had 3 kills, right? So
Yeah, and I mean the flash gave him the confidence to go through the smoke, and then they just all push through the smoke at the right time. Damn, that is insane, isn't it?
Nice little collat there on a Sugar
Didn't
Zero.
know much about the other
Very
two.
clean from Retla. And similar, we saw his impact at the beginning there on Sunset as well. It's been a very good day for him overall, all things considered.
I feel like he could hardly believe it based on his facial expression. He's like, whoa, how did that happen? Just right place, right time. You got to create your own luck.
Did they eat
Shots
this
rang
flash?
True. Good job from him, as you mentioned. As now, a little push coming in from Zeta towards A main. Leader ready for this one.
Well, Nade there on the scare, trying to flush
Holy.
him out. Well, flush him out they have, but he's coming up with some kills.
What the hell?
Def
Def is
down,
floating
noted,
above, trying to
spotted.
right-click people in the air.
Off. As Laz is going to be the last one standing. No one peeking for him. El McNoises drops down. And Zest is ADS'd in. Go ahead and get the last one. Flawless anti-eco here from the side of Bleed. Off on the right.
What do I think about Bleed? Bro, it's just like, it's
Good stuff. Cleaning that one up.
it's
very
bad, man.
easily.
Like, this is looking like K-Corp
2
last
kills
year,
so far
essentially.
going the way of Zeta
Like, it's that
Division.
kind of levels.
As we'll take another look here and how
Might
it
even be
happens.
worse.
Scary just throws the paranoia forward. Once he's in a little bit of a dangerous spot, sets it up for the team. And then Zest with the cap on top.
Laughter and smiles.
I tell you what
there out of
though,
him.
Sunset and I don't know if this is a good or a bad thing. You guys kind of make a decision on it. Sunset still was probably one of the best they've looked.
Quite a many few eliminations there. Okay, here's a rush for it. Yay, trying to get a bit of a tiles crunch going, but Lance does manage to shut it
bonus
down
round,
while
they decide to go
backpedaling.
aggro with this one.
And not quite able to get that one going. Looks like they do want to pick up that Bulldog, and that they will. So they'll have that for themselves at least, but it's still going to be 5-4. But Sugar Zero gonna hit that shot. Saw the second,
shot.
takes him out as well.
Yeah, just trying to get out, trying to get some kind of reaction here. And 4v5, why not?
There. Waits patiently, Retla swinging and say, okay, maybe he's backing away, maybe I can catch him on the retreat. It's very cleanly done here. Once more from Sugar Zero.
Better than some of the other maps, yeah.
Zeta 5v2, being able to get a flawless or a near flawless win in this third round would be a very big boon for them.
So far,
what Darion can do, though. He's got that outlaw in hand.
Yeah.
Knife goes in. Let's see what he can do. One.
Okay.
It's a nice
Darion
shot.
does hit the headshot onto Depp here. Takes him down, but this is an open A site. And Scary is going to be looking to go
It is giving me
in.
similar vibes to K-Corp, where it's just like, I don't want to...
He's not going to be backing off
I don't want to judge any of the players. It's like, take Shin out of that, take Navira out of that, take Scream out of that, and it might all work. Maybe not IGL, but...
About to be cornered into about a bajillion people, approximately.
Hard to judge the
Sugar-Zero, 3
individuals
kills
from
on
the
the
group
round, got the
effort.
2 outside of A.
And then even if we look at the
And
coach,
just
like,
cap it off
they
with that
won
one.
tier 2. And so they obviously have some good stuff.
Proper rifle v rifle round is, and this was just
It just might,
very nicely done
it
from
might just be the
Sugar-Zero.
blend of everyone.
Readjusts. Basically just knew exactly how far Retla was even going to swing out. He
Had
the
to throw the
crosshair
last part in there. I
perfectly
mean, I
aligned.
gotta be, you gotta be,
Got himself a third
gotta
there
have
on-
some
at
kind
the
of
very end
reasonable
of the
takes.
round. So now move forward into this one. Operator in the hands of Ye, but it's going to be
Okay,
glass
Ye,
cannon, so
no
potential for
armor,
punishment.
big buy rounds, and Zeta can all buy next
get.
apart from
Well,
Sugar Zero.
It's going to be a smoke down, maybe a delayed peek. In
Drone
towards
goes
mid.
in, decides to tuck in from the drone.
This drone will escort forward, and
And
okay, Ye peeking out.
yeah, pops
Nice
his
timing,
dash,
catches
thinking
down.
someone might be following it to get to the insta-kill.
Yeah, he's just going to run out of there.
Instant reposition
After
from
getting
him,
that
heading over
value,
towards
they
short,
have,
trying to stay unpredictable.
Very nice setup already on B.
Say that.
And some
Heading up over
pushing
towards
out
A
of
as his
three
teammate covers
from
short.
The side
The
of
moment from Bleed,
Let's
this
see
is very nice.
if Darion is actually going to throw this flash. He's got it in hand, and there are a couple of
Contact,
members right
flash,
now.
swing. This
We're
is
about
also
to peek
nice.
around this corner. Scary here with him as well. There is the pop flash. That is going to delay this push, but very low right now is Darion. Only 2 health. Comes
hit
up
it on-
out.
No.
I mean, the man was just
Dude,
fully
his
paranoid.
teammates
Still
shocking
comes up
him.
kill there onto Darion. Scary down to 1 HP.
How is he alive? This guy
Ton
broke
of
the alarm bot,
damage
right? So he's, they
Flash
know.
trying to get the lurk,
Okay, yeah.
but Retlet stabilizing that spray a little bit faster, does find the kill.
Scary
But now
survives on
the
1
spike in
HP.
hand.
I'm surprised.
In market.
I'm surprised this guy
Zest
stayed alive.
tucked
There's a
back in
hero on.
boats.
He ran this
Lily
shot.
Godin.
Oh, it's literally on him.
Very dire position to be in here for Zeta.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on this one.
Try to keep
Best
around
back
the
of sight
numbers
with an
back there.
Odin.
As Nano's
Drone
getting
goes
popped,
in. Just misses him.
And get it on, going to be spotted.
Last player standing.
Swing out towards Alley. There's the cleanup.
Okay,
Retla
nicely done.
will go ahead
And it
and
looked
get
pretty
the
good
final
on this
shot
one, really.
across.
Picking towards middle,
Bleed.
over towards a good
Very
setup
similar
towards
scene,
short.
So what we had in the first map, is there a timeout call will be the question, but for now it's 3-1. There's Bleeder out in front.
Yeah, I think it's fine to just not go over the timeout just yet, especially because it started like this. I mean, you get Ye picking up, I believe, his first kill as well with the operator. And by the point that Retlo was cleaning them all up, it was essentially a done deal. Because a lot of people were low, a lot of people were being caught off guard.
Let's see.
Yeah, just nice showing from
Smoke,
Bleed
flash
so
beats
far on
it,
this
so they
map.
take a main. Recon goes in towards main, and he has headbutted it.
Going also glass.
Accidentally headbutted the molly.
Glass water cannon.
Cover going out.
Glass water cannon.
Oh my god.
As pop flash out, Yudon and Sugar
You're
Zero.
against
Able
guys, you're against the low
to
buy.
find the shots.
You're against the
Get
low buy.
value,
There could be
weapons get
eco.
upgraded. As that is going to be the
Spike
spike getting planted. This is a huge swing
Shot.
for the side of Zeta Division. You can tell Bleed they're already done with this.
Yeah, I mean they went for it, but they kind of did it at the time where they could be either
Good call
side
from
here
the
as
coach,
well.
I guess not to call a timeout this time. He's like, yeah, I guess no, they've got it. They understand. They know what they're doing. And no, jokes aside, I think that
I mean,
just getting
sure.
set up in that little alleyway.
It's a little bit risky, really, considering the money. There was one person that couldn't buy.
You have a couple of
So
members of Bleed to just run straight at you. You're always going to have a good time, I'd say. They were just set up in a really nice spot, and Bleed got aggressive at the wrong time, and it really came back to bite them.
yeah, and I don't mind. So pop through smokes here. I don't mind it, but if there can be a timing where they can get over to towards the right or wine, it is not worth it. So it's like if you want to do this, it has to be pretty much 2-3 seconds after they've done their flash to take A main. It can't be like this late into the round where you're pushing through, and then they can literally be on either side.
Ready for that. So a really nice round pick up there from the side of Zeta division, and it's going to be Bleed.
I think you're right. I think the knife gave him
pretty interesting.
Not too much info, and then they just went for it.
Currently in the lead, and they called a timeout.
Who did the knife hit?
I think they've got the economy as well. We could sit here and think about, what are they going to say during the timeout? Maybe that round was a little bit iffy, as you mentioned. They got caught off guard, so maybe they want to try to slow it down, keep the mental.
KO's the one flashing, falls someone out.
To see if Bleed is going to get the victory.
And then his KO. So you got to go with the theory here, right? The KO flashes, and you know it's the normal flash. Then does KO really run, disrespect the one-way that's here without using more util, and then push into A main on his own? They gotta think a little bit.
So if Bleed get the win after this timeout, then they will be victorious.
Well, they are definitely playing against the statistics so far.
Oh, a bold play.
The conversion rate
I liked their call because Zeta was calling a lot of timeouts going into eco rounds. So it's like, yeah, they're going to call a timeout and probably not win their next round. So,
yeah, I mean,
I probably would have gone for Bleed.
Okay, Odin out over towards short. We see the EG. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, let's see.
They see the EG come out, and honestly, this could work well. Flash into recon into spam.
Especially if Ye can come up with another crucial pick like he had on that operator previously.
Still in the right position. Oh, honestly, not too bad. These two got out of dodge, and this guy smoked himself off. Thought that could have gone a lot worse.
As there it is.
Nice peek from him.
Same play. Ye hops out of market, gets a kill.
Yeah, he's getting some early first kills.
Quick spike pick up there, rather, from Sugar Zero.
Yeah, gotta use the ult to pick it up.
Yeah, some spray down while his teammates are ahead of him, actually. We already do have Depp in a forward position in tree, just waiting for someone to rotate potentially.
Sugar Zero ready with a paranoia.
Yeah.
Getting ready to send this right towards Zest, but looks like instead it's just going to be a smoke thrown down on the door. Paranoia gets sent towards the site. Answering Paranoia out into A main, but no one's going to get caught by this, and now Bleed have an immense amount of players here. Move forward to try to
yeah, and they distract over towards A main, and we walk up short.
Guard sent, Depp creeping forward. Just around the corner is Darian. So far not spotting him, and there it is, Depp.
Nicely done from him.
Gets his first
Two on site have to go huge. Well, one on site has to go huge. This is nice though from them.
Not allowed to get value, and you can kind of see it in Ye's face there, like, okay, well, now there's a lockdown. There's nothing I can do.
Was a 4v5
so
though.
Rejoice, Chatters, and Victoria, it would seem. As Bleed doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the round win off the back of the timeout.
Yeah. They're not going to get it done, and Zeta, just
the ult, they just want to secure the round.
I really liked the little bit of a lurk play that Depp had, just to be able to go up to the glass and just essentially wait for a rotation he knew would eventually come. Took quite a while.
One pistol.
Taking out Darian kind of was the first brick in the wall to go down. And they eventually opened up this A site quite nicely. So that's going to be another round going the way of Zeta, which will tie us up 3-3.
Yeah, it's still a nice play though, and set one over towards deep short. They did a smoke as well to not block his vision that made it look like it was a normal smoke to hit sight. Right, but actually left him a bit of a gap to play with. It was more like leaking over towards here. And then everyone started using util facing. Goes up close, and honestly if Depp doesn't get that first kill, it's a different round.
No command out of Darian, so not only is it the round lost, but a pretty critical ult burned.
Like that one there.
It all starts there. Depp just patiently waiting for that lurk through.
Interesting. Don't need to say anything. Says Laz, just stare straight ahead.
Okay.
And he
Bleed eco if they lose this one, and on the attack side, it could be a big round. We get to see a straight up B split. And Zest can't use his recon for a little bit.
Zest here on
So he might want to
site.
go back
Has a
site.
Phantom, no Odin, but Paranoia now. Expiring, very snappy as Zest.
He's going to get his
Latches
recon
on
in a
deck.
sec now.
All right, let's still here. Flash is not connected.
Doesn't feel confident to use
Zest
it.
is here on the side, tries to play
Oh, what a
anti-flash,
lovely
does
flash
so
from
beautifully.
spawn.
Turns back to find Hirodon as well.
Yeah, he's got another one. He's coming in now.
Off now, left on
Oh,
the
he
floor.
flashed to
Zest
push
creeping
through.
Back over towards both.
Yeah, this
Sees
was good.
enough.
Flashed over
Gets the
towards
kill
the site.
on
They did a
Hirodon.
leak smoke here so they can join
Zeta.
this up and go into the site itself, right? Connect these two smokes.
Laz creeping
And then they
forward.
flashed through as well just to reinforce the
Dario
site.
very well aware of
Great
this,
KO
gets the
Yuto,
dig,
huh?
gets the finisher.
Dario
Now
played
it's
very
all on
well.
Sugar Zero to see what he can get done.
Might not expect him to still be over here
Yeah,
on the
Zest
B
did great as
side.
well.
You do see a couple
First
of
kill
members
was
are
massive.
going over towards Age.
I thought he was just going to
does
go back to
rotate,
site,
but
wait for
Sugar Zero
flashes,
taking it
recon
very
out.
slowly. And
Oh, there's the peek out.
Huge round.
And once again, doesn't matter if it's on DRX or
In
on
terms
Bleed,
of
it
their
would
money
seem.
as well, it really is a
This
huge
B
round.
site on defense is Zest's playground all the same.
he looks very comfortable there. I don't think you need to mix up anything with that on the side of lead for sure. Just the way he plays this position was excellent.
The thing is, I've seen him get 4K clutches on B site probably like 7 times in the last like year and a half.
Yeah.
Did they show
not
no
one of them
emotion?
are similar. Like they're all different. He's always playing from a different position, different weapons.
They're just so...
Standing ahead.
They
For
never
now,
get
he will not
pumped
be on
up.
that side of the map. It's gonna be set
F
up
goes
here
in,
on
doesn't
A
hit
and
anyone
once
short,
again,
recon
gonna be
gets shot.
checking forward. No one pushing off the back.
Where's the
of this
money
one.
now?
PCA comes diving out, but doesn't have an operator this time around.
2 from each, can't buy next.
And they're just going for a very similar strategy, just a lot slower. They're going to clear up that alarm bot and put down a smoke, maybe trying to threaten a push in through market, but so far taking it much more slowly in this round compared to the previous one. We've also got Sugar Zero rotating all the way back around towards B, but there is a double stack in main from the side of Bleed. Might be ready for this one.
Fragment there. 3 gets a press. Brett Law lurking forward, but not able to find the first kill. Swinging from Laz, though, he's not quite prepared. Does get taken down. Now everything getting a bit disjointed here for Zeta. As Sugar Zero needs to try to displace him, but they might not necessarily know that Ye has gone and moved up into this
Ye
spot.
was just holding his side here, and he
Gonna be drifting back with Ye.
is the
With
runaway.
chase.
Takes the space.
Swinging through, spots one. Then finds the spike, swing out. Sugar Zero able to reply.
30 seconds
Gets
left.
that kill back, but HP bars right now quite devastatingly low
Yeah,
for the side
they're
of
so
Zeta.
low
Zest
now.
is here, and he's got that
Even
Odin.
lower now, 3. Trying to leg shot, and this guy in
Forward,
A-main
though,
can just
definitely
make the
will
play.
avoid it. 3 HP
They're not even
remaining
looking
here.
at... Oh,
On the jet, as there's a
oh
shot.
hey, that was the guy looking A-main. Now A-main can
Zest
swing.
knows his lineup. Scary
Very
now.
nice.
Out from main. Finds a shot. Recon over the top. The wide swing. Yudon just
Looking a
hair
lot better
off
though,
that
some of the
opener.
setups that they actually have are decent,
Does
and
end
they're
up
playing off
falling.
each
Bleed
other.
Now with the defuse, will get themselves up 5-3.
Yeah, I think that was pretty
Keep an eye on
nicely
what these two
handled.
can buy,
I
because
like
in
that
theory
Bleed had
it
the double stack
should
in B main and just we're
just
ready
be
for any kind of B
3
push.
hero
I
guns.
do think that Zeta is a bit too slow, perhaps. Just allowing Bleed to really set themselves up into prime positions. And obviously, Zest, he's got the lineups as you mentioned. He's always in position, scary as well, hanging out in main and just coming at you from way too many angles because you took just a bit too long. So pretty difficult for Zeta, and that is going to be the call for a timeout.
Down by 2. Zeta will go ahead and invest one of their own. Let's see what the game plan is going to be. Right now, kind of surprising to see. And Deb back over onto this
They
jet.
look like they're taking
Really
a test.
finding the impact that we're used to seeing from
Yeah,
him.
they are a little bit
Hadn't gotten onto the
it is
board until that-
anti-vibes over there, I agree.
That window kill on the Darion as he swung through. And it's been few and far in between since then.
I just feel like Zeta as a team aren't really getting very aggressive. We haven't seen any big plays onto A. I mean, I guess there was one that was where they had like the stinger moment, but besides that, just very slow pushes overall. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more aggression out of them from the attacker side. Just trying to catch Bleed off guard. Bleed have been stacking a little bit, it feels like, so maybe trying to take advantage of that could work out for them. Let's see what they do on round 9. As we got 4 members
Lead
over
West and
towards
G in
A
the macro and
for Zeta,
fundamentals.
but also a bit of a stack for Bleed.
Not on defense, I don't think. Not on defense. Probably the opposite on attack, I would say. Their defense setups and stuff is actually not too bad. Their attack doesn't feel great on the maps, like all of the maps we've seen so far.
All the way down mid. And he's just the singular kill thus far. Dash at the ready, goes in, but oh, eats a flash. Darian in the meantime, I don't think he's realized, but now he turns back and clearly has figured it out. Depth 10, and things disjointed. Zeta Division only able to find one, but lose out on two.
Yeah, definitely a bit whiffy and messy on that engage. And now Zest, he's holding down mid. You see Laz trying to lurk on in, and he's even going to be spotted.
Oh, just slightly off there.
Just taking his time to shoot all the util.
Every single bit of util that he can. And he's eventually found. Wow. Oh.
2v4 into a 2v3. Oh, yeah, that's lovely. Yeah, that was nice. Little jump peek into the swing. That was sick.
Vandal now picked up here for Yudon, sends out that recon. Lockdown invested, but Hunter's Fury is available. But can he actually decide to use it? Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
Yeah, and they tunnel vision a little bit. Does he break this?
Teleports across. In the meantime,
big 1v1.
Pushes off Yudon, but his job has been done. The Hunter's Fury taken care of. Zest in the recon.
This is 9-2 at the moment.
The Odin would be critical to try to flush him out of hell. Goes for the spray now, Sugar Zero, considering the reposition. Here's the drop down. Shot through the wall and the headshot, the one
What an absolute beast. This was a really cool round though in the 2v4. The jump peek to make sure they can get this kill. And then just the straight up idea. Like these two are on the same page all the time here. Like this was nice. Drone into swing, jump peek into swing, all into they're gonna fast flood. That's a very well played round. Guy in sight needed to get the kill really.
I'm just online today.
The guy in the sight overstepped heavy. This yay. Yeah, that was an overstep.
Still down, but clearly not out. They had to fight back.
I guess he just missed.
One round to try to tie it up. Yay now with
double up short again.
Leading the way, shut down immediately. Knife to the face, pop flash out, looking for a little bit more. Quite a lot of reveals here off the recon. Yay now chasing in for a little bit more. Laz does manage to pick him off.
Yeah, I mean, he's going for it, feeling confident. And this is now, so we just had a 2v4. It was one, and now we're looking into a 3v5, into a 3v3.
Being watched by Darian for the moment. Oh, actually, never mind. Sugar's there. He could just TP pick it up if he wants to.
He could.
Oh,
see if he
swing
could.
out. Zest eventually will be able to find it, so now advantage in their hands. Jiggle peeking. Here is Yudon.
That was nice, though.
Quite ready for this. And that does just leave Sugar Zero
Dude,
on this alone.
it's just back and forth the whole game.
Clutch it out. Spot Scary, tries to ADS it. Scary this time will get the shot across. So 6 rounds built up here for Bleed.
All right, that's a good way
All over
to
the
try to
place.
stem the tide of the side of Zeta. You get a
4 on
you get a big
attack.
clutch from Sugar Zero.
Yeah, maybe need a little bit more than this.
Feel like some of that momentum's going the other way, but then the A's just got some knives. And he does go, you know, the first 2 were amazing. The third one gets a bit over-aggressive, but that's just fine. Already did his work.
Let's go. Yeah, I mean, it's an overheat, but just with the knives, I don't think that it matters too much. It's not like you're going to be stranding a huge weapon anywhere.
And it's certainly better than what his counterpart, Jet, is doing at the moment, right? We need to see a bit more out of the depth.
This
Still
is
just the 1 kill.
Very bizarre.
Knife goes in late. Sees no one close right, sees no one wine. Just a straight up sight hit. And Scary. Yeah, just Scary did this refresh of the smoke when maybe needed to do the flash.
Break of the door, though. Smoke for now will hold them at bay as Bleed will just wait.
Should have been like flash into smoke close, I think. It's a shame, he'd already made the decision. This is a nice change of pace from Zeta though.
Hit it on. Getting tagged up, sends down the fragment. Keeps him at arm's length for now. Pop flashing into smoke. Sugar Zero going to be spotted, dealt with. Knife thrown in depth. Mowing down 2, coming alive. He's managed to triple up his kills now. Still a couple low players. Zest and Retla overall healthy, and Zest snappy with a headshot.
And now this guy Heaven. They hear him?
There's a lot more to be done.
Oh.
Finds the KO.
Oh. Oh.
Unbelievable!
Oh, what? Now, that is outrageous. Did he hear the guy Heaven as well, or is he just that aware? What's his score? He's just popping.
They get up to 7.5.
14-3.
Oh, he sees what Sugar Zero's doing on the opposite side of stage and says, yeah, I can do that too.
I mean, maybe even better from this guy. Like, these last two are just
Damn.
incredible. Like, the whole team, a lot of smiles, understandably.
Yes, just
Zest
chill with
just making, I don't know, that was just incredible from him. And he's going to keep this lead very stable for the side of Bleed. This is going to be a buy round now for the side of Zeta, though. Remember that they got in and they got pretty close on that round with just, you know, a couple stingers. Sheriff were able to upgrade a bit.
Just hunting and suspect that Laz is just going to be lingering back behind where the turret was set up.
Right here.
And now the Odin
Standing ahead.
makes its presence known pretty early on here. So overall,
Yeah, I like the change of guns here.
lockdown
Does
play
he manage to
coming
shoot the
through.
drone?
Oh, that
So,
paranoid
oh
not
my
connecting.
god,
Damn,
he's
they're taking it down.
he's incredible.
Again,
Dude,
Ken
the guy
trying
shot
to
the
be
drone for you and
the
you
hero
pushed out
here,
of the
defender
smoke.
of this B site. As the null
You
command
gotta
does get
late play
popped.
that, surely. Backed away.
Marianne making his way over through Market. Hunter's Fury now coming across. Tag gonna be found. Oh, actually resheaths that one.
Yeah, I guess he thought someone was
in the meantime,
close. I
just
don't know
like
what
Yay.
Scary was holding, but I thought
Man
Scary was
advantage
holding a
here
line
for
for him.
Zeta.
You should
But
run.
HP bars are once again taken quite
Oh,
low.
goes in.
Now that the Hunter's Fury is out of the
Hits
mix,
the
they
back,
have to
and we
try to
gotta
hang as the
imagine
lockdown
that
comes
Uran is
through.
gonna swing out
Be
here.
out for
30
Scary.
seconds left.
Zest in a little bit of a rougher position as Yuran will be able to find two. And that just leaves Darian all on his lonesome as Zeta try to get up to 5, and they shall.
5. Dude, this
Yeah,
half
nicely done that
was...
time around. You see Zeta playing with a lot of patience
was
there. They know
crazy,
they have
dude.
a lot of utility, a lot of ultimates left available, so just going to
It
drop
was so
down
hard
and
to predict
advance.
every single round where it's gonna
Lockdown
go.
to make sure that they can pick up a 5th round, but this
5
time
is
around, we're
enough?
not tied
Yeah,
up at
it's like a, I mean, it's
6-6.
like a standard
Actually,
half.
Bleed having that nice little advantage with a slightly better defensive side here on the second map compared to the first. Still a lot of the fans here cheering for Zeta, cheering
Try not to
for
flame. Did the, I mean, the
autograph
first
there,
map
very
was
nice.
messier than this, really.
And, you know, I think Zeta probably will look better on the defensive side of
I think
Ascent.
both of these teams have
Should
like
be their bread and
pretty
butter,
decent
but
defense.
I don't know. It does feel like the momentum is swinging a bit towards Bleed.
Zest, I mean, yeah, Zest had mad impact.
Well, now,
Hello, Jules, mate. How you
Zeta
doing?
still down, but not quite yet out. Bleed in the lead as far as
When I found a
pistols are
petition for
concerned.
Steel to cast a Bleed game, dude, it would be so
They rack up
funny,
a
to be
third
fair.
one here. Move themselves up to 8, or can Zeta try to tie things up from there? I'm going to be moving over onto that defender's side, so should be in a fairly favorable position, unless you can see Bleed.
Bleed
kind of
shows a little
replicate some of the
improvement.
successes
Yeah, this is
that
the
we
best they've
saw,
looked.
You know, from T1 on Ascent after they swapped sides. Started off with that 6-6 and then just didn't drop a single
You
round.
think
in
these
the
teams are
second
looking
half.
better than
Yeah,
when they started the
T1's
split?
attacking side
Yes.
today was
I mean, both of
just
these teams are
pretty special.
improving. Zeta looked, I mean, both of these
Did see
teams,
that
in my
Bleed
opinion,
did
probably
kind
looked
of
the
falter when
worst
they
that I
moved
saw in
over to the
kickoff.
attacker side on
With GE in there as well.
At least for the most part.
I
Getting a little
can't
bit of a
get the
streak.
Zeta icebox out of my head,
after
even though they
the
made
third
it look a
round.
little bit better.
Still was mostly Zetas, so certainly looking for Bleed to kind of up their game here on the second map. If they want
Okay,
to
Bleed
have a
one
chance.
pistol, so
In the lead now, though, must be feeling a bit better.
do they get
As
double
For
pistol?
now, this first aggression is going to be coming through mid.
Across. Fishing, let's see if they can clear
Man,
out
that looked
the
like it was
expected
on
alarm
second
bot
shot.
placement, but shots go a little bit wide, so we'll still be there.
Alarm bot goes off, flash
Flash
goes in,
just
Omen
away.
flash on top, double
Outside
swing.
window.
I mean, triple
Classic in
swing,
hand.
to be honest.
Ready for that pop
Alarm
flash
bot
off
into
that
flash,
alarm bot
flash.
Contact. There it is, a push out. Hiradoni able to find one, but Scary with the turn fire. Going to be looking decent. Depth will
They
find
did
him.
great to manage to actually
Takes out Depth.
duel out
So
that
in the end,
and get
2
double
for 2.
trades.
Laz pulling off the angle.
Wait, they push
He
through?
would have been able
Oh my
to
god,
spot
what a
him.
shot.
Yay, instant
The
headshot
hell?
there on the Yunan.
Okay,
And a third.
sure.
And
If you're gonna
Shooter
do
will
that,
fall. Laz
then
now
why
on his
not?
lonesome can pick up a different pistol.
Can't believe they carried on going.
One with Inspectors, yay. Tries to find it.
Might be an overheat, we'll see. 15 might have done enough damage.
Retla on
One
the
body
opposite
shot.
side. Sheriff in hand. The slow creep up, it
Reposition,
has
he's
to
just
be
gonna see him in the
effectively a
side
one
here.
tap here from Laz if he wants to win it out. And he
Hey,
will not
nicely
be
done.
able to
Double
do
pistol
so.
on this map.
Nicely
2-0.
done as Retla will go ahead and get a third pistol round in the series for Bleed.
Yeah, you would have expected Zeta Division to be able to stop that one. They had
I mean,
a
that was
very
just
nice
hero
setup
shots, to be
stop
honest.
any aggression down mid and through Pizza, but eventually just, you know, look away, don't get flashed, and hit your shots.
This guy was watching top mid and ended up being anti-flash.
Very nice shots from Ye in this round, picks up a 3K. And he is essentially the reason why they do win out in that pistol round in the end, just able to hit the shots a bit better with the pistol. So now Zeta really behind the 8-ball, and Bleed beginning to ramp up.
Yeah, and expected to make 9 here, barring some kind of catastrophe. I mean, Depp, sure, he does have a sheriff, but right now, things have been very rough around the edges for him on Ascent.
Sometimes it's just not your map. And it's definitely a bit
Power
unfortunate. I mean, he wasn't
into
really the main
flash
character on
into
the first
swing.
one either. That was all Sugar Zero.
And it might go
has
into
also
that.
been
We'll
playing
see.
pretty well on this map himself.
He's the main character of both maps so far.
Yeah.
How are the
Zest
vibes
is
today,
trying to
dude? We're
challenge,
seeing
though.
some smiles, man. The vibes are leaps and bounds above where it
Gonna
was.
be setting up the turret here, and I mean,
It's
this
still
is
not what I would
everybody,
call strong
absolutely
vibes
everyone
by
from
any
Zeta
means. I
on this side
probably
of the map.
wouldn't
Red
even
left
use the word
on his
vibes,
lonesome.
but it's
They can't
there's
pick him off,
more.
and this could be quite devastating. Flash in, just gonna
No
get
way,
going,
the
gets
turret
off the wall.
block.
That's about as perfectly as it
Okay,
can go
gun
for
gets
Zeta.
picked up. They head over
As
towards the
poorly as it
site. Who
could
takes
for
the
Red
gun?
Turret.
Laz takes the
Turret
gun.
blocked him. He tried to jump over it. Oh, very sad state
Damn,
of affairs.
bro.
But at the end of the day, it is just the one kill.
Yeah, nice
And
plant
it is
over
a
towards
free plant
short as
for
well, so
Bleed
it creates a
onto
bit of
the
pressure
A
if they don't
side.
clear it.
Let's give them a bulldog. It's handed over
Yeah.
here to Laz. See what kind of use he can get out of it. As for now, Yudan coming around the back. We'll have to try to deal with Darian, but cannot, just with a classic in hand. Flash comes in. Dart cleared out.
I mean, the Omen flash hits everyone. Oh, did he
As
knife hit
drop
before he
down,
flashed?
Through, yeah, able to mow down one after the other. Sugar Zero will be able to take him down eventually as Laz.
Yeah, it might be a
finds
little
one with
bit
the
costly
bulldog,
giving
but
them a bulldog on
43
this.
HP. At this point, it's really about dealing whatever additional damage he possibly can. Smoke gone, jumps up over the top.
Oh.
Scary.
Still, not
watching
too bad
from
in terms of the
hell.
damage.
He's gonna be able to take him down.
Most
Some
teams,
decent
just for
damage
people
here
that are
for
trying to
Zeta,
learn,
but
most teams,
Bleed
when you're gonna
not
do
gonna be
something like
dropping
this,
around quite just yet.
you're and like you're
pretty
just prodding
sneaky stuff.
right
Laz
with one
nearly got away
person.
with it.
You'd always just
To
give
get
them the
drop on his
sheriff, right?
opponent, but not
Give
quite
that person
able
the
to do
sheriff.
So 9 to 5.
Swap over
for
so the bulldog
side of
doesn't
Bleed.
get
Take a look
dropped.
at the replay and how this one went down. Very clean from Darian. And then a Phantom versus Classics. And we'll see if they can actually close this
Phantom,
one
yeah,
out.
it
I
lands
think
on top
they've
of Jenny,
got
right?
a much better performance so far on this map compared to what we saw on Sunset. But can they actually do it against Zeta's defensive side now that they have these rifles?
Thrown up over the top. Always obviously heard. They're on Cat.
Did he take away this?
But ultimately nothing.
Or did the
really
shock
gonna be
hit?
spotted here.
I thought the shock was gonna hit, but then it looked like it did the takeaway animation.
Point. Not gonna be finding any
Flash
forward
over towards
presence.
middle, just as Jet's about to face two pass
Gets
on
ready
him.
to come through in main. Dash forward. Yay, able to get in front of it as Darian. Eats quite a
Yeah,
bit of damage.
Laz, they saw the shock dart and
over
Laz
top of
took
that
away his
fragment.
alarm bomb. It's pretty cool.
Check into hell. Nothing
Keeping an his
spotted.
luck
They
over
know the site is
towards
cleared.
B
Deep
as
lurk,
they
though,
head in
from
towards
Zest.
site.
Phantom in hand could
And Depp
certainly
is
do some
massively on top
damage
of this.
As the smoke dissipates, and there it is.
But this
Snappy
guy is
as
the
ever.
raid boss.
Takes out Depp.
He does great, and
I mean,
honestly,
that matchup is not fair at the moment.
should just run away.
Zest is just having a much better map right now, and he makes quick work of that.
Don't know why they're going aggro like
Recon
this.
could be caught as the util goes in. Swing into the corner.
Don't
It's
know why you're
1,
going
2, 3
aggro like
from
this
Yudan.
when you
Never
have a
mind.
perfect
It's
luck and you
ungaming.
want to play
It's
time.
unfair. It's dishonest. Cleans them all up. It's Zest. Yeah. Will
Oh,
be
man.
noted and taken down there by Sugar Zero. As the hold on to the fuse can come through. 2 players going to be lost, but the most expensive weapon going to be picked up there, or carried over, I should say, as Yudan will be able to retain the Odin. Zeta not allowing for a bonus conversion. Solid anti-bonus work from them, but now full righteous purchase gets ready to come in for Bleed. This is where Zeta really need to find their footing if they want to try to close this out. Otherwise, Bleed gonna be in a
Wanna
very
play
good spot
time?
to extend this all the way
Like,
over to
dude,
Lotus.
if I'm Zest here, I'm going wild at my team. I've just killed the one on the flank, and they're obviously going to try and speed up. You can kind of just heavy delay on site. And they free pass and group heaven. And this guy then has to rush his luck after he's done so much. Someone might be holding for him, but he now has to speed up because of it. Like, I would be furious.
Not so fun as a viewer, but
That depends on which
Such a misplay.
which camp you're cheering
guess
from.
so. But if you're just a non-biased viewer, you just want to see the maximum Valorant, then would like to have a 5th map. Especially because I think, you know, a lot of people cheering to see Bleed kind of reach their potential. But so far haven't really been able to see that so far. So maybe a third map would give them a chance. Depp now has a judge here at 3. So
nice though. Nice stops this. Little baiting for the judge. How many? 1, 2, 3?
Shut down on the drone. Turn away from
1.
the flash. Depp.
Yeah, everyone else bails out. They decide to go over towards the B split, and we've got 2 people here. And with the recon on the Sova, been holding on to. Oi, I was flaming this guy for his recon usage, and now he's holding on to it. That's nice. Maybe used it a little bit too early here, but it's still improvements.
30 seconds left. Flash connects into his face Panori as well. Stuck here in boats. Here's the approach. Starts pre-firing as they try to swing into him, but eventually they will be able to do so. Gary only whittled down to 80 HP as step up over the top. They'll find much. 2v3. Headshot there from Hirodon. Gonna be decent. Finds Scary.
Shots.
Gets Zest, but now
Big 1v1. 15 HP.
15 health versus Retless. Spike planted. Any ounce of damage.
Oh. The 15 HP. He's having a really quiet game, but 3k. Yeah, that was big as well. You got to start looking at the money over towards here.
Them up now to 7.
Yeah, that was looking a little bit dicey for Zeta as well.
Oh, bro, they should have been out of this round. This is just a hero round.
Usage was fantastic, and they isolate Euron. They take him out eventually, regardless of dishonest gun or not. But then Depp.
Duran still kind of used his recon a little bit early, but at least he still had his recon. Like in kickoff, he was just using his recon aim, like B main to get info when it was like 40 seconds. When it's like pretty much when you're the Sova over towards B, unless you got a heavy stack and you want to keep holding the heavy stack, a lot of time you just save your recon like past 45 seconds just for when they flood out, especially if like an Odin spam these angles.
For knives on both sides, weaponry still very much favored here for the side of Bleed. Hirodon ready to send that nade out. Cut off this access point.
Cross map recon goes in. That stops the hit for a little bit. Aeon.
Paranoid up, but
Aeon knives. 4 pass and stack here. Killjoy ult used in the low buy.
Lockdown is going to be coming through. Hirodon 1 away, crucially, from that Hunter's Fury, so they have no way of
they want this
clearing
reset, maybe.
They'll have to concede some space here towards Bleed. Yay, pushing forward, saw some feet there in hell.
Okay, do they expect a second?
Down the push for the right click, not going to connect.
Wait, not too bad. Pick up 2 guns. Next drill's pretty important. Holy hell.
Depp wraps around back. Jen takes out Zest. Scary. Take it down, and now it's all on Darian here in hell. Noted. As the shots go flying his way. Swing on the corner, and Euron just a little bit of a fade
Nicely
away.
done from Euron. Another 1v1 that they win. 2 in a row.
Very dangerous
and this actually ended up being really close. Nice damage. At least keeps the money low, so the ult definitely not wasted on this one because winnable round and money's still really close, which means that this next round's important.
Identifying the second person in hell gives them a chance to push on in, and they used, you know, the null command. They had the lockdown as well.
What the?
My heart just stopped, I think is what he said.
I don't
they used a lot into it.
A lot closer than you would have. A lot closer than you would have liked it to have been.
Okay, nightmare is that they use so many ults that they gotta win this round. Like they pretty much use all those ults to keep the economy good so they can win this round. But now they have to win this round and they have no ults to win this round. They gotta go up against all the ults. So, see what they got planned. They definitely need to try and get this online.
Be able to just quick clear it.
This is going to get pretty dicey here towards the end, especially because both sides have 1 timeout, so could get really swingy. You know, if Zeta picks up 1 or 2 more rounds, surely Bleed call a timeout. Maybe they grab a couple rounds and then Zeta call theirs. And it's really just going to come down to, you know, who can stick with it towards the end of these last half rounds and who's going to be a bit cleaner. So let's see what this looks like on the attack for Bleed, which so far has been slightly losing 2-3 in favor of Zeta, as it looks like they want to go for an A hit.
Smoke down. Well out onto A main as Ye goes for the entry. Wrap around back gen. No one here on the site once again from Zeta. Will have to be a bit of a retake for them. With that lockdown available, good to see the commitment here from Laz.
Fine though. They fought ahead on this one.
Is available.
Overall.
That one out. Looking for the clear out. Laz
and that was nice. They swung and faced this as well. Damn, Ye just takes double jaw. No way.
He can't throw the weapon out fast enough, and
No way.
is absolutely activated. Gets himself an ace.
Holy hell. I can't believe this guy didn't have the gun up here. So they're dodging the ult. He swings out, takes 2 jaws, and then he just angels everyone.
He wants to bring us to Lotus.
Yeah.
And he might have just
And
done that with
like we kind of built this round up. This is such an
Pretty
important round to
incredible
win
stuff.
because of the money.
Peeking out right underneath the Hunter's Fury, even
Oof.
going through it, catching him off guard.
2 HP.
Yeah.
This is
Hero, as you
unbelievable.
mentioned, not having the gun out on time.
Damn.
Well, that has got to be a damn good feeling.
Yeah, and in
for the
terms of
Bleed camp
impact,
as
it's
well as for
massive. They
Yang
got to
himself.
equal this.
Second ace, I do believe, of the tournament so far. Had it on his debut game on Lotus, on Raze. Played that for the first time, but now, as mentioned, as alluded to, and a round win goes the way of Bleed, and Zeta will use their final timeout.
Yeah.
Smiles. Yeah, they got the smiles.
You get sweep like that, you got to calm the players down.
They got the
Give them a moment
smiles.
to breathe
They
at
got the
least,
belief.
and just try to play some good Valorant rather than being caught up in that one. Always got to move on. A lot of words from both sides, honestly, as this is a pretty critical moment. We saw yesterday we had to go all the way to overtime to force a map
Yeah, this
3
is
in the second match.
I mean, this is
But,
equal though, right?
Today, will it happen? Will we get to a third map? I feel like
Everyone's
you know,
really
Nate has
far
his
away from
moment,
ults.
Bleed's feeling pretty good, but it's not over.
They
until
could
it's
potentially
actually
close this
over.
out now
From where Ye
before
started,
any of these other ults get online.
you know, that one kill that he was able
Even
to
all
get
of these.
over in mid on the defender side, now finds himself +3, just got an ace. Big glow up within the map here itself. And Zeta are kicked back once again onto an eco.
Take flight.
Just the Hunter's Fury as well as Sugar Zero's ult to work with. Very similar scenes.
Drone
Zeta
clears out all
compared
of
to
B,
Bleed the round
recon
before, you know, prior.
in return. At least they realize that no
the
one's
ults,
chasing this.
not
Honestly,
getting
with
around
this
victory.
recon going in and scanning and knowing that they have like 30
Also might
seconds
be a bit
until
of
this gets
opposite
back up,
day in
I would
terms
just group
of,
hit site, and I think that is the
Sunset
call.
going to Zeta, and then maybe Bleed take Ascent against Zeta of all teams. Could definitely happen. Has happened a decent amount
Yeah.
already.
This is a very good
You're on.
call because it looked like the drone was to
First
just
line of
create
defense.
fake
Yeah.
pressure.
The Sheriff. Well,
There's a swing out.
Yeah, that's a
that's
nice
gonna
shot
be
as
him
well.
taking a bit of damage.
Yeah, this is a very good call. And
Might have spammed through is
as long as we don't see this Sova ult, I'm
runs him back
happy.
even further. Sight completely open here for Bleed.
yeah, might just try to end it a bit. Okay,
Oh,
well,
okay.
Gabe's going to extend that ace into a bit more.
Wait, back to
Looks,
back. Oh,
okay, well, let's run
that was
out.
my. I fought it.
Zest here
That's why it was my bad.
will find the kill there onto Dep. Weapon would have been recoverable. As, okay, Yodan does manage to find this little shot.
Hey,
so
how's
they're
this
at
so
least making
close?
this a bit more costly for the side of Bleed, but as far as cash is concerned, they have plenty
Yeah,
of it.
all good.
It's not ready for Zest to be there alongside the box. So cleanup comes through. 11-8. Bleed now just 2 away from being able to take this over to Lotus. But now the purchase comes in, and Dep going to be picking up the op for, I think, the first time on this defense.
Not a bad call. Might want to just mix it up with the success he has or has not been having. Nice spot here from Zest. Coach is happy with the way that one went. So let's see what is going to happen now, especially with Zeta picking up some weapons. Still have this Hunter's Fury. They
Yeah,
still
and Bleed just holding a
have
default. Each time they're
chance.
just waiting for something aggro.
Looks like 2 guys on A, and then a bit of a setup on B with the Killjoy. And just Yudon, kind of the guy that's going to hang around mid alongside of this Killjoy.
Recon out, Laz. Let's go ahead and clear that away. They really would love to have everybody funneled in here towards B, where Dep has just been camped up here, but I mean,
Did you take
a
it
lot of
away?
damage actually coming through onto him there.
Gonna check this.
It's whittled down to 54.
Okay, so in theory, they think they create pressure over towards
Well, he
B
was able
main.
to get it done with, like,
Drone goes out
15
towards middle,
15
clears all the
that was
middle.
a bit of a different spot, but at least it's
With
good
that, they
that he
take a
does
little
have
bit
an
of space.
operator in this.
Omen, okay, I mean, 3-person stack
Check
with
there
mid
from
control.
Sugar Zero, but I don't know if he actually spotted
A lot
how
of this
many
is down
players
to the
there.
timing of
Dep now
Rattler.
creeping forward. Turret not in range of him is Scary.
I'm gonna
Similarly, checking
check
in on
site.
that A site. Now the rotation's getting ready to come through, but oh, it's not.
Oh
enough
boy.
there of a swing from Relentless, so he does not get spotted. But now this
I mean,
mid
he
approach,
is this though.
depth,
Dude, Spike went
tucked in
solo
just
middle.
alongside the stairs. Looks like Zest
Oh my
watching
god, he got
for
the
it.
kill.
He is so damn
Dude, that
smart.
solo Spike middle, 20 seconds, no one else near to recover it. That is so crazy scary. It's not even funny.
Zest, 20 and 8.
Switch getting hit. Hunter's Fury
Ult
coming
goes
through, trying to
in,
slow
it
them up
doesn't
on
hit
this
the
approach.
spike,
Shots
so they
going just
wasted
a
their
bit
ult
wide.
for
Tags
free plant
not
on this
found.
one.
Yay, still
Oh.
switch side. Laz
Oh.
able to find one, but Yay sprays
Dude
across,
just got the
finds
plant.
three.
Oh my god,
As he
this was
pulls the
close at the end
That's a bit
here.
of a miscommunication,
I
but it
can't
doesn't
believe
matter.
all of the stuff that
The
I'm
round is
watching.
over, and this map is looking to be very much the same. 12 to
goodness,
8,
man.
one more to go, and that's us headed to Lotus. The cash right now from Zeta basically
Okay.
non-existent.
4 chances to take us to Lotus.
At this point in time,
Cannot believe he went through middle. No smoke, no one covering short, no one with him.
From depth, and he gets punished for it, and very nice free transfer there from Ye. Pulls out the
Laz on site, nearly ends it.
And probably won't need them for the rest of this map anyway. So
22 seconds. He does
see if
this,
they
redo
have
this.
The magic touch.
Okay, and now this is the round that they've been waiting for. The round where they go fast, but they keep holding a passive default. Like, they've been waiting for this the whole time. They're going to be on this. They've been waiting this literally the whole game. Been waiting for this one
Huge
strat.
opener there from Ye, who is looking the most like himself than he has all year long. Laz does find Darian.
Okay.
Too much damage there for that, and this does slow up and make Bleed rethink where exactly they want to go.
Yeah, they have all the time in the world, and it's 4v4 with much better firepower, much more utility available. And for now, they're just gonna 2-2 split. Just clear everywhere out, I guess. Just gonna pretend like they're going towards A, but throw some utility and just run back and rotate all the way around towards B.
0. Less common spot than we're used to seeing, especially these days. Up on top of the barrels. 0 point in. Not cleared. That reveals 2.
Good info. Now what?
No hard rotates coming through, but with
Wait,
5 seconds remaining,
Zest was going to go out and do
dropped on the
Zest with the
ground.
spike is a lunatic.
Could be catastrophic.
Someone else start
Going
taking the
out now to
spike,
try
man.
and delay
I've had
this.
enough.
And I don't know how Bleed are going to make this happen. Paranoia does go out. They're starting to rush their way through now. Yay. Creeping down out of market. Footsteps may have been hurt. Timing. Oh, no.
My god,
Covered
they're going to
fire
win
from
this
Red
one.
Bull, actually, is what finds Sugar 0. Now it is all on Yuran and Laz. A couple seconds to spare as the spike does come through. Everything to play for now. The veteran, the captain, the IGL, and one of his young rookies alongside him. See if they can keep them in this, but Ye taken down. Shot through the box.
Yeah, it felt like he was waiting for his time. During every bit of util, I mean, every kind of spam spot gets spammed. And he's the last one on the waiting list.
Spotted. Decent damage going through. Laz
Damn,
able to find Redlands.
2v3, they managed to get here.
Zeta.
I mean,
Two
honestly,
members
Yuran
left
did great to
standing.
do
They
the
managed to
spams
persevere
here.
through the round.
Laz gets his ult into this round. We're going to
Still
count this one
three
down.
in a
4
row if they wanna
chances
force
to
this into
3.
overtime.
They have no more timeouts, right? I think. They got so much money, though. Money's out of control. Wearing out for the
move on
ults.
to the next one. Round win is a round win, I suppose. Laz is kind of the hero in this one, I suppose. You know, he picks up a couple of the kills on the round you're on as well, doing a great job just to clear out the side. But man, that was close as well. I think Yuran was the one as well who just kind of was spamming with the Guardian through the wall and clipped Ye, who was low on health. And that really kind of gave him the advantage in this one. But the economy is so healthy for the side of Bleed that...
Oh, yeah, they have multiple more buys.
Yeah. They're just like, okay, well, send it again, round 2.
Crucially, the only ult that Zeta have available to themselves is that lockdown where Zest has the counter in that Hunter's Fury. 4-man push-up into a main. 0 point to check.
Knife for wine. Smoke goes in. Double on sight. Omen TP's out of there. Full retake. We've seen this one before.
Bleed, but as the fragment expires,
Zest with his ult has to go plant the spike.
Yuran still a world away. He's going to be creeping around the backhand side.
What is going on, guys?
They're over by tiles.
Honestly, I don't want to see Zest with the spike anymore, man. I hate what I'm watching with it.
Swing out, Retla just staying
Annoying
stagnant here, waiting for it. Jump onto the corner. Only takes a smattering of damage. Follow up here from Hirodon. We'll push him back into the opposite corner. We'll jet the Jet will look for
And then
the
we
kill.
imagine that all
They will
comes
be able
over
to find
towards
Atmosphere now
this.
in response to the lockdown, but Bleed bought a decent amount of time here on the site.
Yeah, a
Up
lot
to
of
the
time
two
here,
on
and
the
now they're just
flank
gonna have to
yet.
clear out
Omen
every
flash
single
goes over
corner
towards
of the
door.
Zeta side.
Time is so low.
Zest continuing to delay. Yay, gonna be taken down. Scary able to find Sugar Seer. The reveal coming
This
through.
recon was
Zest
great.
trying, but no, doesn't need to even get that shot. Tap onto the spike.
Yeah, nicely
blast,
done. It was
cannot
a
180 fast
solid
enough.
game for Zest. I hated that he had the spike for a lot of this as well, because like in these runs it's to plant and then run away.
He will be the one to
But
get them across
yeah,
the finish
very
line.
nice. We
13-9,
get to
same
Lotus.
score
Maybe
line, but different winning team.
Maybe they're
As we head on
they're on their
Sunset, we
way.
are going the distance here tonight with Lotus on the horizon.
Yeah, it does feel pretty appropriate, I think. Zest was the guy on this one. Yay as well, pulling 20. Laz getting 20 himself, desperately trying to pull his team back in, but it was not quite enough. So we are done for map number 2. Let's go back to the analysts to break it down.
Yeah, and Chamber race for this. He'll be on race.
Bleed is here to stay. They're fighting for their championship points. They ended up taking each other's map picks from each other.
Yes.
And I mean, we
Haven't
were
both of these
questioning
teams
a
been
bit
struggling
about
on
their
this map?
picks and their decisions here, and look what has resulted.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, continuing from the first map, Bleed continues to play a lot better as a team, but this is a good reminder on what happens
Chamber,
when
I'm
you
the
take
biggest Chamber
someone to
believer
their
there is.
comfort map.
You're
Like
asking the wrong person.
singular impact that
Or maybe the
Zest
right
had
person,
in his
depending on what you
utility,
want.
in his timings, his peaks, everything. Like he just knew
Flat chat
when
today?
to
Yes,
peak,
I'm on
which
flat
angle,
chat
where to
in
clear, and that made everyone
4
else so
hours.
much more comfortable. And even
I
Yay
don't know
was
what
getting
what
way more
regions I'm
confident
doing
in this
for it
map
though.
of
I'll
Ascent.
check in a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
15 fast
15
kills.
first kills,
Oh.
right? And a lot of those is actually Ye's contact as well. So
yes,
I mean, it's just the stats
That's
that I was
looking worse
mentioning
than last year.
before
Yeah,
the
I
series
think they got
started,
a.
where Ye was
I
not
don't know.
getting that
The new
impact
kids
that he
are
was looking
struggling
for.
a little
This
bit
series,
frag wise.
He's definitely on
To
something
be honest.
right now.
And also,
And
obviously, it started off with actually
still feel like their
really
overall
pulling his weight in the beginning
understanding
couple
of
rounds,
maps
and
is
then,
just
of course, you know, a couple heroic plays from Zest, then Ye,
not the
and then everyone
best.
really coming online. But it just seems that Bleed,
They're at least
finally,
improving though
after all
from
these matches and a lot
kickoff,
of
so
rough
there's
ones at
that.
they're starting to get a lot more comfortable on stage and also a lot more in sync with each other, where they don't have to really communicate everything one by one, but just looking at the minimap, things like that, where they're like, okay, this is the play. And, you know, not just Zest, but obviously it helps that Ascent is one of those maps that's been around for a while, and all these guys have been playing for quite some time on the side of Bleed.
Can they win? I mean, yeah, this is open, bro.
Tricky too, because on the side of Zeta, look at Depp. He's 10-19 out of what, 22 rounds? The first couple of rounds on the first half, he was 0 kills. He was not getting that rhythm, that impact that we usually see from him. Even though we have seen Zeta Division actually try to make those contact
this
plays
was
for
big
Depp,
though.
it just wasn't clicking
2016
for,
as well. Like
the
they're both. This is kind of what we
Yeah,
expected from this team.
You have to look at the Silvas when it comes
Right,
to
this
that,
is
in
when
my
this
opinion,
when
right? Just
someone in chat asked
what
about
areas of the map where
firepower.
you're
Like I just
clearing
don't
for
think
your
there
duels,
should be
even
a
if you're not moving
firepower
together,
issue in
right?
this
Maybe you
team,
cleared the other side, so you
especially
have
with
an
these
idea of,
three.
okay, well, that means like maybe 2 or 3 people are on this side of the map, etc. But I mean,
I don't
when
think
you
there
get
is
your
a firepower
confidence,
issue.
We know,
I
we
just
always
think
say
it's
like Valorant is a momentum
most
game,
of the
it's a
other stuff.
confidence game, and we're not just trying to say this just to brush off the analysis and the stats, but it really is. And
okay,
we've all felt
chat,
that
I'll
when
be
we're
back in
playing
a little bit.
solo queue, and that comes through here for both Zest and Ye. And Retla even, again, starting off so strong, they're all positive on the side of Bleed.
Absolutely, and this is the Bleed we want to see. This kind of cohesion, they're coming together finally, and like you said, we were talking about this, we were eyeing the Sovas. It's just so important on Ascent in particular, how they perform. And Zest, you know, since last year, he's always proven to be probably incredible on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, Zest, whenever he takes a break and he comes back and he plays Sova, like even when he was on DRX and Vision Strikers, he just looked stronger and stronger. And clearly, he really studies the maps wherever he plays, whether it's just lineups or, again, okay, the internal timer of this is the rotation, this is how long it takes. I mean, that cover for his teammate was just so crisp. And that's when we all kind of felt, okay, the momentum swing is in action now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then everything just, again, followed through. Ye getting himself some pretty big highlights. Okay, sure. On the flip side here, we're looking at some of Zeta's plays here and now, right? But the problem is, I think it just was too far and few in between. It felt like they were trying to get something happening at the very start, and then it just kind of unravels.
Yeah, and I mean, Ye, of course. We don't see Ye kind of just peeking back and forth like that just to swivel on kills, right? A lot of his greatest moments are recognizing where everyone is and then going for those one taps. But right now, he is moving on a swivel, really trusting his teammates for the trade as well. Just overall, I mean, listen, the match isn't over yet, so obviously we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but all the criticism I think everyone had around the world, including ourselves, all the things that we talked about of this is just what's missing, and it's a lot of the basics for Bleed. At least now they have the basics. So now the question is how much further can they go upwards?
That's right. And we are going to go to Lotus now for our third map. I think there's a lot to break down here before we go in, but before that,
someone else has to go upwards. Yeah.
So Bleed got they won. But let me talk you through our genius. I say our because you, the audience, also picked Zeta Division. Coach Legia likes to take early timeouts, but we also know based on the data that we saw yesterday that he has the lowest win rate after doing a timeout. So obviously there was genius behind
Okay,
all
minus that percentage and everything. The play itself was very questionable from Bleed, all right? They should have won that. They got the first pick on Hero Run.
Listen, let's not be sore losers. Zeta won even after their own timeout.
It doesn't matter because you lost.
Yeah, let's not be sore losers. Zeta was the better team after timeouts. Bleed was the better team overall on the map.
I'm not going to lie. That was a little stressful in the green room. It was a little stressful.
Global.
Hey, it's me and it's you guys. The wingman.
Good job. We're all really bunched up, you know?
You know, the Korean casters, they got some irons, they got some radiance. We're all just fighting
Maybe
here
we should
in the
send
middle.
Achilles to the Korean cast as well. I think he would fit right in on the...
He's teetering on the borderline there. Isn't he glad he's casting today?
He's waiting. He's just waiting for a chance to come back and rank back up.
Yeah, so this is great. I'm glad the games are over for today. It's been very stressful. It's very stressful. I don't know how you guys at home feel about it, but
well, our games are over, obviously.
Yeah,
they
our
still
games
have to
are
play
over.
one more.
I know. We have to go into Lotus now. We're gonna see Chamber Laz.
No.
Chamber
well, Laz,
together.
Yes.
Together
no.
facing off. No, it's not gonna happen. It doesn't happen.
Here's the thing: is that if they're looking this much better, which again, it's not that Bleed's doing anything crazy spectacular. It's just that they are playing basically as a team, which is what we were all hoping for. If they're doing this, what that tells me is that they probably weren't like cooking up comps, etc. They were just saying, okay, we have faith in what we originally cooked up. Let's go through the reps, right? Let's make sure that what's breaking down, what's wrong. And this is one of those maps again. In their opening match against Talon, Zest had a very great showing, even though it's been a long time since he played in Tier 1. Bleed, even back then, they didn't look like they were on point as a team, but Zest looked like he knew exactly what to do as that Fade. So I think this could be close.
And you know what? It seems like, you know, this is what Bleed technically was. You know, that super dominant team from NYSG that even though, sure, they got through a lot of roster changes coming into Stage 1, this is still the team that has the same, I'd say, soul compared to before. You know, their contacts are much more aggressive, cleaner. They're able to multi-kill their way into a site. This is iconic Bleed, and it's starting to come into play when it matters the most.
Yeah, and I hope they continue that on Lotus, because Lotus, again, being a 3-site map, even on defense, you have to push out, you have to clear areas, and you have to start to funnel your opponents. And if they once again revert to saying, hey, let's wait back and wait for the util, and then we'll go for retakes, I don't think that's going to work, especially when we've seen Zeta Division start to bring the Neon back out as well. I mean, they are going to up the tempo for sure. So I think Bleed needs to recognize that. They need to have confidence in, okay, we can fight back, we can duel as a team. Let's start to push and clear the map a little bit.
No, that's a fantastic point, and this is exactly right, because that is what stopped Bleed in their tracks, in their losses in the previous games. It's when they hesitate, they're taking too slow, they're overthinking it, they're not going, you know, based on instinct, all the practice that they've been doing. And Zeta Division, you're right, with that Neon, I mean, those rotations, those swings are really fast. So Bleed is going to have to stay on top of it, continue this momentum from the last two maps. Even though they dropped the first map, they were looking good.
Yeah, no, I mean, they looked a lot better, right? I mean, this is one of those things where if you're watching a team and you're looking at the mini-map, you want to at least be able to tell that there are comms, right? And we don't need to know all the details, but you just want to see like, oh, someone spotted something and there's that rotation, okay? We didn't see that from Bleed the last week, but now, as we're about to wrap up week 2, we're starting to see bits and pieces of it.
I'm still wondering. Okay, it's still the same thing. that
Yeah,
we
so
saw
just
before.
the meta comp on Bleed. But Zeta Division, I mean, you know, bringing back that Neon, they played it last year. Obviously, currently Team Heretics kind of headlining that composition. But Zeta, they're putting in the Chamber as well. So, I mean, you mentioned it, Victoria, but it's going to be the fast rotates both on attack and defense. I think that's something that some of their opponents didn't quite account for, is the fact that once Chamber's holding something, that Neon will be on the other side in an instant.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Even when they're on the defense, it doesn't matter. Dep on Neon is quite a force to contend with. I would love to see a poll, actually, between the Neons, Dep's Neon, Mini Boo's Neon. I would love to see
Mini Boo's Neon's really good.
Yeah. He's
All right.
fantastic on it.
I just also want to add, on defense,
No
Rumble
chamber.
Control, you can reset it a lot
But
more
against the
because of
chamber.
double stun for the Neon compared to the Raze that only throws that paint shells once.
Yes, so we are going to find out how this is going to go on the 3rd map of this final series for the weekend. Let's go over to our casters, Valdez and Achilleos.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's
Not a thing
get
for you,
ready
not a
to
thing.
go into this
Okay.
one. Let's
Let's,
about Dep on that Neon.
Triple.
How strong he was
Triple.
looking in their
Whoa.
last outing on Lotus versus Team Secret, where they kind of
4 now.
debuted this
4
composition.
classics against 4 ghosts.
As far as his strength
Who
on
wins?
the Neon is concerned, would have said similar things about his Jet, and it was severely lacking for them there.
Aggro
on
a
Ascent.
lot of
See how he fares, though.
util.
Back up on
SE05
this
with the
where
Prime. Thank you so much, man.
Speed, the
Appreciate
one
you.
Very much setting the pace and catching Bleed off
Thank you
guard.
for the 5 months.
Yep, absolutely do need to do that. And it might
And
just
they
come
probably
down
have
to
util that they
how
use if
aggressive
this
they wanna
hits.
get
This one
around
doesn't hit. They can just pick up
Rubble, although
the
at the moment we don't
Dizzy
see
in the smoke.
Bleed is going in that direction at all. Just waiting
Well,
back.
I say they can pick up the Dizzy in
seeing
the
if
smoke.
Zeta are going to start off with some aggression.
Might
and then
disappear.
maybe going for a push of their own.
If one
Good
goes
would
in,
love to
now they
pick
can
this
pick
one
it up.
There's my buddy.
She will. And they clear out all of Rubble. They take this orb. They say, well, there's no push coming in from Bleed just yet.
Bought the check. No pressure being applied out of B. Paranoia at the ready, though.
Alright, we go back here and they
Good
saved
catch,
all of their
everybody with
util. We
this
got a
one.
Dizzy, we got an Omen Flash,
A little bit of random spray.
We have a
Probably gonna be
stun.
spotted. Relay bolt sent.
we have a
As
Viper
they're
Molly.
just looking to really gum up the works.
Yeah,
Players
that is just a
bottom
heavy
there.
shutdown
It's
of
gonna
A
be locked
control, so they
in
got to accept this one, especially with the one-way there. Now what do they
A lot of
choose?
still expected as Hieron actually pushing
The
forward.
big call on this one. Let's see what the mid-rounding's like.
Does get it.
Time's still getting
And
really low.
successfully back away, but
Got to run into the chamber that maybe they were wanting to avoid.
Laz, 6 bullets. The haunt sent cleared. Looks for the shot.
I mean, they hit, right? Or not?
Get it through the corner of the wall.
Yeah. Not too much
So maybe
time,
this
though,
guy
and
took damage
immediately
over
the
towards
rotations
A.
are coming out from Zeta. They got 3
3
people on the
people
C
over
side.
towards C. 20 seconds to hit this one. And we haven't checked the top left corner. Doesn't matter. You don't need to check this corner when you've got numbers.
Seconds now remaining. They have to get ready to stick this one. Depth ready to swing through. Gets the headshot. Forces them off the plant. And that is going to be the round. Zeta,
Lovely pistol from
their
Zeta
second
here.
of the
And they
series.
really
their first opening
made them
pistol
have the
round win of
mid-round
the
here
series
once they
as well.
shut down their late A control.
As you
And once
mentioned
this
before,
A
when they
control
were
was
just trying
done,
to push
they did
into
not know
Rubble,
what
they
to
just
do.
really jammed up that area, and it felt like Bleed wanted to go for a bit of passive play into
But it was very
a
nice
push.
from Zeta. Like,
But
they were
eventually
fully
they
on top of
lost
this.
out on so much time
Good
that the
positions as
rotation
well.
over
Time was
C
so low.
very readable. And Deb's hitting some great classic headshots.
Nice! Good job!
Yeah.
There you go.
And I mean, it
going
was
back
literally
in.
just early info,
Into the later
shut down
hours
here,
of the
had the
evening.
early rotate here, had this trip to make sure that no one was lurking in. It was lovely.
The hours of the later evening.
Yep. Well, the outlaw shot ringing out. Trying to
At least
deter
know
them
where the
from
chamber is
pushing
for this
up,
one, but majority of the time it's going to start up here anyway in terms of C.
here from Darion to try to get
Yay.
lockdown online as quickly as possible.
Well, okay, no. I was going to say. Switch
Not a
the
bad
observer.
idea. Yeah, he
Switch
says,
POV,
"I'll
sorry.
Probably pick up some kills anyway.
So
so
5
just
away
generate
from
well that
Killjoy
way."
ult, so they want to try to get that one on line
He
early.
was able to do a
Lock
fantastic
smoke in
job on the
towards
last
C,
map.
create a bit of pressure that they
Who's
could have gone
going
over
to have
towards
the
him.
hottest hands here on Lotus. Still a question to be answered. And so far, just a tap on the door and more passive attacking side play from the side of Bleed, of course. Just trying to see if they can catch anyone off guard with 5 classics.
Double setup.
Getting a
One molly.
throw there for him.
The eco farmer gun.
That's just creeping back around. They know that this outlaw is likely still going to be here. For the push, just shots.
Holy.
Fishing for it, but Yodan sends out the
Yeah,
snake
it's
bite.
gonna go
gets
for it
him
again.
vulnerable and gets him dead.
Why not?
Lurk from Zest to see if he can try to find a catch, but Yodan ready for it. Does manage to find that elimination. Push up. Def will be taken down, so no flawless to be found, but Yodan trying to fast track that Viper's pit as he's just 3 charges away. It's scary. Now left all on his lonesome. Tap on the door. Yodan for sure was going to try to
He's
push
still
out there,
alive.
but instead it's going to be Sugar Zero. Able to come up with the goods. So only 1 player lost in the anti-eco. Zeta now up 2-0.
Yeah. Once again, a bit predictable. I mean, it's not a big deal on that second round, of course, but it just felt like you're almost like, okay, they're right there. I'm just going to. I've got the Spectre. I've got a snake bite on the ground. People are dying if they're here, and he was just waiting with open arms.
I think Yodan was actually running to knife him. As we saw that replay.
Should have let him.
All right, first big buy rounds,
Would've been nice, but I also,
and
you know, you can
Zeta
appreciate
decide to
Sugar Zero.
4-person setup of towards A, but this time they have the chamber after all the
Push
eco.
up, create some space for Yodan
Well, I
to be
like
able to
that.
try to get that Thrash online.
TP for the chamber here,
As
can
will
TP
now
back here, but not at
occupy
this
that
angle, so you're a little bit
position
committed
here
here, but
outside
obviously you
of
can just
A.
tuck back in.
Have the rendezvous set up for himself to just bounce back in the tree. Tap on the orb to see if they get any kind of aggression out on the opposite side, but Zeta is happy to sit back on the side itself.
And again, Bleed struggling to find a real entry so far on this map. It does look like maybe a chance towards
Pushing
A,
back
but
into
Laz
this one,
is waiting
and
with open
how
arms.
many heavy arm? I mean, we got
Just the
3
outlaw
people
up.
that he could one-shot,
Poison orb now.
even though they had it last rounds. Decided to prioritize the better gun,
There's
and
one.
that's one.
It's gonna be Ye taken down.
Yeah, dude, why
Solid opening kill.
would you
here.
hear this gun? Would you
With the raise in
buy
that
light
position.
armor still?
Suspect that there's going to be more.
Surely you just buy a
Haze out
bulldog.
the map, but rotation's still
or a
going to be slow
guardian.
here from Zeta. Not looking to overcommit to anything. His last now, I mean, his bailout
30 seconds left.
is gone. Tap on the door. He's going to rotate up rope. Backs away and doesn't manage to escape. Just wait for the rest of the team to join in here as they get ready to go for a 5v4.
Plant goes in. Molly,
will be interesting to see
honestly,
if they
like
can hold this
just
one down.
reaches. I think it's kind of close.
Deny the bonus
Smoke on the
coming
spike as
through.
well.
Scary looking to hold that angle himself. Meanwhile, Zeta surely taking their time with this one.
Late wall goes in. Double blocks vision. Smoke goes out. Molly gets popped early. Scary has his own on flash. It hits 2 on sight. That might be the kill that decides this round. Honestly, if that goes the other way around, I would feel pretty convinced. Little bro gets taken down.
Snake bite as well, going to be invested for good measure. Time ticking away. They would have to stick to it right here for now, so it seems like Bleed, yep, will just be able to find the win. Sugar Zero is looking to see if he can try to deal any additional damage, but eventually will fall. Zest cannot get out of the blast radius, however, so still going to be 3 lost.
Right.
Zeta
Thank
cannot
God he won
bring
this
the
duel
focus.
over towards here, though. I'm telling you, that
Not
would have
half
been
bad. I do think that Bleed
savage.
handled it pretty well, even with a member down.
like this one
still
here.
able to get
Wasn't
on in there.
pretty,
This
but
a
it was
little
like the
bit
most
wonky,
important duel
but
of that round.
job done eventually. Anyway, they held the angle very nicely here from the baby door. And
Enough people died, so we
didn't
got
have
2
firepower to
people,
put it
sorry,
down.
3 people that can
So,
buy next. Wait,
let's see now as
it
both
is 2,
sides
right?
wanna
Someone needs to
pick
drop
up
him.
Rifles. Looks like, yeah.
Okay, there we go. 2 people.
Let's see what this round is going to look like.
It's, wait, different Molly.
Down here for both
The
squads.
Molly that goes deeper.
Yep, unsurprisingly with that Phantom, just in case he needs to go sliding in. As Laz shooting forward.
I'll find you.
Tucks away the haunt. Not gonna reveal
That might give them false info.
his position. Kept secret.
Satchel out.
Last back knock actually gonna get the
Yeah,
clear out on that
the
trademark. Laz
satchel
gets
doesn't go far
the
enough.
one-tap shot onto Scary. Yeah,
That'll do it.
backpedaling to see if anybody does come his way. No peek out.
Well,
from
meanwhile
Yodan,
they
just
lost
one
the
cautiously.
smoker over towards C.
I thought that, okay, they are actually going to begin
Yeah,
to
and
head
obviously
in
they gave him
towards
false info
C.
in terms of the
Poison
fade eye
orb
here.
up, and that's going to allow Yodan to just rotate back over. Still no full committal here from the side of Bleed, as maybe it is a B hit, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of a fake out, some util dump there, but they could pivot any which way. either which way I should say, is Pinshell's going to be sent down into the back. Relay Bolt now flying through. Hit it on. Give the gun down too. Dep up over the top. Does find Ye. And right now, it's looking like a flawless round victory here for Zeta Division. Zest all on his lonesome. Just
one person late take of C control. Like what, 15 seconds after Faye dies here, so they could potentially have taken more control, and you're against a chamber.
Inside of A main, keep himself safe.
Didn't re-clear A, just forced into B.
Weapon, that single rifle carried over, but Zeta
man.
go ahead and win out now, 3-1. Not allowing for Bleed to come up with any wins here, and this is very much an inversion of what we've been seeing across the last.
The mid-rounding on this map. Oh yeah, man. It's
very strongly having that 3-1 score line.
Not great.
This time though.
The relay
Zeta, yeah, relay Bolt is gorgeous.
Was just insane.
I kind of saw that on Sunset as well.
Early timeout from Bleed this time around. We saw Zeta doing this earlier.
Looks like they're mid-rounding on like a lot of the new maps
going on
good
so far, which has been just a lot of passivity from the side of Bleed, not really pushing in. They're getting picked off early and often, and outside of the, Zeta's bonus round, I guess, they have not really been able to find much luck, and a flawless round immediately after is not a great feel either. Only Zest able to stay alive. So certainly I think a good time to call the timeout.
But does it translate into the round win? That is the big question, of course. It has been widely eluding Bleed thus far on all of their timeout calls today. Let's see if this can be the change up here for the squad where they do need it quite badly.
Okay. What do we change after this? We're just gonna absolutely send it into Science.
That's when he's really gonna be unleashed.
It might be better doing that. Fast rush C, fast rush B. If we're gonna force into sites anyway without map control, we might as well do it early before they like actually get map control everywhere and they work out where they're going.
From that ability. Laz is up here, sensing some pressure.
Yeah, just not expecting the chamber in off angle.
Ye now dead. 0-5 thus far. This is a quick clear out on.
Dude, they're actually gonna lose both maps to the chamber.
As the haunt does come
That's
through,
gonna hit him deep, man.
Stun across. It's slow there. Like to be planted here, and again, an attempt at a 4v5 for Bleed.
Flash was lovely here.
Put into this position is, I mean, they are just swarming their way through. Now the two remaining players stuck in upper B. Where's back away as Laz is just holding for the defuse.
Yeah, just straight up sticking this.
Nothing more to be done. Zest, save the weapon. Scary. I mean, try to find any kind of kill you possibly can. He will be able to get one. Grabs the weapon and then is going to be dropping it. And Sugar Zero puts him down.
They're just going to do something similar again.
Yeah, that was
because I think they might have to. If their mid-rounding's like not good enough to re-clear a lot of this info.
Laz
and like they don't have good re-clears of map control.
They're going to get aggressive. Hits the shot.
I think you might as well just rush Science.
Still aggress on a B, and just one dizzy gets thrown in. Everybody's blinded. It's just free cleanup for the side of Zeta. They make it look like they weren't pressured at all. So really want to see some more solid pushes from.
Let's see map control. Didn't see one convincing round of it.
Trying to wait this one out. The Boombot as well. Eventually will have to.
Or C. Question mark created.
Thrash, go ahead.
In return, Fish clears all of A. So they should probably know that with the sound that no one saw anything. So they got to clear back here and they got to create pressure here. Trip has been here the whole time. Ye went over towards this earlier and shot it.
They haven't been seeing it, see.
Okay, question mark create over towards C. Now they're going to go re-clear A. It's looking good. Just straight up duel on it. Duel into Omen Flash.
There is still the Gecko here from last time they tried this.
Paranoia Ascent, matched on the opposite side. Dizzy goes out, TP having to be used. Showstopper, gonna get sent, goes in towards Baby Door. Decent amount of damage dealt.
I was gonna say, how is he still alive? But this is like by far the best round we've seen from them.
With the wallbang shot. Laz watching. Oh, splits the difference between Retla.
Jojo goes in, only this little gap. This is nice, nothing to stop this.
From Bleed. Know that they really need to try to get
you're a lunatic.
Win. Relay bolts sent through, stun across, Dep only going to be good for one before getting taken down. Zuran around the back. Oh, what a
shot. Yeah, official goes in, managed to shoot this. Official's fully done. Big 3-on-3 at the moment.
A huge kill potentially here.
Guy's low. Tell me someone's covering his back.
Zest pushing forward, finds one. Last. Another elimination coming through, but
The double swing. The double swing at the same time.
Spot. Clears out the turret. TP up the
Whoa.
top. The troll down on the shorty. Takes out Zest. Darian with the reposition. He gets himself forward here onto the site. Playing a little bit of ring around the rosy here. The Nano to try to force him back. Sees him. Swings
Holy.
it. Gets him. Laz.
Unbelievable.
Oh boy, man. I cannot believe he gets that jewel over towards heaven.
And Zeta will lead out now 5-1.
Yeah, and so he gets the free kill in the side hits. They both decided to double swing.
Huge play there at the end of round 6 to continue the onslaught.
Then gets the shorty kill and then wins the 1v1.
Just have to watch and see how he did it. Started with Euron. A really nice shot there. Laz gets his first. The shorty
There's
pull
no
out here.
way
And then,
he gets that one.
Yep.
I mean, that was a lovely shot.
Just the shoulder, and that's all he needs. With just barely enough time, just gives himself a lap.
Yeah, massive
and a
rounds.
nice
and that was by far the best round we've
up
seen
there
from
with the
Bleed up
arm.
until that 1v. Well, it was a
Zeta's dominance
1v2. The 3v3 on site.
As well as the ult economy.
Changing it up, looking something similar to a Heretic strat. That was lovely. Great shot on this as well.
Darian dead. There goes your Killjoy. There goes a big chunk of credit investment in the round. Hit online for Yuran. No real need, no real pressure felt here to invest that off the rip. Just keep it in the back pocket for now.
Yeah, that's one of the things that using the Neon can be good for on this map as well. Just poke out of B or poke out of A sometimes.
Yeah, and it's a good use of this because we
not
look
much
over
see.
towards here and we're like, well, they got to
Spray
eco
on
next
through.
round.
Well, with Spike back here, it looks like they're going to have to find a different direction. But unfortunately, it's one of those spots where you've already used the timeout, and after the timeout, you lost 2 rounds in a row. So confidence levels are at an all-time low in terms of, okay, well, A isn't working out. We can't go C. The last time we went B, it was like we had 5 less members than the enemy, and eventually we did.
So close to being able to get that hit across. Really bold to try to slow things up. Depp keeping himself protected now. Fast lane set, but Zest with the spray is able to go ahead and flush him out.
But on the C push, they want to pivot over towards B. Is that not just straight through the smoke?
As we'll get the hit in, and that's
Might have been a gap, but I don't think so.
Bleed, where they desperately need to get this spike planted.
Must have been a gap.
That one just sat.
2v4 and
Yuran now arriving.
no map
Good turn
control.
from Scary is able to answer one back,
And
but he's
Wingman's
dazed
getting
up by the
involved as well.
Wingman, taken
Yeah,
down by
dude, I
Sugar
just think they
Zero,
don't
and Zeta
get this comp, really.
They're not relenting.
I don't like how they're
whatsoever.
re-clearing a
6-1
lot of
now
their
here
map
on
control.
Lotus.
Yeah, and that was a pretty decent buy round there from the side of Bleed, and they got pretty much no value. As
This
you
was nice
mentioned.
though from Zeta. This was really,
Killjoy
really
is
good from
gone,
them.
and yeah, Depp did go down, but he already did the damage.
Okay,
spotted
smoke
the
just
push,
went.
And then they're just getting rotated on like it's nothing.
Good job. Oh man.
And that's all tanks.
Second timeout.
Yeah, that's all of them used.
6-1.
Talk about vibe merchants. How about calm merchants? Laz, a man of few words. He doesn't really pop off much.
Yeah.
Just stoic.
Sometimes it's better to not go through the swings of the up and down and just maintain a similar level. So that way when things aren't going well, you can say, okay, well, I'm at the same level I was when I was winning 6-1. And that allows you to potentially kind of keep it even, keep it consistent. But then maybe you don't have quite the high highs as some other players.
Well, second timeout having to be committed here. Just 7 rounds in. Unfortunately, this has just become all too familiar territory for Bleed. They need a breakout. They need something here.
Hero gun on Zest at the moment, and they decide to
gears
force
spinning.
out towards A. And I really just think they should just be playing
Now, very much
ranked, maybe just take map
shared effort
control
from
and
the side of
just
Zeta
take
division. No
site.
one really breaking
I
away,
think this
not
might
seeing
work
that
well as well.
huge,
Just
Sugar
out towards
Zero
A every
performance
time,
that we
have
had on
a
Sunset.
luck here, and then
Everybody
they
just
can
very
go
consistent,
straight up. But
Yeah.
luck needs to play
playing
passive.
alongside one another.
Yeah, we'll see. It's looking like it is going to MB.
Gonna take over Rubble.
They set up the chamber up over
Takes
towards
a little
C.
bit to gain some forward space, but
They create question mark over towards door.
Waiting at the Viper wall.
Say that.
We'll slow up the approach
Viper's
a
not
little
even
bit as
checking
Prowler checks around. Okay, with the tap on the orb.
Yeah, original plan here is to split over towards B.
Really
so Sugar Zero
any big chances.
might be the one to play.
Laz over at Mound just checking to see if anyone else is going to rotate back, as Bleed have done a lot so far on this map, but that is not the case as we know. I'll throw down a smoke.
Yeah, see, this is the kind of stuff where I just think that the chamber works well, because it's like this angle over here, you can dodge the fade eye, you can dodge the prowlers, they don't reach. I think it's strong against this comp. They feel like they cleared C control, but actually they haven't. They're just fully holding this whole line.
Smoke just coming across here to make that A site unassailable. Sugar Zero, his back turned to baby door here for the moment. As the Nightfall comes
Lovely
through.
Omen flash.
Paranoia and actually rotates in for the challenge.
The great Omen flash back though.
Back on the opposite side.
Laz kills Bomb from opening the door from C. And yeah, he picked up his trip from B earlier.
For now, Bleed will have control.
10 seconds.
Weapon upgrade for Ye. Girodon holding back here. Waiting, allowing for them to push into him. He reads one. Is he ready for scary on the side? No. Tries to go for the flick. But Girodon there to go ahead and get the read.
Zeta are just on this though.
Now it is all
rarely making mistakes here.
The
even this. Like even this. This is the Neon just sending it in to distract and then so you swing out into the open. Yeah, poor Desp on this one.
An onslaught here from Zeta Division. Now 7-1.
Yeah.
And they've used all their timeouts.
You know, down on some firepower, trying to just use the.
Zeta is good on this map, yeah. This suits them well. Like they're so good at holding onto map control at the moment. Like this comp and this team is just good at holding onto map control, and they are not getting pushed back anywhere. And if they do try and get pushed back, they seem to just be getting kills. I'm telling you, Bleed need to just. They can't default, right? They literally can't default. They keep losing kills. They have to just take map control, hit sites. Take map control, hit sites. That's the only way they're going to manage to try and get some rounds here.
They know that this is going to be fought off after, and they want to try to win this one out. Relay Bolt's getting sent around the corner here from depth.
Aggro A against aggro A.
As he tries to stay alive, Yang in a poor position, able to find one. As Scary tries to spray across, gets Sugar Zero. Quite find the rest.
Spike down A.
Spike dropped as will be Zest taken out. So in the end, a 2 for 2. But ultimately, just a damn good read here from Zeta.
Yeah, it feels like they've somehow had Bleed's number on this map, many different angles.
I mean, all the time.
They were just so ready for
but
that.
I feel like this trip in B is just doing God's work, man. But like they've never had to even put bodies over towards B a lot of the time, apart from that eco round.
That teleport.
This trip is always here.
Not spotting too much, but okay, Yoran going to be caught off guard. Redlight able to find that. Hirodon creeping forward, gets himself in front of the smoke, and not align the shot.
And just two individual drills in this one. Looking good for a round.
Yeah, with a.
We had a 1v2 from him, but yeah, 1v3 is too much. Okay, they double their rounds, and with that, they're probably going back out towards A, you would imagine.
Finally got their second one.
1v3 white ult, bro. They need to secure rounds, man. They had one round up until here. They've been losing 1v2s when they get over towards site. They gotta. Can't be mad at that ult, man. They got one round.
Not really ready for that. The dry peak coming on in. Scary able to follow up, and that was the end of it with Laz going down. Doesn't need to hold on to that weapon as he's got his ult and a lot of money.
Hey, change up from Zeta. They decide to go aggro. Stun looks good. Omen Flash looks good. It's a lot onto this Viper. Holy.
Two slides forward, looking for the third. Can't quite make it happen, but damage has been dealt. There's the daze. The wingman pops.
Surely you got to use your nade here.
One hell of a day. The shooting range there.
They did a fast split and we held our nades the whole time.
A big change
you can nade to stop a lot of this.
Aggro once again, this time on the opposite side of the map, and it pays off gorgeously.
Yeah, I just love that they just send it here. Especially you've got this ult available for Dev. He leads the charge, puts the relay bolt in, and just against the flow of play, he said, okay, you got one round. And now I'm going to take you down personally. 8-2. Zeta, very nice aggressive play. We'll see if they keep up with this aggression or if they do want to mess with it. with the flow of
Dude,
the
they used no
flames. We do
util. Yeah,
have
they
three members
literally
of
got their
these
knives
pushing
out
out
and
here.
just started running away.
Fast lane sent. Yay, creeping forward. As Showstopper going to be sent over towards Hirodon. He's able to find that one. Yay. Oh, okay, Dep.
Yeah,
Just
dude,
back to take down
their
Yay.
fast A is the
He's gonna
only
be
thing
dead
that
to rights,
works because
but now
they actually get some like even
advantage
jewels.
here
They
for
don't
the
have
side
to
of
mid
Bleed.
round or think too much.
Still with just the classic moves up, grabs the gun. Prowler checks in towards tree. Spotted there. Paranoia at the ready.
Uh-oh.
Stacked up into the smoker. They're just gonna swing out. They do.
Yeah.
They won't die.
I mean, 3v4.
That one unescorted
Gonna try
by
something
any
like
form of util. A bit puzzling for the side of Zeta Division. So Bleed now well poised to just go ahead and rack up a third round win in this half.
Yeah, it kind of just looked like they wanted to keep up with some of that fast tempo, but immediately the two of them got punished so quickly.
3, 2, 1, die!
Yeah. Certainly some kind of pact, and Laz, he's got a lot of money, and there's only a couple of rounds, or I guess one round after this one left, so just gonna send it, and
3. Do you want off?
down he goes. Bleed picks up a third round.
That gets Zest one away from having
Zest
a
has
Nightfall
one.
on
I mean,
so
they could maybe have the pressure of A, go C, pick up the orb, just insta fade or hit. Again, they're gonna lose every round where they mid round. So this kind of stuff where they're forcing out is the one.
But overall, a solid start. I mean, I don't know how the hell Dep really snapped over to get Yay there, but
Nice out, Jake.
for everybody else, very, very clean. Crash at the ready.
Yeah, I definitely think the change-up could have worked
Good
well.
on as
And maybe
well,
they are
similarly,
going to do the
just one
change-up.
charge away from having a critical ult.
As we can see, empty over towards C. Fish all
Let's see if he
punish
can get
towards
there.
A.
It's really the question as
Prowler goes out towards C,
utilizing
doesn't hit, so they think they created a question mark again.
See if he can clear
Okay,
this
they
one out
confirm
with
this time that
Sugar
they created a
Zero,
question mark with one person as
because
well.
There has been a bit of aggression coming out from Bleed on this angle onto Rubble so far,
I'm
but this time
nervous,
Bleed are
man.
going to go back to what
Anytime this
actually
team slow plays, I'm
necessarily
nervous.
worked, which was a bit more passivity, just waiting to see if Zeta would push, and then going for a late push themselves. But now they are grouping up outside of A.
Relay sent there in response to the Prowler, and it looks like that alone is enough to shove everybody all the way
Yeah,
back.
and this is like the first time they've actually been able to have C control, so why not? And they can probably say there's an orb here for your fade ult, so we are just going to get this. Honestly, they managed to work out there's a bit of a stack over towards A, and they didn't lose anyone yet.
Coming through though, looks like Hirodon.
Gotta get this. Surely go get the orb for your fade ult, right?
A ton of util being dumped forward. They are very well aware of this. Last trying to go for the shot through the doorway, can't quite find it. Thrash now at the ready, leading the charge. The clear out, you manage to destroy it before the team comes in, but Hirodon swings down. It's able to find two. Does get taken out, but Hirodon repicking also finds another. Retla trying to keep things even, but Laz finds the shot, puts down the enemy Viper, and now it's he and Dep. Try to close this out and make it a 9-3 half.
It's only 14 seconds.
Nicely done from Laz. Again, solid from Zeta. Loving what I'm seeing from Zeta. Strong defense from them. Just always holding on to map control.
Yeah, this map has not looked a lot like the others. There has been a bit of a difference here on Lotus. I thought this would be also a close map, what with the 13-9, 13-9 back-to-back, but 9-3 now, the biggest lead we've had.
Oh, see, they just forgot to write the 1 in front of the 3.
The chamber? Oh yeah, it's strong on this map. I'm telling you, I swear the chamber is so good against the fade, in my opinion. Because if you play over towards C, even if they have to actually push you off, they just have to use so much util.
I don't know. I don't know. After
I like the revisionism on the sign.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't get the 2-0, so I'm just scratch that
Still
out right
counts
quick.
if I just cross it out, draw one, right?
And be a little bit
knew
harder
this
on
was gonna
attack though.
happen. Master predictor.
Well, now everything to be done here for Bleed. 6 rounds down, not a good position to be in. Let's see if the players themselves believe in curses. We have a Zest fan here in the audience. Many of them, I'm sure.
Just asking them to like and subscribe to some, I don't know, it's probably some YouTube. Pretty interesting.
Smash the like button.
Yeah. Make
On
sure
our
to hit
channel.
that bell.
We don't know what the other one is, so we're not endorsing that. But you know, on our YouTube and Twitch pages.
Yeah. But if you came down to the studio, you could also do what he did and make a sign.
Yeah, so
Like
Dep
and
did have armor on
Be that
this,
guy.
but got rid of it. more
How
util.
fast are Zeta gonna go here? From the
Yeah, looks
attacker
like they're
side?
gonna go real fast into an open
Yes.
empty B site.
10
Got
out
a
of
turret
10.
for info.
Slow creep the whole thing. Well, for now, that's
Yeah,
exactly
they're
what
actually
gonna
going
do.
slow.
Here in formation,
That'd be a
wanna
fast
check
pass,
that
though.
first corner. Nothing spotted. Nobody here on B. Turret is set up though. Give them some information.
Ball gets committed. Double block,
Mountain
take
plenty of
heaven
noise.
control.
Bird is yay.
Yeah, that's
Tapping
hard
the
to play
door,
against.
trying to get some shots. Oh my god, last HP bar damn near
Yeah, it's a
disappeared.
nice plant.
Yeah. It's pretty rough. I
And
mean,
then
are
do
gonna
they
get this
just
plant
round the
down,
world it?
Nice little health advantage for the side of Bleed. We'll see what angle they're
He's here
gonna
so
come
early.
from. It looks like pretty much every
Okay,
angle.
now they get the
at this
Q
point.
and they need to try go fast over towards site, but no one's really in a good position. I'm kind of liking this from Bleed though in terms of just taking as much map control as possible. Gotta keep an eye on the Gecko late long.
Second shot finds the head. Paranoia through. Looking for a bit of a timing shot. There is Laz. Dep in the meantime trying to hold things down on the site. It's good for one.
Yeah.
Trade it out. Zest coming up with a second as he gets rid of Yudon and keeps things nice and even, but as he tries
Double
to
pistol
go
on this.
for the use of the util.
Looks like
does
it.
get taken down now. All on Scary lines up the headshot, but just does not have the time. Yudon will go
Double
ahead and
pistol.
take him out. A third charge
And it
towards that
might be a
thrash.
quick
Zeta.
one.
They tie up the scoreline in pistols across the series 3-3. And they hit double digits here on map number 3.
Yeah, and that might just be the nail on the coffin. I mean,
Oh,
if
for
you were
sure.
going to make a comeback, it had to start there from the pistol round. But 10-3, it's pretty damning. Zeta are going to have a big advantage in this one, and then only 2 rounds away. As we see, Laz, good position, gets the one.
Yeah, I like
Yes,
this
they came
pistol from them though.
every which angle,
Double
but
vision block of
eventually
the right
just
side,
running out of
then
time, and
heavy
you're
take
trying
heaven
to
control,
literally
then go all the
encircle
way back
the B
round.
site.
Chamber over towards here, can
Looks like
TP
even
back.
with the deficit, no force up here from the side of Bleed. Just seemingly having the the understanding and the calls ahead of time. We do not force buy. Now it's the A site, the gamble stack.
Yeah,
How they
free
be
site.
shifted over.
Good news for Bleed is they've got
Little bit
5
of
people
utility
here and
on
they
the
still have
approach
the
here from
Omen
the side of
Flash.
Zeta, taking
They
their
can
time,
block
making,
vision, Omen Flash, send it.
A cautious approach.
Flash
They
goes
could not
in,
get caught
hits
off
no
guard,
one.
and out the flood gets ready to come back through, but on top of that snake bite is Darion. He's able to find a second elimination as Redline will get another.
I want to see if
but
this Omen
in the
Flash
end,
hit a few.
it's
Then
gonna be clean up
maybe
there
would have
from
been a different
Laz
round.
and Yudon. So 3 loss overall, not bad for the side of
Yeah,
Bleed,
it
but
still did
fortunately,
good damage.
the scoreline doesn't really lend itself to giving up more rounds.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't, but let's see what they have in their pockets here. As this wasn't necessarily the cleanest for the side of Zeta. You know, they kind of got encircled this time around and lost some battles against Classics, but a win's a win, as they say. They put that 11 on the board.
That's just the power of the bundle.
Yeah.
Right. 2
Classic
hero
hit that
guns.
much harder.
No, it's a game of confidence. You look good, you play good.
Laz having to jump back there.
Straight up jewel on this.
Rendezvous on cooldown. We'll just backpedal away
Wait,
from
was
the site.
Bleed the team that I
Meantime,
was annoyed that they didn't go
rest of Zeta
aggro A
up outside of
like
C.
on any of their rounds? I think so.
And Darion here. Both have some rifles. Fast lane going to be sent as Depp slides into a nice little cubby. Keeping himself protected as Retla now stunned up. Darion with the covering fire is going to help take down Depp, but Yudon at the same time able to get rid of the enemy Viper. Put on in that regard, but a decent amount of damage is still dealt here onto the members of Zeta. Should zero down to 45 as they start inching their way forward.
I like
Spraying
that though.
from Ye.
Ever into the spam.
Yeah, it's a
Like, I'll drop
fantastic
it. I mean,
pick-off.
He
enough
spams
space
on the
given.
plant here.
So they
Oi,
will-
double
okay, I was
ding.
gonna say they will get the plant down, but no, Darion with a nice spray gets the wallbang headshot on the Laz.
One enemy remaining.
Don't show your head.
Almost there, but Darion with a 4K.
Okay, nicely done from him. One away from his
Deny that match point from coming through here for
Killjoy
Zeta.
as well.
One away now from that lockdown. But Laz on the attack says, yep, going for the op.
Yeah. That is the chamber way. I feel like, all things considered, a pretty nice hold from the side of Bleed. EA getting that very nice shot down, and then some of the sprays through the smoke were really key, and then of course we had a fun hop back and forth.
Fun.
And it's not a lot of energy. I think they know the kind of dire straits that they are in right now.
I think
Kind of
just trying to
unfortunate.
maintain focus here. As Yudon fishing for a kill with the Odin in hand. Zest does get tagged up just a bit.
Still better though. I'm glad to actually see them
Busy,
take
as
early A
well as the
control.
Odin try to get that next thrash online. Grinding things to a halt here for now.
Yeah, so much for the 10 out of 10. We're going to go super aggressive. Although when they do go for the pushes,
What do they do
really
with the
send
one
it.
way?
So maybe
Just
just
wall
try
up,
to mess with the
disrespect it?
timings, bait out some more utility, and then send it. As seems like that is the call for now, as all 5 members are looking to push towards A through the rubble. Scary is going to spot them. That should be
Okay,
enough
cool is to get out of there and heavy hold door. We got 45 seconds.
Position for this push.
As we can see, there's no one over towards B for the pinch, but they don't know that.
Stairs. If he spots anything at all is... Oh, they're right here in front of Ye. Here's them pushing through. Oh, trying to get turned around. As they turn back.
Holy hell, the Omen Flash is incredible,
Scary,
though.
full blind across onto just about everybody. He is able to come away with 2 eliminations. Wingman going through. Dizzy sent in towards backside. Prowler facing there from Zest. Spike gets planted.
Yeah.
Zest on the swing.
Ooh.
Gets rid of Laz. Sugar's here
Did
at 5 HP.
he have his nade still as
It's
well?
such a poor position here. 2v3 for Zeta to try to get up the match point. Bleed. Trying to hold on as the sync bite avoided by both. Mosh pit now
He didn't?
lobbed in
Okay.
to buy some
Didn't
more
notice
time
that.
here on the spike. That's the last bit of util that they have. Now they will have to challenge in. They'll have to go for the fight. Swing
Yeah, that's
out,
nice.
right
Fight
side
from
of
all
the
in to
get it
swing.
on.
Okay,
In
nicely
for
done.
one, but eventually will fall. The defuse will come in and Bleed for the first time in the map will win 2 rounds
Yeah,
consecutively. now
and
move
that
up to
means that they
5.
got to eco.
Better late than never. This is how you begin
Yeah,
that comeback.
maybe.
5
Keep going round by
get
round.
A couple in a row, you string some
These are
economy
the start,
together.
okay.
And so far, the defenses have been pretty good. I think that, you know, the A was in there, but at least he got
Man,
the
when he turned
information
that
of the
corner, he
push,
just
right?
sees 4
So
people
didn't quite
flash.
do a lot
It's
of
like,
damage, but
holy.
his teammates were able to follow up, and then eventually,
Yeah, at least got him the
it was
info
a bit
for
of
that.
a sticky situation for Zeta to actually get the plant down, and eventually that was just a bit too much for them to get through. So 2 in a row for Bleed. How many more are they going to get? They're definitely favored in this one.
Now they have the lockdown online. Depp rushing forward.
It's
Zest
fast here in this, though.
Odin of his own.
Odin's out. They tanked a little bit of damage in
Brag
terms of the raise
here,
nade.
yep. Straight back the opposite way. Tap on the door. Paranoia not connecting. Ball goes up. Zest does take a shot or 2 there. As Laz tries to put him down.
Scary might have to kill another.
Find that kill.
Boy, this is a
Nice
little bit
headshot
open.
takes out
Boombot
Scary.
does a
It
good
is a
amount of damage.
3v3, but
Look at this. 38,
Zeta
61.
significantly less HP
It's
to try to work with
3v3,
here.
but they got no HP.
Yeah, this this is not going to be easy for them, but getting a plant.
They
a
might
couple
get the
of kills
killjoy
already
out of them,
is
though.
Positive for the side of Zeta.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, the lockout. They got
Oh.
that out of him.
Oh, no.
Okay, doesn't have the bullets to try to destroy it here. And
Oh.
as Retler will swing the corner,
God, he
will
gets
be
the
able
double
to
there. I
just
thought he was
ahead
going
and
to go
finish the
down here,
job.
though. Still, though,
But
they
still,
managed to
heavily costly.
do a lot
Now
of
2
damage
players
and
left
get the
standing.
killjoy
Odin
out.
should
Should be happy with
recovered
that.
to just go ahead and scoop up the more expensive weaponry. But lockdown committed in. That's a little bit more, but Bleed
Euro
ultimately
hat
do stay in
in
this. Now just 5 rounds
in
separated.
the YouTube chat. Thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate that.
Still in it
Thank you
here
for doing
for
that,
sure.
dude.
Coming in quickly was, yeah.
Just lining up.
1 enemy remaining.
Zeta got in there very quickly on the site, and they were actually able to take out Zest
Thank
as
you very
well
much, man.
relatively easily. So it kind of looked like they had a chance, but eventually not having the firepower. They got the lockdown though. So
Got the
Zeta,
lockdown and
Yeah, the issue
there's a
is
couple ults
we
available
got a
here for
lot of
Bleed.
ults here. So
About
C
half gem
control,
here. All
and
5
Ye picks up the
for
op.
Zeta.
We
1
have
charge from
wait, he has
Laz
someone
and
to shoot
Yuran
this.
before they have those ready to go.
Someone shoot the Dizzy.
You
It
know,
may
with the operator in
be
hand,
a little bit
backing
too
away,
far back
relay
to
bolts
shoot that
getting
early.
sent in towards the site. Spray into the box just to check and see if there's anyone there. And then silence, just cutting noise, backpedaling, drifting away from C.
yeah. And so far it does feel like the pushes from Zeta have mostly gone towards Rubble, in through door, and trying to punish whoever is in there. At the moment, it isn't Zest, who was there in the last round. So we've got 4 members. Laz, you know, he's doing his chamber thing. He's over looking at Mound still, but 4 members here on the side of Zeta looking to potentially
He's about
just
to bite.
send it again.
Yeah, I was going to say, so they
Robot
fade out
plays in, okay.
to clear the question mark over
Back
towards
away,
this.
there's the jiggle out.
And
Yep,
he at least
Saw
spots him
enough.
with that,
Laz does
yeah.
not pull the trigger.
Well,
and
Laz
Ye
was
does
going
not
to get him
challenge
there.
the fight.
So with that, they know that they're far
with
back over
that,
towards C, and they cleared it, and there's probably only one
gonna be
here.
made to
The call
rotate
comes
back
in to
around
just
to the
insta hit
opposite
over towards
Laz
C site.
for it, but
And Laz
Yang
tries
shuts
to
it
take
down.
the shot, but obviously they had no idea that
Now they
that
try to
op was
play
in
in
play yet.
Displace this Ray,
Shot
swing
again.
out, yay. Second shot, paint shells to delay, 25 seconds remaining here. He dodges
Yeah,
out on the dizzy.
and they might just be
And Zeta,
saving.
looks like, yep, they
They
are
are going to be saving.
a bit puzzled, scratching their heads, wondering
Getting
what
close.
to do.
Man, if they got a
just have to sit
pistol, this
back
would be a
and
very
save and
close game
allow
right now.
for Bleed to keep themselves
Double
in
pistols
this
really
game.
making it one-sided.
7 rounds now racked up.
Bleed are in it. Bleed have a chance. They're making a big comeback here. It's actually happening. You never believe when it's like 11-3, right? Especially the pistol round goes the way of Zeta. But 4 rounds in a row now to the sign of Bleed. And what can you say? I mean, they've been quite clean.
The op,
I
yeah,
guess
looks
they're
comfy
just
with
kind of
it.
wishing they started this,
This
a bit
is,
earlier, but they certainly do have a chance now.
I mean, this is...
As we'll
that
take
surely
another
all
look.
of
It
these
really
ults
just
get
comes
them
down to
around.
Ye hitting 2 shots.
This
and
could
then
be
the
a
round
good
ended.
round for Bleed to go aggro, but he has an op, so maybe not. You don't want to get XX on with this. I say that, like honestly, the XX not that strong. Like none of these combo that well.
All
More just
ultimates
like after
available.
plant. It's only Fischl they have to worry about. Aggro over towards A, Omen gets out of
Try
there.
and get this round victory. Push forward. They take space outside a door. Here comes Zest. Should anticipate this though. So for now, just avoiding the spray.
And it's the Fischl, and everyone's gonna get out of here. It's a lovely Omen flash.
Gonna be slowed up for the moment. Have that overdrive in the ready, but now the
Fade all goes in fast, and they hold on to this. It's kind of nice. They can't pick up the Fischl. Viper all goes in. No plant yet. Okay, plant now.
Smoke's just keeping everything blocked out. Is scary. Molly there at his feet has to jump back up. Third step.
Dude, the Odin against
Slide
this
right
is
back
very
down.
strong.
Last in the meantime, waiting to see any kind of rotation, any kind
Yeah,
of flank
it's such a
attempt out
spam
through stairs.
off, and it's like, well,
Looks like Darius
Odin's
might
kind of
be
the best for
heading in
that.
direction, but Zest just trying to flush him out.
Yeah, doing damage on this.
Time being
Smoke
bought.
goes
Smoke
in, strong
blue.
angle
Put it
from
out of
Laz.
the window
Love
there,
this
Laz.
angle in after
Spots the
plant.
Killjoy. Scary in the meantime, going to be able to find depth now.
Yeah, and
taking
Zest
out
is
Hidodon.
just gonna start chipping away at
3
him.
members left standing here for the side of Zeta, but Sugar Zero shuts down Ye with a shorty, shuts down Retla. Scary will be able to identify
Time.
Laz's position, but ultimately they just do not have the time for this.
Yeah.
They will go their
I
separate
really do
ways
like
as
this stuff.
Scary tries
This
to
in the
overstay,
after plan
tries
over
to find
towards here is
something
so
with that
strong.
operator,
I think
but
I think I saw them
ultimately
using it
Zeta will
before.
finally stop.
Really,
The
really
round win
nice.
streak here
Especially
from
when this
Bleed
is
to get
commonly
themselves
smoked, you
up
can just
to
see over
match
the top of
point.
it.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, as you mentioned, you have 5 ultimate abilities. You got to find a way to win a round, right? And they did. They sent it all. They went in fast. Laz, nice angle here. Wasn't even
This
that
was
good
a
of
lot of the
deal. I
ults.
thought that maybe they were going to be able to
Neon,
clean up Sugar Zero, but he's able
Viper,
to stand tall against 2
and,
that push in, and he is just zoned
Fischl.
in. No fist bumps,
So that
no
one's hard to
anything.
repeat.
He wants to
5
win this
chances. We'll count this one down. And I think, I don't know. I've got a bit of faith this goes a little bit lower.
Let's see how this round is going to go.
Oh, Laz, just hop in the corner.
Holy. Well,
Tour de force in hand,
By the
takes
way.
out
Whoa,
Derek
what a
Slide.
shot, bro.
Great shot from Retla, very snappy.
lovely molly as well.
Get
Omen
that
TP's out.
neon
Uses
mid
his
slide.
ult. It's a weird ult.
Hit
Oh, it's
the
going to be a
mid
weird round.
here. As Laz will be found. Man advantage going to be here for the side of Bleed, but now equalized.
Oh my God.
Just about, nope, Ye over the top.
Still no plant on this.
Showstopper. Keeps him in a firm lead. Retla
Okay,
on the
nicely
push.
done. Man,
Gets the
Redler
headshot.
just saved
Hidodon
them in
goes
this
down.
round. 4 chances.
A nice try after all, but with the pick coming down was going to be difficult regardless. As now we've got almost all ults down. And Bleed, they get back on the board. They give themselves another
So many
chance
ults
here.
are, man. It's just
But again, kind of a
non-stop
similar
ults.
spot
This is a good time
to
for a
where
timeout
Zeta were
because,
on the last one.
again,
And
we're
Zeta
pretty
are
far
going
away
to
from a
call
lot of ults
timeout
now.
just to make sure of it. They do not want to take any chances here. They want to really come together and get one last solid round because they know that Bleed have been a threat the entire night.
Do have a second timeout. They're going to be hoping that this is the only one they need to use. Multiple attempts here at match point to close this series. Send Bleed packing without
Isn't this map
a match
attack
victory.
sided? I'm pretty confident when
Bleed
you put
though,
a chamber, it's defense
A solid
sided.
effort to run back these 5
I mean,
rounds
honestly,
thus
both of these
far,
comps are
not
kind of
giving
good
up.
on defense, but I think the chamber comp,
Can they
at
go
least
the distance?
statistically, is very good on defense.
He's such a monstrous turnaround for them.
Yeah, I mean, you were able to come back and get 4 rounds in a row the last time around. You just got another round. It feels like they are pretty comfortable here from the defensive side, but now you got to be super clean.
Go by on this one. The op's still on.
And nobody can quite challenge you, but I would imagine they get there eventually, even just by deaths, if they get to the final round, number 24. Let's see how this one is all going to shake out. Zeta Division was our unanimous choice, but this has been much closer than I think a lot of us were expecting.
Dude, would have been really close if Bleed won a pistol here.
Dizzy not spotting anything. Lion's share of the team here for Zeta, now pushing forward outside of C. Smoke does come down. And now over here outside of A. It is just good on going on a bit of alert forward. Doesn't hear or see anything.
Yeah, and Rattler might have to do it again.
Spot anything at all. But ultimately has to peel back, put up the poison orb, drops it as the follow-up smoke comes through from Scary. As all of their smokes dedicated here towards this side of the map. Now smokes coming through. Snakebite goes in the
Lovely molly, hit everyone. Does want to get out of there though.
Still on the hunt.
Big Jewel. It's a good reposition from him, but yeah, Depp was on top of this.
That's the first step.
Pick up of a gun, drops his gun to someone else as well.
As all of Zeta, most of them rather, pushing
Omen flashes. Two. Damn, the only person it didn't hit was Depp, and Depp just wrecked them.
Now back out onto the site. Darion with the AWP swaps it over now for the Vandal.
Yeah, and they go down to the lower by pretty much an eco.
Weapons upgraded. On down, Laz, headshot across. Zest is gone. And it looks like that should be the hopes and dreams for Bleed.
Yeah, nicely done from Depp on this round. Lovely round from him. Well, it was a little bit closer.
They managed to persevere.
Yeah. Like the call of the strategy as well, just to rush on into C.
Yeah, they lost both of the... That dude, that's got to hurt, man, surely. That's got to hurt someone. They lost both of the maps to Chambers.
Was a grueling back and forth match, though. 39-39 and then 13-8 at the end. Just barely going the way of Zeta. And it was a team effort. I mean, it was a difference of 16 to 13 kills from top to bottom, right? It was very close one. It wasn't really one guy that stood out on this map in particular. I mean, Neuron with the highest first kills, but at the end of the day, Zeta do pick up the win. Lots of fans here supporting them, and they'll get the job done.
That they will. Hell of a birthday gift there for the squad. And plenty to celebrate here tonight. Obviously, still things to retool.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A lot closer than they might have anticipated coming into this series here. But for Bleed, I think overall, some clear growth. But that's enough for myself and Valdez. We'll catch you guys next week. For now, we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk to break down all the action.
Thank you, gentlemen. Zeta Division close out the series,
it's,
winning this one.
Another big loss.
One step closer to champions with their championship point, and one step closer to qualifying for playoffs, moving towards Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, an ever-needed win. Obviously, we talked about it before the match started, but you know, while on the side of Bleed, really everyone was just hoping to see them play like a team at some point during this match. For Zeta Division,
will Bleed go winless?
They really wanted another one just to keep the hope alive, and they're able to lock it in. Yeah, I mean,
this should be
it wasn't the same Bleed that we saw
I don't
last
know.
time.
It'll be
right?
close, man. G's gonna be close.
Here. But that being said, Zeta Division just had these players, these pieces that really went above and beyond in map number 1, and here, especially in map number 3.
Thank you for the bits, by the way. I can't see the translation on your name, but I appreciate you, bro.
If we didn't see Sugar Hero popping off like he did in map number 1, this could have been a different best of 3. So obviously, Sugar Zero,
definitely does APAC play Lotus for it to be defender-sided. Honestly, it's just teams use double chamber, which helps a lot, so they stack a lot on defense.
I mean, I really liked this Neon comp. It's continuing to do work for them. It's also kind of forcing them to play at a faster tempo, which is doing them a lot of good here on Lotus.
Yeah, DFM, bro, you're living in the past, man.
That,
DFM are good.
A big example of, I think, the impact that he's gotten as well on Lotus was those kind of slow approaches that we saw from Bleed. A lot of those punishes came from just really well-timed paranoias into, you know, those 3Ks and everything, and that really followed up there for Zeta. That's what you saw in the first half. So many rounds
Plat chat's
went
on
in their
today. We're
direction for
in
those
3
retakes.
hours. I don't know what region I'm
absolutely, and
doing,
I
so
think
I'm gonna
that
go
read
prep
on their,
and write some
on their
notes
tempo,
about some of the
on Bleed's
teams.
tempo really helped Zeta Division persevere.
Maybe,
They're saving their utils for the right moment, the right timing.
We should stick around for the interview, and then we'll raid some more.
Waiting for Bleed to execute.
Yeah, so I think we're starting to see
China,
that
dude, they
the
don't
Zeta
cover
division
China.
We're seeing
It's all good.
currently in stage 1 is starting to learn
I don't watch
how
enough
to
of China to
figure
be
out
able to
their
talk about it
opponents
as
a
well, I
little
don't
bit,
think.
right? Okay, like this is how
That was my
you
pick'em
wanna
success
play.
rate.
Okay, this is how we want to play
Awful in
defense. However, as
EMEA,
we saw in the
very
earlier
good in
match today as well,
Pacific, I think.
If you really want to continue to get the wins, really try to get to the top.
Yeah, I think
your
I only
attack
lost 3
has to be
Pacific
good. You need
games.
to know how to take initiative. You need to know how
This
to be
one,
proactive. And Zeta
I
Division
had
still
bleed
a little
'cause
bit weak on that side.
I'm a
but maybe they
lunatic,
can improve that
apparently.
in the future weeks.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really fair point. And Lotus is definitely that map you do want to be aggressive on, especially on the attacker half. You have to be full confidence.
Am I
and you have to
official?
go in.
Nah, I don't think so.
Man.
15
Dude, look
first
at the
kills for
look at the
Zeta.
fast kill diff.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to look at the stats real
wild.
quick and who got the most first bloods here. It felt
Dude,
like
they just couldn't mid-round
it was
on
the same
attack.
thing that was mentioning that was the
Like the
weakness
chamber
for-
was
for
actually
Bleed, which is
annihilating them
that
on
Ye
defense.
tries to get that contact on the first bloods, but he's the one that gets picked off at the start of these rounds. That's why you're seeing this 15, because a lot of the deaths that
Got a
Ye had
perfect
was resulted
Pacific
because of
pick'ems
this.
apart from DFM
Yeah,
T1.
I mean,
Damn,
it's
kind of
a
sick.
little tough, right? I think that's partly just because
I have
of
to
how
give up on
plays
bleed.
well. If you're
Yeah,
playing
no,
slow,
I'm
you're kind of
out, bro.
expecting
Trust me,
the
I'm out.
agent with the most mobility to go and get
I was out
contact,
before this
ideally get a
game, but
kill or bounce back out,
you
and
can't
then go
change
for the
him.
trade, something like that. So that's a bigger question, I think, for Bleed to answer for sure. But that also means, again, Zeta, you know, the members who are anchoring, like the likes of Laz, are able to get that first shot. They know the timings and when they're trying to peek around smokes and things like that. And that
You're giving up
results
for
in these
Zeta?
first
It depends
kills
what
that
your
allows them to kinda
expectations
stay
are.
ahead. And once again, I mean, while it's not as consistent as you would want to see, the rookies, like Uren, performing and having these maps where they're able to take the top scores, that's a really good sign for Zeta, because we have to remember it's only their first year, especially for Uren. He didn't even get to play Challenger Japan. He got upgraded right into VCT Pacific. So you gotta have some
18
faith
to
that this
11 on the
kid is gonna
chamber.
grow into
4
a
first
great
kills
player
for
in the future.
Uran as well.
Oh, absolutely. So great job to the birthday boy for today. And what I am liking about Pacific and the evolution of all the players across VCT, a lot of the MVPs we're seeing from all of these games aren't duelists anymore. They're controllers, they're sentinels,
Yeah, the double chamber
sometimes
losses.
initiators, and we're just seeing a
Savage.
big shift in how everyone's been playing this game.
Yeah, and
The only way Bleed recover is literally just going heavy chamber. I'm so confident. And even then, I'm not even sure that's like 100% the actual fix,
but when you look
they'll
at
look better.
the best teams in the world, the ones who win champions, etc., that second line of entry, the
Because
second line
if
of
they
attack,
can't
that's
mid-round,
where they're
then
strongest.
at least they can
So seeing
contact
this
with an off
evolution
somewhere.
across the meta and kind of the rosters, I think it's a really good sign for Pacific overall.
Just having a well-rounded team, right? You can't always rely on the duelist, as what we saw with Depp, big example of that, where again on the Ascent map he was struggling so much. That's why we needed to look, you know, towards Uran, towards, well, not the younger player, but Sugar Zero, that was really making those plays to ease up the pressure for those frontmen on Zeta's side.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we talk about it all the time where it's still an FPS. You still need to shoot heads. But at the same time, when everyone's so mechanically gifted and they've just gotten so good overall, this is where a lot more creative gameplay comes in, where you need to be super coordinated. We were talking about this earlier. We're going a lot faster now, a lot more aggressive, at least here in Pacific. And what that means
Expect
is
them to be top
everyone needs
3.
to be more coordinated.
Bleed, I had
as a team.
well,
Yeah, we
higher
even had
expectations than
moments,
this. I had like
believe it was this map, actually. Now it's all
mid-table
kind of mixing together,
expectations.
but whereas Zeta Division, like I believe Uran or Huron, you know, they're going for these jump peaks to set up their teammates to go for the trade, things like that. You used to never see that.
You
for
the
Zeta
bleed
Division, right? They're
coach
like,
will
well,
be
we
your
don't have
main
util, like,
priority
what
right
do we do?
now.
We gotta
I
wait
mean,
for the peak,
trying to
and
get
then
a
you
win,
peak one
bro.
by one, and it wouldn't look good. So now
Which
you're
I'm
understanding, like,
sure he's
even
trying to
if I
do
do
too.
get picked off, if we can even out and stay ahead in numbers, that's what's important. So I'm liking that, again, we can see the philosophy change. Not gonna, you know, go ahead and say like this was the best game that we've seen from either of these teams, but what I'm trying to say is we're seeing the bright spots, and the direction is there. Even for Bleed, even though they once again lost, I think we saw enough bright spots where it's like, okay, they're not entirely lost in the woods. They do see the light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't know how long that tunnel is.
There is.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I agree with what he's saying. Then there is
We kinda
improvement.
do, I guess. We
but
know
it's
when
like
stage 1 ends. But there's
when you
always
start
stage
kickoff
two.
with the floor being like right at the bottom, there's always going to be improvement.
3 to 4
Dang.
I can't believe you made me say that. But it sounds really brutal. But yes.
But you know what? To be fair to Bleed as well, we talked about this as well. They are
DRX Genji is to start next week. That is sick.
victors, and they did change their roster twice since then, and it's going to take some time. They're also new to Korea, unlike the other Pacific teams who had some time to adjust, because that was a problem last year for a lot of the teams who are not from Korea, just moving here, getting, the culture shock, the food difference, even their diet, everything was just different, and I think that's what Bleed is going through right now.
Yeah.
Except for Zest, I guess.
Well, yeah, I guess Zest is.
Do I think Estelle would change team? I have no idea, man.
That's just what Seoul's like.
Depends what his goals are.
So it's not like we're
He's
trying to
proven
make
he's a
excuses
top-level
for
coach in
Bleed,
my
but
eyes,
it's
though.
the reality as
From
well,
what I've
right?
seen.
This is something they have to
I think
work
it's
on.
him. Again,
So
I'm
while,
not
yes, the brutal
100%
truth
it's
is that
him,
Bleed
but from
is
what
not
everyone's
playing well, and
saying,
the individuals are
I
not
think his
playing to the
understanding of the game is
individual
really
standards
good,
that
man.
we're used to.
I think if
you
you
have
put
to
him
give
in a
them that
team that
first
had
year
like
at the very
really
least,
strong
right? Is there an
firepower,
upwards trajectory or
it'd be
not?
so good.
So far in week 1, it looked a little iffy, but in week 2, it's like, okay,
Am I streaming tomorrow?
like
Of course,
maybe
bro.
there's a
Stream
little
every
bit
day
of
at
a
the moment.
direction. So now we'll have to wait for week 3.
Yeah,
and that's a big one too. Imagine just in a
You would
couple of
argue they
days, they're
perform better than
already,
kickoff, bro.
creating
For
this
sure.
much
But
where it's almost that win. And
it was
again,
so.
it's a close game, sure, but you're seeing
What I'm
that-
saying is the level
that
was so low at
quick
kickoff
jump
that it would be hard
of-
not to perform
of
better.
skill up, which is a pretty big thing. It's not just months in between; it's days in between, and that's very hard to ask of players like this.
Yeah, it's just that obviously their remaining matches don't seem to get any easier. So
No,
so that's the tough part.
Yeah.
Loud, yeah, loud
but,
with 2 weeks
Relativity.
is
We see
scary.
miracles all the time.
I'm expecting
VCT.
good things.
It happens.
DFM.
DFM. I mean, we call DFM a miracle, but it's like they changed their whole roster, and then we didn't really see them play. But yes, I know
Okay,
we
but
say DFM.
Crazy Raccoon also did not win Challengers Japan.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's very fair. But I like what you guys pointed out. We're seeing upgrades, even just within the 1 week. So by next week, especially with the introduction of a new agent, I think this is going to be pretty crazy. So Alpha Group, while they don't get too many more points this weekend,
Can any of these
I think
teams get an
Team
extra
Secret,
win?
Snatches one more for the Alpha Group. We are seeing leveling up in the
Yes.
gameplay across the
They
board.
should
which
be
is
able to.
good.
And now we're kind of escaping that nightmare everyone was afraid of like, wow, what if Genji's the only team with 2 wins in Alpha Group? It's
Yeah,
like, well,
it's
no,
close
there
to
are
it.
2 other teams
T1
with
play
already one
Zeta
win.
and Talon.
So they
Okay,
just
the
need to get
T1
at
have
the
a good
very least
chance.
one more, and quite
Who did
frankly,
Team Secret
T1
play?
looks like they
Team
are
Secret
ready
played
to snatch
DFM,
up the
Paper X,
remaining
Talon.
games and try to go for a 3-3 record.
I mean,
So
it's
like
just, in terms
DFM's
of,
possible.
retrospective for a lot of these teams,
What else
just
do you
making
say?
sure
Talon's
that,
possible.
we can look at
Paper
the
X
mistakes
will
that we had.
lose.
We already had so many tapes.
The Team
from week 1
Secrets
and
do.
week 2.
Okay, so
Now
honestly,
is
it
the
is
time
doable.
to
It's very
really
doable.
not mess it up here for at least the Alpha Group.
Yeah, and then in Omega, I mean, Zeta, RQ, and Talon all tied up 2-1. This could very well really go down to map or round differential.
Yinsu,
so
what's
you
up?
really
How we
gotta
doing?
start to consider. And in that aspect, Zeta's first game against Global, that 13-1 on Sunset, is really hard carrying them so far in that differential.
I just also want to add real quick, our next match, or next match, Genji versus DRX.
I know.
Oh yeah.
The
That's
heads
gonna be
of Alpha
crazy.
and Omega.
It's a big one.
Yeah.
It's a very big one for DRX, really.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is their moment to prove to their
Yeah,
fan
this is
base,
the thing.
that they are back on
Intro.
track.
It's like we never know what's going on inside of the
last year.
team.
We were worried
We never
too.
know
It
who
was
actually
the first
like
time we didn't
is
make it to the
the
international event. It
like
was not too long
what
ago.
is
It
the
was just in
fault?
Masters
Who is at
Madrid.
fault?
But,
What is the thing that is
that's for
causing all of
next
this?
week. Today we're gonna celebrate
It's
our
very
victors.
similar
We're
to
gonna
like
go
some of
to
these
the
other
stage
teams,
with
right?
an
I think
interview
Heretics
with
is a good
Zeta
example of that.
Divisions,
Loads of
and
people
we
last year from Heretics will be like, well, the coaching staff's obviously at fault here, but then we look at the changes this year and you can tell the coaching staff's good. But we don't really know until they go their separate ways, and then you're like, well, there we go. Yinsu, I can't name 100 people, dude. Doesn't matter agenda. I don't know
Today went
things.
the distance, all 3 maps. How relieved are you that you were able to walk away with the win tonight?
Give me all the genders. I still can't name 100.
2対1ということで3マップかなり長い試合だったと思うんですけど、どのくらい勝ち切れて安心していますか？
まあそうですね、勝たなきゃいけない試合だったの
Pointless
で
me
めちゃくちゃ
trying.
嬉しいですね。すごく安心して、だいぶ疲れたなっていう気持ちです。
Yeah, it was a map that we had to win. It was a match that we had to win. So I'm really relieved that we got it, and I'm really tired today.
Indeed, indeed. I'm going to let you go in a while, but we still have more questions to ask you. Now, I'm going to start with Ascent because Bleed banned it so many times, and yet they won today. So, what made it tough for you on that map?
アセントをプリード自体は何度もずっとバンしてきているマップだったと思うんですけど、そこに対して勝ち切ったマップを取られたということで、何が原因ですごく大変なマップだったと思いますか？
そうですね、ちょっとゼストとイエイに破壊されたなって、もう何ラウンド取られたか分かんないので、そこが一番間違いなく大きかったなと。
Well, Zest and Yay, they broke the game today for us. We don't even know how many rounds that they took from us, so I think that was a big factor in their win.
Okay. Now, when it came to Lotus, though, you guys had a pretty good read on Bleed, and they really like to play slow when it came to their attack. And Zeta is just not a stranger when it comes to playing things slow. So, what was it like going up against another slow tempo team? Was it like easier to maybe predict what they were going to do?
ロータスにおいて結構ブリードがかなりスローなプレーをしていたと思うんですけれども、ゼータもスローなプレーは馴染みがあると思うんですけれども、そういったところもあってアビリティの使い方とかだったり時間の使い方に対してなんか予測しやすかったみたいなところってございますか？
ある程度かなり時間かけて最後の方にスキル使ってくるっていう話も軽くはあったんですけど、やっぱり中盤のアドリブ勝負がすごくこっちがうまかったなと思っていて、コミュニケーションもしっかり取れたり、例えば1人がすごく大きいめっちゃ大事な情報を、普段取らないのも取れたりして相手の最終戦の先が分かるみたいなのも多かったんで、今回はうまかったなと思ってます。
Well, we sort of had a few talks about what timing they would use their skill when they're playing slowly, but I think overall we sort of had a better communication and we got to play on our tempo, and we had a lot of ad-libs during those slow games, which led us to get more info or something, and it would lead to a drastic change in the power balance in the game, and that led to a win.
All right, so great adjustments, great calls on the fly, but just I want to ask you just one little question out of curiosity. I know that Bleed already said that Ye's not going to play Chamber, but was there a part of you that's like, oh, maybe Ye's going to pull out the Chamber and it's going to be me and Ye with the Chamber battles? A little bit?
ブリードで明確にイエイがチェンバーをもうプレイしないというふうに発言していたと思うんですけれども、ちょっといやチェンバーをプレイしてほしいなみたいな気持ちとかってありましたか？
チームの方針だと思うので、そこには絶対関与したくないと思ってるんですけど、正直に言うと、本音を話すとめちゃくちゃチェンバー対決はしたいです。
I believe it's the team's decision to choose the agent, so I don't want to say anything to that. But if I'm being completely honest, I would have liked to have done a chamber battle.
I don't think we would have minded that. But last but not least, competition in Omega Group getting tougher and tougher, and you guys are facing Genji next. So, what's your mindset heading into that one?
最後に、オメガでの試合がどんどんきつくなってきていると思うんですけれども、次がジェンジー戦ということで、そこに対して、どのような目標でありますか？
はい、まずプレーオフ抜けのためにもう一勝しなきゃいけないので、もう死に物狂いで勝ち取りに行きたいなと、もうラスボス戦だと思ってます。はい。
So to go to playoffs, we need one more win. It's one game that we really need to try to win. So we're going to think they're the last boss and give it everything we've got.
Give it everything you've got. Well, thank you so much, Laz, once again for the interview, and happy birthday to Yuran too. There, you got my birthday cake, but
how many weeks is it going to take until we see the chamber, though? Is it actually not going to happen?
Cake, but congratulations.
There's no way it
Division,
doesn't happen this whole year.
Thank you, Laz, once again for the post-match interview. Now that's all we have for week 2. We are
refuse
going to
to
be
believe
coming
it.
back on Saturday with Genji versus DRX and Bleed versus DFM matches.
Next
you
week.
Don't want to miss.
Next week,
So
every
we'll
single
see you
time.
Next week.
Yeah, but then we got a whole split 2. There's 3 weeks, then there's a whole split 2. And I don't mind waiting to split 2 to see it. But, like, it's going to save them. But they're at least going to look better with it. There's no chance it can get worse. How do I like the format so far? I like it until you realize that second and third spot is for single elim, and then that game's going to be fun, but it's sad at the same time. Do pick'ems? I'll probably do pick'ems tomorrow anyway. I need to submit pick'ems. I need to submit some pick'ems to Plat Chat. Right, chat. Give me someone to raid because I'm gonna go offline. I'm gonna go chill for a little bit, and then the Plat Chat's in like 3 hours. It probably is in 3 hours because it's always late. Who do you think is better right now, DFM or Zeta? I think DFM are better right now. But it's only been 2 games, so it's kind of still hard to judge. But that's who I would pick if those 2 went up. Chat, give me some names. Tash Bunny? Yeah, we can do Tash Bunny. Is it literally just Tash Bunny? You playing Valorant? UK? We did UK the other day. We'll try and even it out. May? If May's live, we can do that as well. Just Tash Bunny? Alright, we'll do that. Alright, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. We'll be here tomorrow for EMEA, and if you're around in 3 hours, we got Plat Chat. So tune into that. I have no idea what region I'm doing. I'll find out. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Take it easy. Pick'ems might be out tomorrow. I might also play for a little bit tomorrow if people are on a bit earlier. I might just do like a DM stream, maybe try some rank, see how bad we are. All right. Peace, everyone. Take it easy. Thanks so much for watching. All right, peace. All right, YouTube chat, take it easy. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching.